Chapter 392. The winter night was cold and bone-chilling. When Han Yunqi shrank back, Long Fei Yi realized that she was only wearing undergarments. She didn't even put on a cloak. He looked her up and down, then pulled her into the room and lectured her unhappily, "Where are your manners?" Han Yunqi had waited for an entire night. As soon as she heard the door open, she rushed over. She was anxious. She didn't explain. It was useless anyway. From the moment she took off her socks in front of him, she knew that this guy really minded this kind of thing. There was a heater in the room, which drove away the cold in an instant. However, Long Fei Yi took off his coat and threw it to Han Yunqi. "Put it on." Although it was a scolding, it was actually doting. Even if she saw Long Fei Yi's cold face, Han Yunqi was still happy. She happily put on and wrapped it tightly. Her clothes were filled with his unique scent. What else did that person say? Long Fei Yi was very concerned about the white-clothed gentleman. I asked him if he was from the Shadow Clan. He said that he would tell me the next time we met. Han Yunqi answered truthfully, "So he will come again." Although Long Fei Yi said this, he thought that it was true. The expert, who had been hiding in the surroundings these past few days, was probably that person from the Shadow Clan. Early on in the Sky Domain black market, when they stayed at the Lin family's grain store, he had sensed the existence of an expert around them. Later on, he didn't sense it on the way to the disaster area. However, after staying in the governor's manor, he often sensed it. He should be. Han Yunqi said, then asked in a low voice, "Your Highness, that guy seems to be deliberately avoiding you." Long Fei Yi had naturally noticed this long ago. However, he didn't expect Han Yunqi to ask him this. It was just like when they had discussed the Shadow Clan. She had also directly asked him if she was the orphan of Western Qin's imperial family. If there was a day when she learned all of his secrets, would she still be so unguarded and ask him such a naive question? Long Fei Yi said indifferently, "He saved you before, so I have to thank him. He doesn't need to hide. Why don't I ask him when he comes back next time?" Han Yunqi was also at a loss. The white-clothed man was not as cheap as Gu. Not only did he tease her, but he also provoked Long Fei Yi and schemed against him time and time again. It was normal for Gu to deliberately avoid Long Fei Yi, but there was no need for the white-clothed man to do so. Han Yunqi silently mused that there must be more to this than meets the eye. Han Yunqi thought for a moment, then joked, "Your Highness, could it be that you really have a grudge against the Shadow Clan?" "We don't know each other. What enmity could there be?" Long Fei Yi asked. Han Yunqi smiled. "If your Highness is an orphan of the East Qin Imperial Clan, then you would have a deep grudge with the Shadow Clan." Thinking about it, this was the only possibility. The Shadow Clan was loyal to the Western Qin Imperial Clan. In the past, the Eastern and Western Qin Imperial Clans were exterminated due to internal strife. The two clans had an irreconcilable grudge. The Shadow Clan's grudge against the East Qin Imperial Clan was as deep as the Western Qin Imperial Clan's grudge against the East Qin Imperial Clan. In that instant, a cold light flashed in Long Fei Yi's eyes. It was cold and sharp like a knife. Unfortunately, Han Yunqi did not see it. "Do you think that's possible?" Long Fei Yi asked. Han Yunqi laughed. She was just joking around, that was all. If that was the case, how could Long Fei Yi allow someone with an unknown background to stay by his side? And how could the white-clothed man allow her to stay by Long Fei Yi's side? "Your Highness, is there any news about Mute Granny?" This was what Han Yunqi wanted to ask when she entered the room. It had been more than 3 months. If they still couldn't find her, then the chances were very slim. Long Fei Yi did not hesitate. He calmly said, "I'm afraid that even her bones won't be found." This meant that Mute Granny was dead. Han Yunqi looked deeply at Long Fei Yi. Her originally bright eyes dimmed. After a while, she muttered to herself, "How should I explain this to Mu Ling?" Mute Granny was not the only clue. If Mute Granny knew, then the Mu clan's patriarch, Muing Dong, would know as well. It was just that they did not want to reveal too much in front of Muing Dong. Compared to the mystery of her background, Han Yunqi was more worried about Mute Granny. She would never forget the tears that filled Mute Granny's eyes when she found out that she was Mu Xian's daughter. Those deep-sunken eyes had long been dead. Because of her arrival, they were rekindled with trust and hope. Mu Ling hadn't been wrong in the first place. She was the one who'd brought Mute Granny out. If anything happened to Mute Granny, she had to take responsibility. Your Highness, then have you found those assassins? Han Yunqi asked next, her eyes flashing with hatred. If those people hiding in the shadows had the skills, they could come at her directly. Why would they bully a deaf and mute old woman who'd suffered half her life? No, Long Fei Yi was very taciturn. You haven't found a single clue in 3 months. How is Chu Shifeng doing his job? Han Yunqi was a little angry. After a long silence, Long Fei Yi ended the conversation. It's getting late. Go to sleep. Your Highness, are we just going to let the matter rest? Han Yunqi's face was full of disbelief. This wasn't Long Fei Yi's style at all. Your lordship will keep looking, but don't hold out too much hope. Mute Granny isn't the only clue, Long Fei Yi explained. Han Yunqi realized that she'd been too agitated. She wasn't in the mood, so she rose to leave. Long Fei Yi walked her to the door and said, Han Yunqi, your birth is a matter of the past. It's a matter of the previous generation. You should look forward. Your Highness, actually Han Yunqi wanted to explain, but Long Fei Yi pushed her into the room. It's getting late. Go to sleep. Then your Highness should rest early too, Han Yunqi intoned. Very soon, the lights in the 2 rooms went out. Unfortunately, it was destined to be a sleepless night. Han Yunqi lay on the bed, tossing and turning restlessly in her bed. Her heart felt uneasy. Her sharp intuition told her that Long Fei Yi was intentionally avoiding certain matters. Was her intuition wrong, or was he really hiding something? She was curious about his secrets, but she'd never forced him to reveal them. But why was he hiding hers? Han Yunqi hoped that she'd guessed wrong and overthought things. Long Fei Yi wasn't in the room at all. He was sitting on the roof. Ever since he'd moved into the governor's estate, he'd often kept watch like this. Tonight he hadn't sensed the presence of that expert, so he must have left. There was no need for him to keep watch. However, he continued to sit there. Under the cold moonlight, his figure appeared to be alone, 70% lonely and 30% desolate. The night was deep and the moon was still. In the alleys around the governor's estate, Aunt Rue, who hadn't been seen in a long time, appeared. Aunt Rue, that expert has left, the masked man whispered. Those who called Aunt Rue, were not just Long Fei Yi and Tang Li, but also many members of the Tang sect. Aunt Rue had become a respectful title, regardless of identity or relationship. Because Tang Zijin's son had run away from the wedding, he defended the new bride's faction. Over the past 2 months, he'd been thoroughly vexed and busy as he searched for Tang Li while trying to salvage the marriage. For the time being, he didn't have time to deal with Han Yunqi. Tang Zijin had invited Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi to Tang Li's wedding as a ploy, but it hadn't succeeded. Tang Zijin had advised Aunt Rue not to act rashly for the time being, lest she angered Long Fei Yi. Unfortunately, Aunt Rue didn't listen. She couldn't tolerate a woman related to the Shadow Clan staying by Long Fei Yi's side. Others didn't know that Long Fei Yi was injured, but she knew very well. Although she didn't know that someone was locked up in the U Pavilion, she could still find out that Long Fei Yi was injured in the U Pavilion. She'd rushed over from the Tang sect as soon as Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi arrived in South Ning Prefecture. She'd been looking for an opportunity to make a move on Han Yunqi. With Long Fei Yi injured, it would be easy for her to kill Han Yunqi. Unfortunately, she hadn't expected that there would be a white-clothed expert secretly protecting Han Yunqi. Every time she made a move, that white-clothed expert would appear. She couldn't even get half a step closer to Han Yunqi. If she hadn't guessed wrong, that white-clothed expert was from the Shadow Clan. That kind of speed could only be achieved by someone from the Shadow Clan. He left. Aunt Rue muttered to herself. I'm sure he left. This subordinate was just at the back door of the prefectural governor's estate. He wasn't stopped, the black-clothed man reported. Aunt Rue sneered. He really knows how to calculate the timing. The white-clothed expert had left, but Long Fei Ye's injuries had already healed. How could Aunt Rue still have a chance to make a move? Did Long Fei Ye know of the white-clothed expert's existence? What about Han Yunqi? Was there any connection between her and this white-clothed expert? Aunt Rue, what's wrong with His Highness? If that person really was from the Shadow Clan, then doesn't that mean esteemed Wang Fei is? Before the black-clothed man could finish, Aunt Rue suddenly turned around and grabbed his neck. Who told you that person was from the Shadow Clan? His speed. The black-clothed man wanted to explain, but quickly realized that he knew too much. Aunt Rue, this subordinate wouldn't. Before he could finish speaking, he had already lost the ability to speak forever. Aunt Rue slowly wiped away the blood on her hands, her eyes dark. The more people who knew about the Shadow Clan, the worse it'd be for Fei. Her heart was filled with resentment, but she had no choice but to help hide the truth. Now that Long Fei had recovered, Aunt Rue had no choice but to resentfully return to the Tang clan. There were so many disaster victims that transporting grain wasn't something that could be done in a few days. The prefectural governor's estate and various yamen offices didn't have enough manpower, so Long Fei transferred some of the carriage drivers and guards to the villages below to help out. As for him and Han Yunqi, they still had one more important task, and that was to continue searching for grain. Last night's unpleasantness seemed to have passed with it. Today, Han Yunqi was still in high spirits. Although this woman was often a little gloomy, she was still a positive and radiant girl. It wasn't clear how she'd convinced herself, but she was full of energy as soon as she woke up at noon. She earnestly discussed the matter of finding grain with Long Fei and even made suggestions that surprised Long Fei. Long Fei listened with keen interest as he nodded his head. It was as if nothing had happened last night. The two of them had just finished their discussion when Emperor Tianhui's imperial edict arrived. Long Fei and Han Yunqi were both very clear that Emperor Tianhui wouldn't let them off easily after sending them to the disaster areas. What kind of imperial edict was this? Chapter 393. Since Emperor Tianhui had sent an imperial edict at this time, rewards were necessary. The edict praised the Duke of Qin and Qin Wangfei for their meritorious service in the disaster areas, as well as tracking down corrupt officials and eliminating evils for the people. But the most important part was yet to come. After that, Emperor Tianhui ordered the Duke of Qin to continue taking care of the disaster areas and ensure that the victims survived the winter. The edict clearly stated that the Duke of Qin could return to the capital only after farming had resumed in the 3 disaster areas. Since Long Fei and Han Yunqi were sent to the disaster areas, how could Emperor Tianhui let them go so easily? Resume farming. That dog of an emperor. Han Yunqi couldn't help but curse. Resuming farming seemed very simple on the surface. As long as there was a spring thunder and a spring rain, the rivers would flow again, the soil would be nourished, and the people would be full and energetic. Naturally, everyone would fight to be the first to farm without the need for the higher-ups to urge them. But the prerequisite for resuming farming was that everyone had to endure until the spring rains came. Moreover, it was up to Emperor Tianhui himself to determine the extent of the restoration of farming lands. It had to be said that Emperor Tianhui had left a lot of cards up his sleeve. Unlike Han Yunqi's indignation, Long Fei remained calm and ice. He finished his tea before saying, "When the time comes, he better not come begging your lordship to go back." Hearing this, Han Yunqi's lips curved into an expectant smile, although she wasn't sure if they could help the disaster victims survive the chill of spring. Long Fei Ye's words were enough to tell her that the best part was yet to come. She really wanted these 2 months to pass quickly. Watching His Highness Duke of Qin torture people was much more enjoyable than doing it herself. After receiving the edict, Han Yunqi went back to her rooms. She had been doing simulations in the detox system the entire time, trying to figure out how to treat the poison in Bailey Mingxiang's body. The next 2 to 3 days were critical, so she had to close her eyes and rest her mind in the detox system. Fortunately, Long Fei Yi didn't have anything to ask of her. Han Yunqi walked towards the backyard without looking back. She didn't know that Long Fei Yi had been watching her the entire time. His deep, dark eyes were extremely heavy. His Highness Duke of Qin, who usually didn't show his emotions on his face, actually wrote everything on his mind with his eyes. Chu Shifeng stared blankly. He couldn't see through it. Between the two of them, it was always His Highness who was calm and unruffled. But what exactly happened last night? His Highness was filled with thoughts, while esteemed Wang Fei was fine. Chu Shifeng couldn't take it anymore. As soon as he saw Han Yunqi's figure disappear into the distance, he stepped forward and murmured, "Your Highness, is it because of Mute Granny?" Long Fei Yi didn't even look at Chu Shifeng, much less reply. Chu Shifeng only felt resentful. How would he dare to ask again? Not long after, a secret guard came over. "Your Highness, there's news from the Medicine Ghost Valley. Guqi Sha hasn't returned since the last time he left the valley. He said that he's been looking for those 2 herbs. Your lordship wants information on those 2 herbs." Long Fei Yi was very unhappy. "For now, there's no news," the guard replied timidly. "Send someone to Medicine City's Wang clan and bring this back. Have Wang Gong think of a way. Tell him to hurry." As Long Fei Yi spoke, he handed over the entry, Token Mu, Ingdong had given him last time. This allowed him to enter the Mu clan's medicinal grounds and take away any ingredient he wanted. The guard took the item and prepared to leave immediately. Chu Shifeng didn't want to coax him, but after some hesitation, he decided to throw caution to the wind and stop the guard from leaving. "Your Highness, you have to think thrice before going to the Mu clan." His Highness had given Guqi Sha a year's time, but that wasn't a long time at all. After all, the 2 herbs weren't easy to find. But now His Highness was panicking. Him looking for the Wang family and using the Mu family's medicinal herb storehouse pass was actually an unnecessary action. More importantly, it was very likely that Mu Ingdong was the one who poisoned Mute Granny. Naturally, the man would know the antidote for the poison. If they really did find the ingredients at the Mu clan, Mu Ingdong would definitely suspect that Mute Granny was still alive. Once news of this spread, esteemed Wang Fei would have no way of explaining herself. Long Fei Yi immediately calmed down at Chu Shifeng's reminder. He realized that he'd been too impatient. He'd sought out Guqi Sha in the first place precisely because the man was an expert at finding herbs. If Medicine City had these 2 things, Guqi Sha would definitely be able to find them. Who would suspect Guqi Sha if he showed up to look for the ingredients? Long Fei Yi furrowed his brows and sat down. Chu Shifeng quickly poured him tea. "Your Highness, you've lost track of your emotions." Lost track of my emotions? He really had lost track of his emotions multiple times over Mute Granny's matter. Even the stab to his heart had been caused by his impatience. Han Yunqi had been disappointed last night, but she'd recovered today. Still, he'd rather her stay disappointed. For the first time, he realized that he couldn't figure her out. For the first time, he felt like he was losing control. This entire time, she'd been the one to pester him. Unknowingly, he'd been swayed by her emotions as well. Long Fei Yi fell silent for a long time before he finally told Chu Shifeng, "Go find Guqi Sha personally. Tell him that if he can find the 2 ingredients within half a year, your lordship will owe him a favor. This favor's had to be repaid. In the future, His Highness Duke of Qin wouldn't be able to refuse Guqi Sha's requests." Chu Shifeng wanted to persuade him further, But when he saw His Highness Duke of Qin's resolute gaze, he could only comply. Long Fei Yi was in a rush to find the two ingredients. Far away in Medicine City, Mu Ling was anxious as well. She'd taken matters into her own hands at the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet to represent Medicine City's procession. As a result, she'd become the target of condemnation by all the major powers in the city. Even Mu Ingdong, who doted on her the most, couldn't protect her and told her to leave the city to lie low for a while. Unfortunately, she'd just left Medicine City when Gu's words brought her back. Of course, she didn't dare to let her father know she'd gone back. After returning to the Mu estate to get her notes on medicinal ingredients, she'd snuck into the Mu clan's medicine storehouse and stayed there until now. She'd found the whereabouts of the panoptic red lotus in her notes when she was very young. The Mu clan's medicine storehouse had a single panoptic red lotus in it. Unfortunately, she hadn't found a single trace of it after searching for 3 months. Other families' medicine storehouses might be nothing more than storehouses, such as the Han clans, but the 3 great clans in Medicine City had storehouses as big as several mountains. The Mu clan's medicinal herb storehouse was the largest in the entire Medicine City. It occupied 3 large mountains and countless valleys of varying sizes inside. Mu Ling had to search for medicine while being on guard against the patrolling guards and medicine boys. It was truly tiring. She'd start looking for medicine at daybreak and find a tree to lean against when it got dark. For the past 3 months, she'd only eaten dry rations and couldn't even drink a mouthful of hot soup in the middle of winter. She was afraid that she'd be discovered if she started a fire. She was already thin to begin with, but now she'd lost a lot of weight and looked haggard. Today, as usual, she set out at daybreak. Who knew that the sky would suddenly be filled with dark clouds in the afternoon? But she let out a sigh of relief and pouted her little mouth very high. Just as he finished scolding, bean-sized raindrops began to fall. The rain in winter was freezing rain. Mu Ling looked around. The only shelter she could find was the withered tree she'd slept under last night. There were caves and forests nearby, but those places were guarded by medicine boys and guards. It would be easy to be discovered. The bean-sized raindrops fell faster and faster. Soon, it became a curtain of rain. Walala, it became bigger and bigger. Mu Ling hurriedly ran under the withered tree and hid under the long tree trunk to avoid the rain. At this time, she was already soaked. Although it was very cold, she didn't mind. After all, she'd never been a flower in a greenhouse. She carelessly sat cross-legged on the wet ground and propped her chin up with her hands. She had an impatient expression as she waited. No matter how thick the tree trunk was, how much rain could it block? Soon Mu Ling didn't dare to sit any more. She squatted down and curled up into a ball, shivering. It was so cold. From afar, Mu Ling looked like a lost animal in the rain. Anyone who saw her would feel sorry for her. However, this girl was already in such dire straits, but she didn't have a trace of complaint or regret. She lowered her head, allowing the 2 streams of rain to flow down from her head and down her cheeks. As she shivered, she tried hard to remember where she'd seen the panoptic red lotus when she was young. She wouldn't remember wrongly. The panoptic red lotus was in these 3 mountains. Moreover, she was certain that only her father could pluck such an expensive medicinal herb. Her father didn't need to use this medicinal herb these few years. She wiped her face and seriously muttered to herself, "It must be here." Just as she finished speaking, the rain suddenly stopped. That's not right. The rain in front of her was still falling down. Why was there no rain above her head? Mu Ling suspiciously raised her head to look. She only saw a patch of enchanting red. In the cold winter rain, it was burning with a patch of enchanting red lotus flames. In this patch of enchanting red fire, that man's charming eyes were like silk and his dimples were like flowers. At this moment, Mu Ling Er's entire world was clear after the rain, and flowers bloomed like brocade. Chi brother. She stood up in pleasant surprise and threw herself at Gu Chishao. Gu was squatting on the horizontal branch of a tree. He stroked his eyebrows with one hand and held a large red umbrella with the other. He allowed Mu Ling to throw herself at him. The smile on his face didn't change at all. However, this girl who was stronger than weeds suddenly burst into tears the moment she threw herself into his warm embrace. Boo-hoo! Chi brother, boo-hoo! What's wrong? Gu asked gently. Boo-hoo! Boo-hoo! Mu Ling was still crying. She was no longer as strong as before. She cried miserably and couldn't even speak. She looked like a pitiful little girl. Gu looked at the sky, helplessly. Cry, baby, go ahead and cry. Cry all you want. When he wasn't around, she was as strong as weeds. When he was here, she cried like this. Was she pretending? She wasn't. No matter how strong a girl was, once she had an arm to rely on, all her strength would instantly collapse. Mu Ling cried for a long time. Other than the sound of boo-hoo, she only said the 3 words, Chi brother. She didn't complain at all. After a long time, she finally stopped. She sniffed and looked up at Gu. Chi brother, you're not crying anymore. Gu raised his eyebrows and asked, I'm done crying. Mu Ling smiled through her tears. Chapter 394. Mu Ling was a carefree and straightforward girl, but in front of Gu, she became a crybaby. However, she was not the kind of troublesome woman who would cry endlessly. When she cried freely, she could immediately laugh. She hurriedly grabbed Gu's arm, for fear that he would run away. Chi brother, I knew you would come to me. Gu disliked her wet body and wanted to push her away, but Mu Ling held him very tightly. Gu glared at her. Mu Ling raised her eyebrows and looked at him provocatively, as if she would never let go. Hee, if I didn't find those 2 things, of course I would come to you. Gu sneered. As soon as these words came out, Mu Ling resentfully let go. Chi brother came to find the medicine, not to find her. She was very clear about this. She seemed to be careless and careless, but in her heart, she saw things more clearly than anyone else. From the time they met, Chi brother almost never came to her unless he needed something. If I don't find the medicine, will you never forgive me? Mu Ling asked seriously. Chi brother said that as long as she found the 2 medicine, he would forgive her for the Tianqing incident. Gu could stand this girl's pestering and her snot and tears, but he couldn't stand her serious look. Let's go. Let's go and take shelter from the rain first. I have something to discuss with you. In fact, Gu had been here for a long time. He had been searching in the Mu family's medicinal herb storehouse for more than a month, but unfortunately he found nothing. There was really no place to take shelter from the rain. The 2 found a safe cave and the rain stopped. Mu Ling's clothes, hair, and shoes were all wet. As soon as she entered the cave, she soaked the ground. But she didn't care about anything and asked anxiously, Chi brother, what do you want to discuss with me? Gu was not anxious with her. He slowly wiped off the water droplets on his body and found a clean stone to sit on. He poked his hand and said, It's cold. TSK, this bad thing. He only cared about himself. Didn't he see that Mu Linger, a little girl, was drenched? If it were Han Yunqi today, this guy would have eagerly started a fire. He might even find a clean set of clothes for her in the rain. He was not someone who did not know how to take care of others. But he just had to bully Mu Linger. That was how matters of the heart were. Both parties were willing, and there was nothing to complain about. Mu Linger was so cold that she was shivering. Her lips were completely pale. When she heard that Gu was cold, she hurriedly gathered all the dead leaves in the cave and asked Gu for a match to start a fire. Without needing her to call him, Gu had already approached the fire and warmed himself up with a look of enjoyment. Chi brother, what do you want to say? Mu Linger was very curious. Can you strive to find those 2 medicinal herbs within half a year? Gu was still talking about the medicinal herbs. Half a year. Mu Linger was suspicious. What are these things for? Is someone poisoned? Will the poison take effect in half a year? Why do you care so much? Just tell me whether or not I can. Gu Qixiao grew unhappy. If I'm happy, then I can. If I'm not happy, then I can't. Mu Linger also had a temper. Gu squinted his eyes and smiled with interest. Io, little girl, you know how to throw a tantrum with me? Mu Linger looked at him arrogantly and did not say a word. Gu suddenly approached and lifted Mu Linger's chin. He whispered mischievously, "What do I have to do to make you happy?" An evil aura rushed towards her. His beautiful face was right in front of her eyes. Mu Linger's heart was beating wildly. Even though she knew that Chi Brother was just joking, she still could not help but indulge in it. Her heart was infatuated, and so was her person. As long as Chi Brother is happy, Linger will be happy. Her voice was as gentle as spring water. She was as beautiful as spring. Unfortunately, Gu could not see it. He immediately let go and said excitedly, "Linger, are you really confident?" Good things were always short-lived. Ignoring the disappointment in her heart, Mu Linger was still arrogant. She raised her chin and said, "The panoptic red lotus is in these 3 mountains. As for the Bear River, it's actually in—" Before Mu Linger could finish speaking, she heard the sound of wind breaking from outside the cave. The 2 of them turned their heads to avoid it. Soon, a familiar voice was heard. "Mu Linger, come out. I know you're inside." Wasn't this voice the Mu family's eldest young master, Mu Chaoran? How did he find this place? One had to know that Mu Chaoran was not only Mu Ingdong's eldest son, but also the eldest son of the first wife. His status was very noble, and it could be said that he was the most legitimate successor of the Mu family. Unfortunately, his pharmaceutical skills were far inferior to Mu Linger's, the daughter of a concubine. In the end, a medicinal family was not a royal family. In such a family, ability was the most important and birth was secondary. Mu Linger was Mu Ingdong's designated successor. Mu Chaoran had long disliked Mu Linger. In the past, he couldn't cause trouble for Mu Linger because of Mu Ingdong. Now that Mu Linger was involved in such a big matter, how could Mu Chaoran let go of such a good opportunity? Ever since the entire medicine city was attacking Mu Linger because of the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, Mu Chaoran hadn't been idle. He had been looking for Mu Linger the entire time. It was a coincidence that they ran into each other today. Mu Linger was sick and tired of her brothers and sisters, especially this eldest brother of hers. In the past, she would have treated any provocation as a dog barking. But now that she had a case, it would be troublesome if Mu Chaoran exposed her whereabouts. Mu Linger hesitated for a moment, then said, "Chi brother, go away first. I'll discuss this with him." As she spoke, the person outside impatiently shouted, "Mu Linger, if you don't come out, I'll go tell Mother right away." If he told Father, he would probably cover up for this brat again. But if he told Mother, Mother would definitely make a big deal out of it. Even Father wouldn't be able to handle it. Gu didn't say a word and hid behind a large rock. Mu Chaoran was still talking nonsense here, which meant that he wouldn't really tell the Mu clan's matriarch. He must have something to ask of Mu Ling. Seeing that Gu had hidden himself, Mu Linger walked out confidently. She stopped at the cave entrance and saw Mu Chaoran standing alone outside. "If you have something to say, then say it," Mu Linger said cold. "A wild child without a mother. This is the kind of upbringing you have." Mu Chaoran spat. Mu Linger narrowed her eyes. "What do you want?" "I want your 30 medicinal notes, not a single one less. Otherwise—" Mu Chaoran was very direct. Mu Linger sucked in a breath of cold air. "You're robbing me." The medicinal notes were Mu Linger's treasure. It was the essence of what she had learned since she was young. There were also many of her secret recipes recorded inside. This thing was priceless, let alone 30 of them. "You're just going to treat it as being robbed?" Mu Chaoran shrugged, looking like he had no other choice. "What if I don't give it to you?" Linger asked cold. Hee, it's fine if you don't give it to me. Either I go tell mother now or… Chaoran thought for a moment and smiled. All right, you're still my little sister. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and admit that your medicinal skills are inferior to mine, and I'll treat it as if I didn't meet you today and didn't see you bringing outsiders into the medicinal herb storage. He was going too far and was taking advantage of the situation. Chaoran was actually here to bully people today. If he told Mother about this matter and let Mother make a big fuss, Father would still be unhappy in the end. Mother and son wouldn't get any benefits. Even if he couldn't do anything to Linger, he could at least humiliate her once and kill her spirit. Linger's hands clenched tightly as her heart violently heaved up and down. She had always been giving in and hiding, but this group of people still couldn't tolerate her. It was said that the heavens were jealous of geniuses, but it should be people who were jealous of geniuses. What if I don't? Linger asked cold again, who knew that the moment her voice fell, Chaoran shouted, Someone come, you shut up! Linger was anxious. The entire Mu family, except for Father, wanted to hand her over to the Medical Herbs Association. At this juncture, she couldn't afford to gamble or make a fuss. She had to find the medicine. What, have you thought it through? Chaoran smiled very cockily. Linger clenched her teeth tightly. She didn't want to agree, but this young master's patience is limited, Chaoran urged. Linger stared at him and almost knelt down. At this time, a red figure suddenly flew out from the cave. Gu's speed was very fast. Before Chaoran could see his appearance, he had already landed behind Chaoran. His well-maintained white and gentle hand suddenly grabbed Chaoran's neck. Don't kill him. Linger was anxious. There were many cases of brothers killing each other in the Mu family, but she didn't want her hands to be stained with this kind of blood. Otherwise, she would have already asked Chi brother to silence Chaoran and save herself a lot of trouble. Gu's lips curled into a sneer. He ignored Linger's obstruction and slowly pierced his fingernails into Chaoran's neck. No, I didn't see anything. Chaoran was frightened, but soon he couldn't make a sound. Blood flowed out and his throat hurt like needles. When he spoke, the pain was unbearable. I'm the only one who can bully this girl. Remember this. Gu's voice was so low that it sounded like it came from hell. He had always bullied Linger, but he was so overbearing that he didn't allow others to bully her. Bullying was also a kind of special privilege. Chaoran was so scared that his whole body trembled. He looked at Linger for help. Linger didn't hear Gu's words just now. She was also frightened. Chi brother, he's my brother after all. Gu threw him to the side and coldly said, If you dare to say anything about today's matter, I'll give it a try. Chaoran was also a martial artist, so he was very clear about the weight of this threat. I didn't see anything. He almost rolled and crawled to escape. Linger finally let out a sigh of relief. Chi brother is still the smart one. With a little threat, he won't dare to do anything for at least half a year. Half a year. As long as she could help Chi brother find those 2 ingredients. She didn't care about the sanctions of the Medical Materials Association. In any case, if she wanted to continue living in Medicine City, she wouldn't be able to escape in this lifetime. Gu slowly wiped his hands clean and asked, Who did you say had the bear chuan? Chapter 395. There were only 3 ingredients needed to cure Mute Granny's poison. Serpent fruit, bear chuan, and panoptic red lotus. Now that the serpent fruit was in Chang Fei Ye's hands, and the panoptic red lotus was confirmed to be in the Mu family's herb storage, only the bear chuan was still missing. Linger's eyes flashed with a sly glint as she smirked. Chi brother, do you think I'll become more powerful than Gu Chi Sha from Medicine Ghost Valley in the future? You will. Gu was very certain. There's only one bear chuan in the world. Gu Chi Sha probably doesn't know where it is either. Mu Ling said mysteriously. Still not telling me? Clearly, Gu's patience was running out. Mu Ling leaned over and whispered in his ear, Northern Li's Kong Wang. Jun Ixia. Gu was very surprised. How did you know? Jun Ixia had kept a low profile ever since he was defeated in Medical City, but Gu hadn't forgotten about him. He had always been a vengeful person. He would take revenge for both himself and Poison Lass, even if Jun Ixia was poisoned by Poison Lass and could never be cured. It was Poison Lass who took revenge for him. Gu Qixiao had been waiting this entire time to take revenge for Poison Lass. This thing is being raised in the 100 Poisons sex herb storage. I spent a lot of money to buy this information from a friend. Unlike Gu Qixiao, who was an enemy in the medical circle, Mu Ling, I had many friends and was naturally well informed. Qi brother, when we find the panoptic red lotus, let's go to the 100 Poisons sex herb storage together, okay? Mu Ling was very excited. She didn't tell Qi Gij about this in the letter because she wanted to find him personally and beg him to agree. The happiest thing was to go on an adventure with Qi brother, to live and die together, to share sorrow and joy. Jun Ixia, Gu rubbed his chin and pondered for a while. There's no hurry. Let's find the panoptic red lotus first. As long as he was sure that Xiong Chuan was with Jun Ixia, he was relieved. Qi brother, Mu Linger was about to say something when she suddenly sneezed. His entire body was dripping wet, and when the wind blew it was really cold to the bone. Good girl, dry your clothes first. I'll keep watch for you. Gu had a smile on his face the whole time. He was in a very good mood. A casual word of good girl made Mu Ling instantly become obedient. She said happily, okay. When Mu Linger finished tidying up and came out, Gu was leaning against the wall with one hand behind his head and the other hand stroking his smooth chin. His long and narrow eyes were slightly narrowed, as if he was planning something. Qi brother, what are you thinking about? Mu Ling, Uri's intuition told her that there was something wrong with this guy. Nothing. Gu lazily rose to his feet. Let's figure things out and split up. Mu Linger was delighted. She could spend time with Qi brother for a long time now. In any case, she'd have plenty of time to ask him questions in the future. Aside from the places they'd already searched, there was still more than half of the Mu clan's medicine storehouse that they hadn't searched yet. The two of them discussed their routes and split up before meeting up at night. Their search ended up taking them over 2 months. 2 months later, it was already the end of the year. There wasn't much grain left in Tianning's disaster regions. Plenty of grain had been donated over the past 2 months, but it was still like trying to put out a burning cart with a cup of water. Thanks to Emperor Tianhui's incitement, all of Tianning from top to bottom began to pay attention to the disaster areas after the new year. However, His Highness Duke of Qin, who was in charge of the disaster relief efforts, was no longer in the region. Your Majesty, the spies in South Ning Prefecture sent news that His Highness Duke of Qin has left the prefecture. Eunuch Luo reported. Where to? Emperor Tianhui was surprised. He was the one who'd personally sent the Duke of Qin to the disaster regions, but he was the one who worried the most. Eunuch Luo replied timidly, the spies are still searching. At his words, Emperor Tianhui lost his temper and slapped the table. Useless trash. A bunch of useless trash. So many people were watching one person, but they still lost sight of him. For Emperor Tianhui, this was his last gamble. He had to be extra cautious. Your Majesty, His Highness Duke of Qin couldn't have secretly gone to look for grain, right? Eunuch Luo asked doubtfully. He hadn't looked for grain in the past 2 months. Emperor Tianhui had been paying attention to the Duke of Qin and Qin Wangfei's every move in South Ning Prefecture. Actually, it wasn't just Emperor Tianhui, but everyone else as well. They all assumed that His Highness Duke of Qin and esteemed Wangfei would be in a hurry to find grain. But His Highness Duke of Qin hadn't found a single grain in the past 2 months. He and esteemed Wangfei were living in seclusion at the South Ning prefecture official's estate as if they were on vacation. If they didn't look for grain 2 months ago, where would they go now? Emperor Tianhui retorted unhappily. This year's harvest hadn't been good. It was the end of the year when grain was needed, so there was a shortage of grain everywhere. Then where would they go? Eunuch Luo asked thoughtfully. Emperor Tianhui glared at him, too angry to speak. Eunuch Luo actually dared to ask him? Who was he supposed to ask if Eunuch Luo was asking him? As soon as Eunuch Luo met Emperor Tianhui's eyes, he backed away in fear and shut his mouth. Emperor Tianhui furiously slapped the table. Search. Find them even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Otherwise, don't even think about celebrating the new year. Scared to death, Eunuch Luo hastily went to announce the decree. Just where were Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi? Emperor Tianhui was paying close attention, but Long Fei Yi wasn't hiding from him, but the Tang clan. There were only 10 days left until New Year's Eve. Long Fei Yi received news ahead of time from the Tang clan that Tang Zijin had already taken care of Tang Li's escape from his marriage. He was going to personally visit the South Ning prefecture official's estate to invite him and Han Yunqi to the Tang clan for New Year's. South Ning prefecture wasn't far from the Tang clan. Long Fei Yi left with Han Yunqi the very next night after receiving the news. It was easy for him to find an excuse for not going, but he was too lazy to find one. Your Highness, just where are we going? Han Yunqi was still in a daze. She had no idea what was going on. New Year's Eve, Long Fei Yi said simply. Back to the capital? We won't make it in time either. Han Yunqi was alarmed. According to the rules of Tianning's imperial clan, even the princes, dukes, and Junwang who had been sent out had to return to the capital, to say nothing of Long Fei Yi, the noblest of all dukes. But Emperor Tianhui couldn't send them to the disaster areas so easily. How could he let them go back so easily? There were only 10 days left until New Year's Eve, so they wouldn't be able to make it back in time. Long Fei Yi was about to say something when he stopped himself. Sleep then. You'll know when we get there. Over the past 2 months, he'd been searching for the whereabouts of the 7 noble families' descendants, while Han Yunqi was immersed in the detox dimension, trying to figure out the antidote for Bailey Mingxiang's poisons. The 2 of them didn't put the matter of finding grain to heart. To outsiders, it looked like they were on vacation, but they knew better than anyone else how busy they were. Han Yunqi wasn't in the best of spirits because she was immersed in the detox dimension. Moreover, the days were getting colder and colder, making her more and more sleepy. Is your Highness planning to give Qinxie a surprise? Han Yunqi asked with interest. A surprise for her? Did that count? Long Fei Yi had never understood how to curry favor with a woman, much less give her a surprise. Perhaps this was it. You'll know when we get there, he said the same thing. Then Qinxie will look forward to it. Han Yunqi stole a glance at him, just as Long Fei Ye's gaze drifted over as well. When he saw her looking at him, he immediately averted his gaze. Han Yunqi was still wrapped in a white fox fur coat as she curled up on one side, her eyes closed. She should have gone back into the detox dimension, but Long Fei Ye's tantalizing words made it impossible for her to concentrate. In this world, only the man by her side could do such a thing. A few words were enough to stir up the waters of her heart, making it impossible for her to calm down. New Year's Eve was a major event. Family matters were meant to be celebrated with family. It was impossible for her to return to the capital. Was this fellow going to take her to see his family? To the Tang clan? He had said that his parents were from the Tang clan. Although Han Yunqi didn't like seeing Aunt Ru's despicable face, she would still be very happy if she could go back to the Tang clan with Long Fei Yi for New Year's Eve. After all, it was as grand as going back with him to see his parents. This meant that he had completely brought her into his world. Although he didn't say anything, she didn't ask. However, in the end, she still hoped that he would tell her more of his secrets. He said that one's background was a matter of the past, a matter of the previous generation, and that one should look forward to the future. But if one didn't understand a person's past, how could one understand him, love him, dote on him, protect him? Bailey Mingxiang had started cultivating Beauty's blood at such a young age. What about him? At what age did he have the ambition to conquer the world? Was it tiring? Long Fei Yi, my past belonged to Han Yunqi, whose soul had died. I don't care about it. But your past is something that you personally experience day by day. How can I not care? Han Yunqi secretly opened her eyes. She saw Long Fei Yi holding a scroll and carefully reading it. He was dressed in a snow-white robe with a luxurious fox fur robe draped over it. The white was spotless and elegant, while the purple was noble and extraordinary. He didn't look like an ordinary person. Such a quiet and restrained scene would forever be engraved in Han Yunqi's heart. Long Fei Yi, I look forward to getting closer to you, even closer. I will definitely finish walking 100 steps. The carriage took a hidden path and didn't travel fast. When they arrived at their destination, there were only 2 days left until New Year's Eve. She didn't know how he developed this habit, but when they were in the same carriage, he would always get off first and then personally help her down. This time, she closed her eyes and felt the door sill to get out. She almost fell. Seeing this, he hurriedly supported her. What are you doing? Is it a surprise? Han Yunqi asked with a smile. She had always remembered it, but he had forgotten. Han Yunqi waited. She wanted to see how he would answer this time. Unfortunately, she waited and waited. But Long Fei Yi didn't say anything for a long time. Han Yunqi's good mood was inevitably dampened after waiting for a long time. All right. She had done something unnecessary. This guy was as cold as an iceberg. He didn't even know how to joke. How could he be in the mood for this? If he didn't answer, she might as well answer it herself. Hee, you'll know when you open your eyes. Han Yunqi was about to open her eyes when Long Fei Yi suddenly reached out and covered her eyes. Wait. Chapter 396. Long Fei Yi was even colder than the dead of winter, but his palms were warm and scorching. The familiar warmth enveloped her eyes, so warm that Han Yunqi had the urge to never open her eyes again. Rather than seeing this man's existence, she might as well feel his existence. Although she knew this wouldn't last forever, she still hoped that this moment could last a little longer. Han Yunqi closed her eyes, enjoying the rare warmth as she waited. Who knew that Long Fei Yi would suddenly carry her in his arms and take large strides towards the entrance? Don't open your eyes yet. There really was a surprise? She had clearly been looking forward to it the entire time. But sometimes she was still very surprised. She was nervous and obediently allowed him to carry her the entire way, her eyes tightly shut. After walking for a long time, apart from his hurried footsteps, she didn't hear any other sounds. Her hanging heart thumped loudly. After walking for a long time, Long Fei Yi finally put Han Yunqi down. Your Highness, can I open my eyes now? Han Yunqi timidly asked. Long Fei murmured, but didn't say anything else. Han Yunqi immediately opened her eyes, instantly stunned by the scene in front of her. So beautiful! She discovered that she was in the depths of the plum garden. What a beautiful world, wrapped in silver. The plum blossoms reflected the snow, just like a fairyland. Han Yunqi looked around and discovered that this plum garden was so big that she couldn't see the end. Rather than calling this a plum garden, it was better to call this a sea of plum blossoms. No matter which direction she walked, she couldn't see the end. In this world, there was only snow, only plum blossoms, only him, only her. It was like a pure paradise. Just as Han Yunqi was sighing in amazement, Long Fei Yi, who was standing behind her, began to softly recite a poem. Wind and rain send spring back, flying snow welcome spring. Already 100 zhang of ice on the precipice, there are still blossoms. Blossoms don't compete for spring, they only report spring as it comes. When the mountain flowers bloom, she smiles among them. Wasn't this poem the one she'd been forced to write last year when the plum blossoms were in full bloom and she'd been invited by Princess Chongping to participate in the plum blossom meet? Actually, it couldn't be said that she had written it because she had stolen Lao Mao's poem. It was precisely this poem that gave Princess Chongping and the others a resounding slap to the face. It was also precisely because of this poem that the talented Duan Muyao was unable to compose any more poems. She had won that battle beautifully. She had always thought that he would never care about her when she was fighting alone in all those troubles. Who knew that he had actually memorized this poem? Han Yunqi looked back and felt an indescribable sense of pleasant surprise. The plum blossoms in the garden were not a pleasant surprise, but his soft moan was the real surprise. Your Highness, so you know this poem. Han Yunqi was wearing a spotless white dress and a snow-white fox fur coat. She stood in this world of red plum blossoms, reflecting the snow with a resplendent smile. Her smile was reflected in the poem. She smiles in the thicket. This wasn't a deliberate, surprise, long fei you wanted to give her. It was just that this scene reminded him of that poem. He had indeed secretly paid attention to Princess Chongping's plum blossom meet last year. I've heard of it, he replied indifferently. You memorized it? Han Yunqi asked. Long Fei Yi glanced at her, but didn't reply. He moved deeper into the plum blossom sea to admire the plum blossoms. Han Yunqi stood in place, watching his back without moving. Long Fei Yi had already walked far away when he saw that Han Yunqi still hadn't followed him. Only then did he stop. The poem wasn't bad. I memorized it while I was at it. That was exactly what she wanted him to say. Han Yunqi was satisfied and eagerly followed him. Your Highness, what is this place? It's rare to see such a large garden. Jiangnan's Plum Blossom Sea. This garden is for you as a New Year's gift. We'll spend the New Year here this year. Long Fei Yi casually replied while admiring the plum blossoms, as if he was talking about something unimportant. However, Han Yunqi was stunned. Jiangnan's Plum Blossom Sea. This was the most famous of the 3 great gardens in Jiangnan. It was named after the plum blossoms that bloomed like the sea every year during winter and spring. This garden was 3 times the size of the Duke of Qin's residences. It would take at least 3 days and 3 nights to walk through the entire courtyard. Its owner had always been mysterious. She didn't expect it to be Long Fei Yi. Did he just say that he was going to give this garden to her? The first gift he gave her was a bracelet that was worth an entire country. The second gift he gave her was a garden whose value couldn't be appraised. Although they were legally married, did this guy have to be so extravagant? After Han Yunqi's pleasant surprise, she was a little shocked. Just how rich was this guy's family? Long Fei Yi had already walked far away, but Han Yunqi was still standing in place. He turned back and beckoned with his finger. Come here. Your Highness, it's too valuable. Han Yunqi replied truthfully. You don't like it? Long Fei Yi asked. Han Yunqi immediately shook her head. How could she not like the 2 surprises of a poem and a garden? It's good that you like it. They're all common things, so there's nothing valuable about them. Long Fei Yi said as he took out the plum blossom token from his sleeve and stuffed it into Han Yunqi's hand. The owner of this token was the master of the Plum Sea. All the servants and guards in the garden had to listen to their orders. Since the token was already stuffed into her hand, Han Yunqi knew that with his temper, she had no room to refuse. Then what does your Highness think is valuable? She asked curiously. Long Fei Yi turned back to look at her. What do you think? Han Yunqi looked seriously at Long Fei Yi and replied without hesitation, if you want to win the heart of one person, they'll be together until their hair turns white. Long Fei Yi, you also know that those are all common things. No matter how valuable something is, even if it's the world as a betrothal gift, It can't compare to you taking a step towards me. Long Fei Yi, in your eyes, how many steps are there between us? Seeing Han Yunqi's sincere and stubborn gaze, Long Fei Yi didn't say anything. After a long time, he finally slowly pulled Han Yunqi into his embrace. Snowflakes began to flutter and silently fell on their hair and shoulders. In the plum sea, the two people were silent for the entire world. If you want to win the heart of one person, they'll be together until their hair turns white. Long Fei Yi, if you have to make a choice one day, what is the most important thing in your heart? In the center of the plum forest, there was a short, symmetrical, Japanese-style house. In the middle was a tea room, on the left and right were side rooms, and in the back was a natural hot bath. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi stayed here until night fell. Han Yunqi discovered the true meaning of Long Fei Yi's words. Let's celebrate the new year here. It really was just the two of them celebrating the new year together. Not a single person from the Tang sect was seen. This seemed even better. On New Year's Eve, good wine and delicacies were prepared. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi sat across from each other and drank. There were 2 or 3 servants standing guard at the side. Snowflakes swirled outside the door, and steam rose from the hot bath behind them. Everything was as silent as a painting. It was peaceful but not lonely. Long Fei Yi wasn't an alcoholic. He tasted wine like he tasted tea, and his every movement was elegant and noble. Han Yunqi wasn't an alcoholic either, but she tasted it seriously today. For the first time, she discovered that drinking wine was also a kind of pleasure. A distant bell rang. It was midnight. Han Yunqi stood up and bowed deeply. Your Highness, this concubine wishes you a happy new year. I hope that everything will go smoothly this year and that your Highness will be in good health. He was the head of the household and her husband. This kind of etiquette was necessary. This year, Long Fei Yi muttered to himself. He seemed to be thinking about something, but also seemed to be looking forward to it. He gave Han Yunqi a large red packet. You may dispense with the formalities. Long Fei Yi left the table and sat by the door, staring blankly at the snowy scenery. Your Highness, is there something on your mind? Han Yunqi asked with concern. Long Fei Yi didn't say anything. He waved his hand, indicating for her to come over. Han Yunqi sat next to him. She thought that Long Fei Yi would say something, but who knew that he would remain silent? After sitting for a long time, Han Yunqi was tired. Recently, she had been too immersed in the detoxification system. Although she wasn't mentally and physically exhausted, she was still tired and couldn't stay up through the night. Han Yunqi sat and waited. Drowsily, she slowly leaned against Long Fei Yi's shoulder. Long Fei Yi glanced at her and let her lean on him. Soon, Han Yunqi really fell asleep. Her entire body leaned against him. Bring the princess's fox fur coat. Long Fei Yi ordered in a low voice. Long Fei Yi carefully pulled the sleeping person into his arms and wrapped her in the fox fur coat, letting her sleep more peacefully. Your Highness, it's cold. Why don't you return to your room to sleep? A servant girl whispered. Long Fei Yi only waved his hand, indicating for them to withdraw. The servant girls didn't dare to persuade him and could only disperse. The snow became heavier and heavier, but also became more and more silent. Long Fei Yi stared at the snowy ground, lost in thought. Many New Year's Eves, Grand Concubine, he would fall asleep right after midnight. Mu Fei would wait for him under the plum trees in the back courtyard of arid Peace Palace, waiting for him to pay his New Year's greetings. Every year, Mu Fei would ask him, it's been another year. Are you ready? Ever since Mu Fei passed away, he hadn't stayed up late for New Year's. It's been another year. I'm willing to win the heart of one person, never to part even in old age. Han Yunqi, if you have to make a choice one day, what's the most important thing in your heart? He muttered to himself as he took out the perplexing butterfly illusion from Han Yunqi's sleeve and played with it in his hands. That night, Han Yunqi slept soundly in Long Fei Ye's arms. She had no idea that Long Fei Ye's heart was filled with thousands of thoughts. She had a beautiful dream where winter passed and spring came. Plum blossoms fluttered in the air as Long Fei Ye stood among them, waving at her. Early next morning, Han Yunqi woke up to find herself sleeping in her own room. As soon as she left the room, she ran into a guard reporting Long Fei Ye's affairs. They'd barely had a few days of peace before Emperor Tianhui came, looking for trouble again. Your Highness, the county magistrates from the 3 major prefectures all knelt outside the senior provincial official's estate early this morning. They said they wouldn't go back until they saw you, the guard reported. Let them kneel, Han Yunqi said unhappily. Needless to say, Emperor Tianhui must have ordered these little county magistrates to act so boldly. Their only motive was grain. Although they lacked grain, at least they wouldn't starve the disaster victims this New Year's. What else did Emperor Tianhui want? Long Fei, you might have won the hearts of the people, but he was also maintaining stability in Tianning's disaster areas. If Long Fei Yi hadn't taken the grain from the imperial uncle's estate this time, Emperor Tianhui might not have had a peaceful New Year's. The guard was troubled. The 3 major prefectures had over a dozen county magistrates under them. It wasn't appropriate for them to kneel on the first day of the year. Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi went along with Han Yunqi's wishes. Let them kneel. Your lordship won't return until the 15th. The 15th, Han Yunqi almost laughed out loud. If those county magistrates heard those 2 words, they'd probably kneel for half a day before scrambling to run back. Your Highness, are we going to look for grain? Han Yunqi asked curiously. She always knew Long Fei Yi was confident, but she had no idea where they were supposed to find grain. Go make preparations. We'll set out in the afternoon. Long Fei Yi said simply. Since New Year's was over, it was time for Emperor Tianhui to beg them to go back. Chapter 397. It was only the first month of the lunar year, just past the beginning of spring. Tianning's north was still a world of ice and snow, while the central regions still had rain and snow. Although they could start farming after the beginning of spring, most of them had to wait until the rain stopped, especially in the central regions of the disaster areas, where the rain didn't come so quickly. Han Yunqi estimated that the disaster areas would lack at least a month's worth of grain. A month later, the crops would still be unripe, but wild herbs and weeds would be growing like crazy. At least they wouldn't run out of things to eat. What would they use to fill this month's gap? Everyone in Tianning was watching and waiting for the results. Han Yunqi had once thought of hunting down game to eat. Far away in the northern regions of northern Li country, the hunters would hoard plenty of game every winter. Unfortunately, such things had to be prepared beforehand. It was impossible to find any game in the mountains in the middle of winter. As the carriage sped along, Han Yunqi was puzzled as to where they were headed. But she didn't ask this time, only guessing. Who knew that Long Fei would actually bring her to a harbor? Han Yunqi alighted from the carriage and saw a luxurious warship. A familiar figure was hurrying down from the deck. It was none other than General Bailey. Your Highness, we're going out to sea to catch fish. Will we have enough time? Han Yunqi admired Long Fei Yi for thinking of going out to sea to catch fish. But would they have enough time to go out to sea now? Leaving aside the fact that the winter fishing season had already passed, it'd take them at least 3 months to make a round trip. If they returned in 3 months, they'd probably be cursed by the common people and severely punished by Emperor Tianhui. While they were talking, General Bailey and Bailey Mingxiang both arrived. Greetings to your Highness. Greetings to esteemed Wang Fei. General Bailey was extremely respectful. General Bailey stood up and said with a smile, I'm afraid that esteemed Wang Fei has never heard of Fishery Island, right? Fishery Island, right? Han Yunqi really hadn't heard of it. Esteemed Wang Fei, Fishery Island is located in the East Sea. There is a huge lake on the island called the Illusory Sea Lake. The bottom of the lake is connected to the sea. Every spring, a large number of fish will gather in the lake. As long as you find the right place to break the ice and cast the net, you will definitely have a good harvest, General Bailey explained. With that said, Han Yunqi instantly understood. So it was the winter hunt. Although she had never seen it before, she had heard of it. If one was lucky and chose the right location, catching hundreds of thousands of caddies of fish would not be a problem. Moreover, it could be frozen on the spot to ensure freshness. If they could really catch a batch of fish, not only would the disaster victims not go hungry, they would also be able to eat meat. Han Yunqi couldn't help but look forward to Emperor Tianhui's expression when he found out. She looked at Long Fei Yi. "Your Highness is wise." Long Fei Yi held her hand, and under the guidance of General Bailey, they boarded the warship. "Have you found all the fishermen?" Long Fei Yi asked. The illusory sea lake on Fishery Island was vast and boundless. Although there were countless schools of fish at the bottom of the lake, it was impossible to find the right spot to break through the ice. Usually it was up to the fishermen who went out to sea to find the right spot. Although they often failed, they had a better chance than the average fisherman. "Your Highness, my daughter Mingxiang is a professional and has come to serve you." As soon as General Bailey finished speaking, Bailey Mingxiang hurried out of the cabin. She was draped in thick fox fur robes, but her body was still very weak. She looked like a gust of wind would topple her over. With her head bowed, she strode forward and curtsied. "Bailey Mingxiang greets Your Highness, Duke of Qin, esteemed Wang Fei." Han Yunqi was very surprised. She never expected to see Bailey Mingxiang here. She always assumed that it would be at least half a year before she could see her again. She was even worried that Bailey Mingxiang wouldn't be able to make it through. She knows how to. Long Fei Yi was clearly surprised as well. She's always been curious and pondered. She's also been to Fishery Island a few times and is more experienced than the fishermen there. "As soon as I heard that Your Highness was going out to sea, I brought her here." General Bailey was the one who explained. Bailey Mingxiang was so respectful that she didn't even dare to raise her head to look at Long Fei Yi. "Can her body take it?" Long Fei Yi asked again. Bailey Mingxiang's heartbeat quickened at these words. Although she knew that His Highness didn't just care about her body, she was still satisfied. Even if it was the only sentence she heard in this lifetime, she would be satisfied. At least she used to be. General Bailey was still the one who answered. "She can take it. It's her honor to serve Your Highness." Long Fei Yi nodded. "Go back to the cabin and rest." "Thank you, Your Highness." Bailey Mingxiang finally spoke. She had waited and longed for a long time. Finally, she had a chance to speak with His Highness Duke of Qin. Unfortunately, she didn't even dare to look at him. She was afraid that if she did, she wouldn't be able to look away. She was afraid that if she did, she would feel uneasy. She was afraid that if she did, she would reveal traces of her love for him. Her heart was filled with panic and reluctance, but in the end, she bowed her head and took a few steps back before turning to leave. Han Yunqi saw all of this with her sharp eyes. She noticed that Bailey Mingxiang's hands were trembling the entire time. She had wanted to call out to Bailey Mingxiang, but considering that the wind was strong here and that she was so afraid of Long Fei Yi, she had no choice but to give up. After the ship set sail, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi's warship took the lead, followed by a group of fishing boats. The warship took the lead, and the fishing boats prepared to bring back the fish. Han Yunqi, Long Fei Yi, and General Bailey stood on the deck for a while before entering the cabin to find Bailey Mingxiang. When she entered the cabin, Bailey Mingxiang was huddled alone around the stove for warmth. Her entire body was curled up into a ball, giving off an inexplicable sense of desolation. When she saw Han Yunqi enter, she hurriedly stood up. "Esteemed Wang Fei, what, you dare to raise your head?" Han Yunqi asked with interest. Bailey Mingxiang smiled, but didn't say anything. "Are you afraid of His Highness Duke of Qin?" Han Yunqi was curious. She knew that everyone in General Bailey's estate was respectful and reverent towards Long Fei. But this was the first time she had seen someone as afraid as Bailey Mingxiang. "I'm afraid," Bailey Mingxiang replied honestly. "What are you afraid of? You're helping him raise Beauty's blood. You didn't do anything wrong, so why are your hands trembling?" Han Yunqi asked suspiciously. Bailey Mingxiang was originally calm, but after hearing this, she immediately felt guilty. She hurriedly explained, "Mingxiang is trembling because she's cold." "You haven't had much contact with His Highness before, right?" Han Yunqi asked as she pulled Bailey Mingxiang's hand over to take her pulse. "In order to avoid suspicion, it's very rare," Bailey Mingxiang replied in a low voice. "He's not that scary. If you see him in the future, raise your head. Don't act like a servant." Han Yunqi really couldn't stand Bailey Mingxiang's cowardly appearance. Bailey Mingxiang didn't want to say any more, but she couldn't help it. She couldn't bear to stop talking about this topic. "His Highness naturally isn't afraid of esteemed Wang Fei," she said indifferently. "Could it be that he's ruthless to all his subordinates?" Han Yunqi didn't understand. His Highness only keeps useful people. He won't tolerate any disobedience or betrayal. Bailey Mingxiang was about to continue when she paused. Then she added, "I heard everything from Father. His Highness has never used any servant girls. His only bodyguard is Chu Shifeng." "That's true," Han Yunqi muttered to herself. "That guy really doesn't have a single servant girl in his quarters. Is there anyone else?" Han Yunqi asked seriously. Actually, she didn't know much about the Long Fei either. Bailey Mingxiang knew too much, but how could she dare to continue? "Esteemed Wang Fei is the person closest to His Highness, so you should understand him best. What Mingxiang said is just hearsay." Close? That was hard to define. Han Yunqi only smiled wordlessly. She released Bailey Mingxiang's hand and said, "You must have rushed about on this trip." "News of His Highness going out to sea came suddenly, so I traveled day and night to get here." Bailey Mingxiang was speaking calmly now, but she'd never felt such wild joy in her life when she received news that she was going out to sea with His Highness Duke of Qin. It took her 3 days and 3 nights to calm herself down. She told herself that she could only succeed this time. She had to help His Highness find the fish-eye and break the ice to catch the fish. Good thing you didn't catch a cold, or else you'd be in big trouble. "The sea winds are strong, so stay in the cabin and don't go out too often," Han Yunqi instructed. Bailey Mingxiang immediately nodded obediently. "Thank you, esteemed Wang Fei." Han Yunqi knitted her brows and studied her closely, making Bailey Mingxiang flustered. "Esteemed Wang Fei, what's wrong? You little girl, you don't care about your own life?" Han Yunqi asked with interest. She had deliberately come here first, because she thought that Bailey Mingxiang would anxiously ask her if she found the antidote. But who would have thought that this girl wouldn't even mention it? "Have you seen through life and death?" Han Yunqi asked in a teasing tone. Bailey Mingxiang's eyes flashed with a trace of panic. She had been too excited, so much so that she had forgotten about her own life and death. On the way here, even today, her mind was filled with thoughts of traveling with His Highness and whether or not she would have a chance to speak with His Highness. Bailey Mingxiang was still smart. She lowered her head. "Esteemed Wang Fei, good news is not afraid of being late. Bad news. It's fine if you don't want to hear it." Han Yunqi gave a sigh. "Relax. Although there's no good news, there's no bad news either. I'm still thinking about it. It's been hard on esteemed Wang Fei." Bailey Mingxiang secretly let out a sigh of relief. She could not imagine what the consequences would be if the Princess Consort were to find out about her love for His Highness one day. They had traveled on the sea for 5 days and 5 nights. Bailey Mingxiang had used her weak body as an excuse to not leave the cabin. If she had known this would happen, why would she have waited so long? But even so, she did not regret it. When the warship was about to dock at Fishery Island, General Bailey suddenly noticed a warship similar to theirs not far away. General Bailey looked carefully and was shocked when he saw it. "Your Highness, it's the Northernly Imperial family's warship." Fishery Island was surrounded by a wide expanse of shoals, so there was only one port where they could anchor close to it. Not to mention the fight for the fish eye on the island, they would have to fight for this port. Northernly Imperial family? Long Fei Ye's lips curled into a cold smile. Chapter 398. The fishing season on Fishery Island was long, and the new year had just begun. Long Fei Ye's group was already considered early, but they didn't expect Northernly's imperial clan to show up as well. Northernly was a nomadic country, so fish wasn't even considered a supplementary food in their diet. What was the imperial clan doing here on New Year's Eve? Who was this member of the imperial clan? There was only one harbor on Fishery Island, located to the west of the island. It was a very small harbor, but judging by the size of the warships on both sides, the first one to pass through would leave the other with no choice but to watch. Currently, Long Fei Ye's warship was southwest of the harbor, while the Northernly Imperial clan's warship was northwest of it. Both sides were roughly the same distance from the harbor. Both sides were still quite far apart and had yet to meet each other. No one knew who the other was, but the scent of smoke and fire had long spread across the surface of the sea. There was only one harbor, so anyone who didn't want their ships to stop outside had to seize it. If they wanted to snatch the port, the only thing they could rely on was speed. However, there were many factors that affected speed on the sea. Long Fei Yi, Han Yunqi, and General Bailey stood at the bow of the ship, staring at the enemy warship in the distance. They were still hoisting their sails. Ships relied on both manpower and the wind to travel on the sea. The sails were used to borrow the wind's power. Generally speaking, a ship would hoist its sails when they set out and fold them when they reached the harbor. They were about to enter the harbor, but the other side was still hoisting their sails. Wasn't it a little too obvious that they were trying to outdo each other? "It looks like they're set on competing," Han Yunqi remarked. "Your Highness, the wind's picking up. They're sailing with the wind." General Bailey might not have any experience in naval warfare, but he had plenty of experience at sea. For the sake of forming Tianning's navy, he'd once spent 2 to 3 years at sea on a fishing boat. He was quite familiar with the weather and ocean currents at sea. Judging from the current situation, Northernly's warships were in a favorable position. "Pass down my orders to advance at full speed," Long Fei Yi ordered. Long Fei Yi was not afraid, even though he did not have the geographical advantage. He was determined to win this trip to Fishery Island, so he had long prepared for it. As soon as General Bailey gave the order, the number of oarsmen on both sides of the warship immediately increased from the original 20 to 30. The strength of the warship instantly increased by half. Even a layman like Han Yunqi could feel that the warship was accelerating. "General Bailey, I didn't expect you to have so many oarsmen hidden away." Han Yunqi looked to the side with interest. She discovered that the rowers were all burly men with strong arms. "Esteemed Wang Fei, this humble subject has yet to introduce it to you. This warship is called the Imperial Boat, and it is the head of the Bailey Navy's warships." There was no need for further introductions. Just the words "head of the warships" were enough to explain everything. Han Yunqi was overjoyed. "So domineering. Hee, the rest will depend on your performance." Long Fei Ye's warship did not accelerate, but once it did, it immediately overtook the Northernly warship. The master of the Northernly warship could not sit still. He quickly walked out of the cabin and looked at the other side. "Why are they suddenly so fast?" "Master, they must be having trouble. They must have sent more oarsmen, that's all," the boatman quickly replied. The master was filled with disdain as he coldly snorted and said, "How can human strength compete with heavenly strength? Overestimating yourself. Come, raise all the sails for this king. Full speed ahead." The boatman immediately moved and quickly raised all the large and small sails. As soon as the sails were raised, the wind became even stronger, whistling through the air. The master walked to the deck with large strides, allowing the wind behind him to mess up his hair and robe. This wind came at the right time. The heavens are helping me. He loudly laughed, looking very wild and arrogant. The wind blew the sails, and with a spurt of energy, it was like the ship was being pushed by a pair of invisible hands. Like an arrow leaving the bow, it headed straight for the harbor. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi stood side by side at the bow of the ship. Both husband and wife had their hands behind their backs as they looked coldly at the approaching warship, not saying a word. "Come, add 20 oarsmen and increase the speed." General Bailey made a prompt decision. As soon as he finished speaking, 20 oarsmen were added to the left and right wings of the warship. As a result, there were 50 oarsmen on each wing, making a total of 100, who said that human strength could not win against the heavens. These 100 oarsmen, 100 large oars, moved in unison with a shio 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 sound. The sound of drums, the sound of waves, the 100 oarsmen, sonorous and powerful, their morale unstoppable. The warship moved forward at full speed, matching the speed of the northernly warship. The two of them were rushing head-on, fighting to be the first to reach the harbor. For a moment, it was hard to tell who was faster or slower. "Master, their oarsmen are too amazing," the boatman reported in shock. "How many?" The master, who was determined to win, was very surprised. "I can't see them yet, but with their strength, we'll be in danger as soon as the wind stops." The boatman was very worried. Their oarsmen were already doing their best. As soon as they lost the advantage of the wind, the outcome would be clear. The master glared at the boatman, who immediately shut his mouth. The two ships moved side by side as they drew closer and closer to the harbor. The tension on the surface of the sea grew heavier and heavier. The master's gaze hardened as he personally flew to the stern of the ship and grabbed the drumsticks to hit the drum 3 times. "All of you, listen well to your lordship. Use all your strength and move forward at full speed. Once we reach the harbor, your lordship will reward you handsomely." As soon as he finished speaking, morale soared. He personally hit the drums to cheer them on. Thump, thump, thump. The rhythm was rapid, and the oarsmen followed the rhythm, rowing with all their might. They already had the advantage of the wind, but now that morale was boosted, the speed of the ship increased by another level. The master beat the drums as he glanced at the other side, his lips quirked up in a cold, disdainful smile. He knew who was on Tianning's ship. This time, he wanted that man to taste the taste of defeat. Northern Li's side had already sent their personal attendants into battle, while Tianning's side, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi, were still watching with folded arms. They stood at the prow of the ship and watched as their opponents gradually overtook them. Husband and wife were completely indifferent to the situation. Even General Bailey, who was waiting on the sidelines, had stopped moving. Did they have no other way? For a very long time, their speed remained the same, and there was no sign of it increasing. The disdain on the Northern Li master's lips grew thicker and thicker before he laughed wildly. "Someone come. Speed up for your lordship. Your lordship wants them to lose to the end." Morale was high as the drums beat against the skies. Although they couldn't increase their speed, they still had a fierce momentum that was unstoppable. As expected, the distance between the two sides quickly increased. Northern Li's ship was very close to the harbor, while Tianning's was still some distance away. There was no longer any suspense about victory or defeat. The Northern Li master was so engrossed in the sound of the drums that he couldn't even stop. He was so excited that he couldn't control himself. Unexpectedly, when Northern Li's ship was only 100 meters away from the harbor, Long Fei Yi spoke up. "Even if you do your best, this is all you've got." General Bailey gave a soft snort before issuing orders. "All oarsmen, get to your positions." As soon as he spoke, The two sides of the ship lowered their wings. Very soon, a large group of oarsmen filled up the empty spaces on the wings. There were at least 100 people on both sides now, including the oarsmen from before. The ship now had 200 oarsmen, 100 on each side. They were all rowing in unison. This speed was enough to go against the wind. Like an arrow leaving its bow, the ship shot forward. What did it mean to advance at top speed? What did it mean to be unstoppable? This was it. Tianing's warship was like a black horse that suddenly galloped forward and easily caught up with Northern Li's warship within 100 meters of the harbor. As soon as they caught up, the two sides saw each other clearly. Long Fei Yi immediately spotted Jun Yixia standing at the stern of the ship, beating the drums. As expected, Jun Yixia was the only person in Northern Li's imperial clan who could sail to Fishery Island on New Year's Eve. Jun Yixia stopped beating the drums and raised his chin to look over. He didn't meet Long Fei Yi's gaze for long before he looked towards Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi's phoenix eyes had long narrowed into slits as they emanated a murderous aura. Jun Yixia, long time no see. 6 pairs of eyes met, brimming with killing intent. Tianing's warship sped past Northern Li's warship with overwhelming momentum, heading straight for the harbor. Only now was victory decided. Long Fei Yi's victory was complete. Jun Yixia stared fixedly at them, his hands clenched into fists. He really couldn't accept this, but there was no chance left. As soon as Northern Li's oarsmen saw the 200 or so oarsmen on either side of Tianing's warship, they were so stunned that they stopped and forgot to row. This was the first time they'd seen such a magnificent fleet of oarsmen at sea. As it turned out, the other side hadn't been using their full strength all this time. Had they been watching them make fools of themselves? Jun Yixia couldn't accept this, but he also had to reevaluate his opponent's strength. Northern Li's warships might look like warships, but they were just fancy and impractical. They were raised for the imperial clan to play around on the seas. But Tianing's warship was a real warship. Jun Yixia felt humiliated as he muttered to himself, "Your Highness, Duke of Kong, when did Tianing raise a navy?" By now, Tianing's warship had already docked at the harbor and occupied the entire harbor. If he hadn't seen the strength of Tianing's warships, Jun Yixia might have blocked the entrance to the harbor and confronted Long Fei Yi. But the current situation would only lead to his death. He'd spent so much effort but failed to seize the harbor, and even lost his prestige to Long Fei Yi. Although he felt sullen, this wasn't the main reason he'd come here. The real contest would have to wait until they reached Fishery Island. Someone come, drop the anchor, and stop the ship. After giving the order, he prepared to use his lightness techniques to fly over the harbor and onto the island. Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi had already drawn his sword and aimed it at him from the prow of Tianing's warship. Long Fei Yi had never forgotten how he'd kidnapped Han Yunqi in Tianing. Although he hadn't come knocking on his door, how could he let him off so easily now that he'd run into him? Jun Yixia gave him a cold, disdainful look, full of provocation. Han Yunqi had poisoned his shoulder, and Han Yunqi had accused him of colluding with Duanmu Yao in front of everyone in Medical City. Then she'd planted Gu in Long Tianma. He'd always remembered all of these. Moreover, he hadn't forgotten about the poison beast or the white-robed man from the Shadow Clan. Over the past few days, the Northern Li imperial princes had been nipping at his heels, while Medical City was keeping a close eye on the 100 Poison sect. He couldn't free himself to investigate these matters, but he'd sent people to investigate in secret. He hadn't planned on meeting Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi so soon, but since they'd run into each other today, it didn't matter. It wouldn't affect his plans. Chapter 399. Long Fei Yi raised his sword and pointed it at Jun Yixia. This was the rhythm of a battle. Jun Yixia looked on coldly and fearlessly. Was this the rhythm of a battle? These two were the most famous of the 3 kings of Cloud Realm Continent and were equally matched in terms of power. Long before Han Yunqi appeared, they were indeed equally matched in terms of strength. One was highly skilled in martial arts, while the other was highly skilled in poison. The two of them restrained each other and were equally matched. However, Han Yunqi's appearance directly broke this balanced situation. With Han Yunqi's assistance, Long Feiyi was much less fearful of Jun Yixie's poison skills and increased his chances of victory by 30%. In a contest between experts, not to mention 30%, even a 50% chance of victory was very frightening. Thus, Jun Yixie had always lost to Long Feiyi's sword in the past year. If he didn't vent this anger on Han Yunqi, who else could he vent it on? In the confrontation between the two kings, Han Yunqi was the one with the most turbulent emotions. Her gaze was as cold as a blade as she stared fixedly at Jun Yixie. She wished she could cut this bastard into 1,000 pieces. Since they were on opposite sides, it was normal for them to fight. Even if it was a fight between a man and a woman, she wouldn't mind. However, Jun Yixie's actions were despicable. If the white-clothed gentleman hadn't risked his life to save her that day, she couldn't even imagine the consequences. Originally, she still regarded Jun Yixie as a person of importance. But now, she completely looked down on him. She didn't want to bring up such a shameful matter. She also didn't want to cry endlessly and complain to Long Feiyi for pity. She only knew that once Long Feiyi made a move, she would definitely assist him with all her strength. Towards a bastard like Jun Yixie, there was no need to talk about principles. Long Feiyi's sword trembled with a clang, and the sword whistled fiercely. Soon, the sword turned into a shadow, and so did the man. After a few illusions in the sky, he went straight for Jun Yixie. There was still some distance between the two boats. Han Yunqi wished that she knew martial arts so that she could follow Long Feiyi. Unfortunately, she did not. However, she was not discouraged. She focused all her attention on Jun Yixie. While she was on guard against him using poison, she was also looking for an opportunity to use it. Duke of Qin, long time no see. Won't you chat for a bit? Jun Yixie seemed arrogant, but he still avoided the question. You are not qualified to talk to me. In terms of arrogance, who could be as arrogant as Long Feiyi? He was not foolish enough to chase after the enemy's ship. Instead, he stood in the air above the sea and slashed out with his long sword. His sword Qi was like a rainbow, heading straight for Jun Yixie. Jun Yixie immediately dodged. Long Feiyi quickly realized that Jun Yixie was not prepared to fight. Instead, he kept dodging. There must be a trap here. What? Long time no see. Has Northern Li's Duke of Kong become a coward? Long Feiyi questioned. Jun Yixie's eyes flashed with a hint of unwillingness, but he did not answer. He leaned to the side to avoid the sword and unexpectedly dove into the water. Sure enough, he's a coward. Long Feiyi snorted disdainfully. His cold eyes watched every movement on the surface of the sea. Unfortunately, Jun Yixie had already dove very deep and could not be seen. Bailey, be on guard! Long Feiyi shouted. General Bailey naturally understood. When fighting on the sea, the scariest thing was that someone would sneak up on a ship from the bottom of the sea. This was the most difficult to guard against, and also the most fatal. Han Yunqi also closely watched the sea. Although she might not be able to poison such a vast sea, and Jun Yixie also could not do it, she still wanted to be cautious. General Bailey sent divers to protect the warship. Fighting underwater was very restrictive. Even an expert like Jun Yixie might not be able to withstand the divers. Time passed slowly. Jun Yixie did not have any trace of him. It seemed that he had really escaped. However, this was not his style. No matter what Jun Yixie wanted to do, Long Feiyi did not have the patience to accompany him. The monk could run away, but the temple could not. His sharp gaze swept across the sea before landing on Northern Li's warship. Let's see if Jun Yixie can still come out after I destroy it. But before Long Feiyi could make his move, a man dressed in embroidered robes walked out from one of the ship's pavilions. He was only in his early 20s, but had a graceful bearing and heroic air about him. He was dressed in white robes trimmed with gold, and his every movement exuded an air of nobility that was impossible to ignore. He looked cultured and refined, but his eyes shone with the shrewdness of a businessman. "Your Highness, Duke of Qin, it's been a few years since we last met. You're still as elegant as ever." He cupped his hands in greeting. Ouyang Nua, Long Fei Yi was surprised. He never expected to run into this fellow on Jun Yixie's ship. Han Yunqi's expression turned complicated at Long Fei Ye's words. Although she didn't recognize the man before her, she had long heard of his name. Ouyang Nua was the head of Cloud Realm Trade Consortium. He looked cultured and refined, but was actually a shrewd and treacherous man. He controlled many of Cloud Realm Continent's economic lifelines and could directly affect a nation's economy. For example, Medicine City's medicine trade seemed to be controlled by the three great clans, but that wasn't the case at all. If Ouyang Ningnuo was unhappy, 2/3 of Medicine City's medicine would go unsold. Rumors had it that Ouyang Ningnuo had bribed many members of the Medical Academy and the three great clans to get a hand in the trade between Medicine City and Medical City. Moreover, the trade between Tianning and Western Zhou at the border wasn't controlled by the Commander-in-Chief's estate. The true controller was this fellow, who had more skills than the Commander-in-Chief's estate to establish relationships between the various tribes. Rumors had it that Ouyang Ningnuo had a share of the profits from Cloud Realm Continent's two largest black markets as well. Leaving aside the truth of those rumors, his status as the head of Cloud Realm Trade Consortium was already impressive enough. He was a man that all powers had to give him some respect. Why was he traveling with Jun Yixie? Did he come to Fishery Island for the sake of the fishing season as well? "I'm indebted to your Highness, Duke of Qin, for remembering my humble name. It's truly an honor of 3 lifetimes," Ouyang Ningnuo said modestly. Long Fei Yi didn't buy it. "Cold," he asked. "Since when did Cloud Realm Trade Consortium become the lackey of Northern Li's imperial clan?" Ouyang Ningnuo didn't lose his temper, but patiently explained, "Your Highness, Duke of Qin, this one is simply cooperating with the Duke of Kong on a business deal. I ask that your Highness give Cloud Realm Trade Consortium some face. If your Highness has any personal grudges with the Duke of Kong, please settle them later." Long Fei Yi and Ouyang Ningnuo had no enmity between them. They even had some private business dealings, so it was hard for Long Fei Yi to refuse the man's request for face. Of course, Long Fei Yi wasn't an idiot. "Cold," he asked, "what, has Cloud Realm Trade Consortium set their sights on my Tianning's famine trade as well?" He got straight to the point. Most smart people would only see that Ouyang Ningnuo and Jun Yixie were working together to fish on Fishery Island. But Long Fei Yi saw through their schemes at a glance. These two people came to fish, one was not in need, and the other was not interested. They must be here for business. Of the 3 nations of Cloud Realm Continent, only Tianning citizens liked to eat fish. Now that they were suffering from famine, Ouyang Ningnuo was planning to catch fish and sell them to Tianning's imperial court. "Your Highness, Duke of Qin, there's freedom to trade. If there's grain to buy, I'm sure Emperor Tianhui and you'll be more than happy to spend silver for the sake of the famine victims. Fishing on Fishery Island is free as well. Only the capable can get what they want. Your Highness, Duke of Qin, wouldn't want to use force to take over the island, would you? If word got out, it'd be a disgrace to your illustrious name." Look, Ouyang Ningnuo's words were so pleasant to hear. It was clearly a shameless business, but it was crowned with such a dignified reason, making everything sound very reasonable. If Long Fei Yi refused to budge, wouldn't that mean he was using Jun Yixie's personal grudge as an excuse to take over Fishery Island? Han Yunqi's lips quirked up into a cold smile. Her first impression of this Ouyang Ningnuo was shameless. Although Long Fei Yi was staring at Ouyang Ningnuo without replying, Han Yunqi knew that she still had to give him face. After all, The other party was Cloud Realm Trade Consortium. Especially since they were working together with June Isia, it'd be even harder to offend them. Once they did, they'd be pushing Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's power and influence to June Isia's side. Han Yunqi was a calm and collected woman through and through. Of course, she was an exception when it came to Long Fei Yi. While Long Fei Yi was hesitating, a figure suddenly jumped out of the water and landed on the shore of Fishery Island. It was none other than June Isia. June Isia wiped away the water on his face with a disdainful smile. Long Fei Yi, for the sake of Sir Ouyang, your lordship will set aside our personal grudges for now. We'll fight another day. This fellow is clearly provoking Long Fei Yi on purpose. Long Fei Yi narrowed his eyes at him with a dangerous expression, but he didn't make a move. He was a calm and collected man through and through. He was well aware of the rules forbidding martial arts on Fishery Island. Since June Isia was already on the island, he couldn't make a move for now. Breaking the rules was immoral and would be cursed by the world. There were plenty of chances to deal with June Isia in the future, so he wasn't in a rush. It wouldn't be too late to deal with him after he caught all the fish. Fine, Ouyang Ningnua. Your lordship will give you face. Long Fei Yi happily sheathed his sword and returned to the ship. Many thanks to your highness, Duke of Qin. Ouyang Ningnua was still as gentle and courteous as ever. After switching to a smaller boat, Ouyang Ningnua brought a group of attendants onto the island. Long Fei Yi, Han Yunqi, and the Bailey father-daughter pair were all on board as well. Although they'd given Ouyang Ningnua face, there was no such thing as face on the island. Just like what was said just now, the fish on Fishery Island belonged to those who were capable. For example, there was no point in wasting words on finding the fisheye. Strength spoke louder than words. Mingxiang, you're under a lot of pressure, Han Yunqi murmured. She wasn't joking. Ouyang Ningnua had already admitted that he wanted to catch some fish to sell to Tianning's disaster victims. If they really did find the fisheye first and caught all the fish, Long Fei Yi and Tianning country would lose all face. Leaving aside the fact that the disaster areas needed the fish, the current situation meant that they had to win this battle. Failure was not an option. Bailey Mingxiang understood the weight of the responsibility as well, but she was still confident. Esteemed Wang Fei, don't worry. I'll definitely do my best. Both groups settled down on the beach. June Isia's attitude was haughty and haughty, while Ouyang Ningnua remained refined and courteous. Your Highness, Duke of Qin, many thanks for your understanding, he said. We'll be leaving first. Since he'd already given way, Long Fei Yi nodded his head openly. Once June Isia's group was far away, Long Fei Yi said, Bailey Mingxiang, lead the way. Chapter 400. Yuzhou Island was a rather magical place. The entire island was circular in shape, with a circle of woods behind the beach. Behind the woods was the most magical place on Yuzhou Island, the illusory sea lake. Bailey Mingxiang, who was wrapped in a thick fox fur robe, led the way. She had studied the fish eyes in the illusory sea lake and had been here several times. She knew where to find them. Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi walked behind Bailey Mingxiang. Long Fei Yi had held Han Yunqi's hand for some reason. It seemed to have become a habit. General Bailey followed behind with a group of fishermen and attendants. The group walked through the beach and into the woods. It's really strange. It's clearly the middle of winter, but the plants here are lush and green. Why is the lake water frozen over? Han Yunqi asked curiously. The island was located in the north, so it was normal for the lake to freeze in winter. However, she didn't expect to see such a lush forest. Han Yunqi found that her geographical knowledge couldn't explain this situation at all. Bailey Mingxiang was about to answer, but Long Fei Yi spoke first. This entire island is an abnormal place. Well, this sentence could explain everything that didn't make sense. It's as good as not saying anything. Han Yunqi dared to mutter, but she didn't dare to let Long Fei Yi hear her. However, she could accept it after thinking about it carefully. After all, there were many inexplicable contradictions in geography. As they walked, Han Yunqi gathered the collar of her robes together as she felt cold. When they were on the island, they felt that the temperature didn't change except that the wind was a little stronger. However, the closer they got to the center of the island, the lower the temperature was. Long Fei Yi sensed Han Yunqi's movement. He asked in a low voice, "Are you cold?" "I'm fine." Han Yunqi's fox fur robe was enough. Her palms were warm. Long Fei Yi didn't say anything. He pulled her into his arms. Once she was close to him, Han Yunqi did not feel cold at all. This guy's personality was so cold and aloof, but his body was warm and comfortable. "How cold is this illusory sea lake?" Han Yunqi asked curiously. "The entire lake has been frozen since the second half of the year. The ice is 3 feet thick, and the water that is sprinkled on the surface of the lake will freeze immediately. Therefore, the fish that are caught can be frozen on the spot. It won't be a problem to keep them fresh for half a year." The one who answered was still Long Fei Yi. Everyone who followed His Highness Duke of Qin knew that the reticent His Highness Duke of Qin often spoke to esteemed Wang Fei. "So convenient. No wonder you want to come here to look for food." Fishery Island wasn't very far from Tianning's 3 disaster zones, so they could take advantage of the spring chill to send the frozen fish over in batches. There was no problem with the freshness of the fish. Fish meat could be eaten fresh or preserved. It could also be eaten with vegetables, weeds, and a limited amount of rice as a staple food to save on the use of rice. To the disaster victims, this was definitely a form of enjoyment. The more Han Yunqi thought about it, the more she looked forward to it. She wished she could send a boatload of fish back immediately to make the people happy and Emperor Tianhui feel stifled again. The wind picked up again, carrying with it the chill of the illusory sea lake. As it brushed past her face, she felt an indescribable prickle. It was getting colder and colder. "Can you take it?" Long Fei Yi asked. The person in his arms was not a delicate flower to begin with. Moreover, she had his protection, so how could she not take the cold? "I'm fine." Han Yunqi felt warm inside. Bailey Mingxiang walked in front, his hands wrapped in fur robes, as he led the way with his head bowed. He listened to the conversation behind him as he led the way. Amidst the silence, a sour feeling uncontrollably surged into his heart. She was the one who was truly cold. With such a weak body, she feared nothing more than cold evil. She was right in front of His Highness Duke of Qin, but he still couldn't see her. She'd always stayed at home in the Bailey estate to sell her life for His Highness, but he'd never spared her a glance. Now she was right in front of him, fighting with her life on the line. Unfortunately, he still couldn't see her. Whether she was here or not, he was still the same. Thus, whether she fought or not, his heart was the same. Because she understood this principle all too well, she'd always remained silent and never fought for anything. If you couldn't get what you wanted, it would only make you despair. The closer they got to the illusory sea lake, the stronger the wind became. Bailey Mingxiang had already curled up into a ball when a sudden warmth enveloped him from behind. Bailey Mingxiang instinctively looked back, only to see Han Yunqi had already reached his side and draped a large woolen cloak over his shoulders. "I don't think your fox fur robe is enough," Han Yunqi said as she covered Bailey Mingxiang's icy ears with her hands. After warming them up, she helped him put on the fur hood. "I wanted to let you be cold for a while so you could get used to the temperature. I was afraid that your body wouldn't be able to take the cold when you reached the illusory sea lake. Now it seems that I'd better put on some clothes first." After putting on the hood, Han Yunqi seriously tied the belt around Bailey Mingxiang's neck, wrapping her up tightly, leaving only her eyes and nose exposed. Bailey Mingxiang looked at her serious expression and pursed his lips, unable to speak for a long time. She thought that she had been forgotten, but it turned out that she hadn't. Han Yunqi had always been paying attention to her. This woman was clearly younger than her by a few years, but she took care of her like an older sister. Bailey Mingxiang suddenly felt so warm that she wanted to cry. She was the youngest daughter in the Bailey family and had several older sisters. But today, she realized that this was what it felt like to have an older sister. Tears welled up in Bailey Mingxiang's eyes. Afraid that she would be seen, she quickly got up and lowered her head. "Thank you, Princess Consort." "You're welcome. Let's go. You can't fall sick." Han Yunqi took Bailey Mingxiang's arm, hoping that her body heat could provide some warmth to the pitiful woman. Bailey Mingxiang was both grateful and apprehensive. His Highness Duke of Qin must be watching them right now. Long Fei Yi was indeed watching them, but he was thinking about the beauty's blood instead. That would definitely help Han Yunqi with her research on the perplexing butterfly illusion. Seeing that esteemed Wang Fei wasn't by His Highness's side, General Bailey stepped forward. "Your Highness, this soldier really doesn't understand why Ouyang Ningnua would hook up with Jun Yixia. Although Ouyang Ningnua is a merchant who can be made friends with anything that benefits him, he wouldn't go so far as to partner up with Jun Yixia if he's only here to fish, right?" General Bailey's concerns were the same as Long Fei Ye's. "I'm afraid the two of them have other shady dealings behind their backs." "Your Highness, Cloud Realm Trade Consortium is such a powerful organization. We can't just let Jun Yixia have it for free," General Bailey said urgently. Long Fei Yi knew this better than anyone else. His concession just then hadn't been for nothing. "You don't need to worry about that. Your lordship knows what to do," Long Fei Yi said simply. He'd started investigating Ouyang Ningnua a few years ago when they'd met at the border. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi's group headed towards the illusory sea lake, while Jun Yixia and Ouyang Ningnua led a group of fishermen through the forest. Ouyang Ningnua was the one who'd approached Jun Yixia on his own accord this time. At first, Jun Yixia was overwhelmed by the favor, but also on his guard. Later, he found out that Ouyang Ningnua had a few horse deals seized by the northernly border guards and needed his help. Only then did he let down his guard. News of Long Fei Ye's disaster relief efforts had spread like wildfire throughout Tianing. Jun Yixia had long been keeping tabs on the news and guessed that Ouyang Ningnua would target the fish. Coincidentally, Ouyang Ningnua had plenty of experts who could find fish eyes. The two of them went back and forth until they discussed some conditions before heading off together. Jun Yixia helped Ouyang Ningnua deal with the seized horse deals, while Ouyang Ningnua helped him find the fish eyes and catch the fish. Jun Yixia was determined to get his hands on the fish. He was planning to use them to trade for the antidote with Han Yunqi. Even if he bumped into Long Fei Ye's group, it wouldn't affect his plans at all. After all, Ouyang Ningnua's men weren't just freeloaders. No one else in the world was more familiar with the location of fish eyes than Ouyang Ningnua's fishermen. His Highness Duke of Kong and Duke of Qin seemed to have a deep enmity. Ouyang Ningnua asked with a smile. He knew that the two kings had always been enemies, but he didn't expect them to fight as soon as they met. Jun Yixia sneered and didn't say anything. As the wind blew in his face, he unconsciously clutched his arm tightly and revealed a pained expression. His arm had been poisoned by Han Yunqi, and it still hadn't been cured. The colder the weather, the more severe the pain. It was like rheumatism that made people feel helpless and helpless. Although he was very good at controlling himself, there were times when he couldn't control himself. He had never been able to figure out what kind of poison it was, but based on his experience, the pain would only get worse and worse. In the end, his entire arm would probably be crippled. He had to detoxify the poison first, then slowly play with Han Yunqi. Once the matter of the poisonous beast was made public, it would be enough for Han Yunqi to suffer. Seeing that Jun Yixia didn't answer, Ouyang Ningnua didn't pursue the matter. Instead, he began to care about Han Yunqi. "I heard that Qin Wangfei is a poison expert." "Haha, you'll know if she's an expert after you try it." Jun Yixia was in a good mood and teased him. Ouyang Ningnua laughed and shook his head. He seemed to be in a good mood as well. From the looks of it, the two of them were very confident in finding the fisheye. The fishermen led the way, and they soon arrived at the illusory sea lake. Unfortunately, as soon as they exited the forest, they saw Long Fei Yi arrive at the lakeside not too far away. The illusory sea lake was a large, circular lake. There were more than 1,000 different kinds of fish in the lake. Even though the surface of the lake was frozen, the water below was still flowing, and the fish could survive normally. Any hole in the ice would attract a large number of fish to the surface to breathe. The so-called fisheye was a specific spot on the ice. Once it was cut open, it would attract a large number of fish to gather. Fisheyes were of different sizes, and the fish attracted by them were also of different sizes. It wasn't easy to find a fisheye. Only professionals would be able to find one. Even professionals would only find small fisheyes. Finding a medium fisheye was already very difficult. According to the records of Fishery Island, no one had ever found a large fisheye. It was said that once a large fisheye was found, all the fish in the entire illusory sea lake would be caught. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi soon spotted Jun Yixia and the others. Enemies truly were bound to meet on a narrow road. Bailey Mingxiang was already wearing a second cloak, but she was still shivering from the cold. However, she didn't hesitate to step onto the ice. Your Highness, this area is where the fish are most concentrated. It's also where the fisheyes are the most concentrated. Although she was afraid and nervous, this was an important matter, so she still took it seriously. Although the number of fisheyes was uncertain, it was best to find them first. The more they found, the more they could catch. I'll leave it to you. Long Fei Ye's attention was completely focused on Jun Yixia. He was cold. Jun Yixia was also looking at Long Fei Yi. Young Master Ouyang, have your men attack together. Chapter 401. The illusory sea lake was completely silent. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi's group sat by the lakeside to warm themselves by the fire. In front of them, there was only Bailey Mingxiang standing on the ice. Jun Yixia and Ouyang Ningrua were also sitting by the lakeside to warm themselves by the fire. In front of them stood a total of 10 fishermen. The two sides were less than 100 meters apart, but the disparity in strength was obvious. The two sides were facing each other. Although there was no verbal conflict between them, they were all paying close attention to each other. The smell of gunpowder had already spread across the ice. Whether it was Bailey Mingxiang or the 10 fishermen, every action was a contest between the two sides. Suddenly, one of the fishermen stomped on the ice. No one knew what he was hiding under his shoe, but with one stomp a hole appeared in the ice. He stomped 3 times in a row and actually made a hole in the ice. Of course, it was impossible for him to step on a fisheye. However, the fish that had been deprived of oxygen for a long time still gathered. The fisherman took out a long spear and stabbed it. Once again, he raised the spear full of fish. There were at least 20 of them, and all of them were big fish. Hee, this prince is hungry. Jun Yixia was overjoyed. He took the spear and directly put it on the fire to roast. This was clearly a demonstration of his ability to eat fruit. Although anyone could cut through ice to fish, it was indeed an expert who could do it so quickly. If it were an ordinary person, it would take them half a day just to cut through the ice. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi looked on coldly and did not make a sound. Bailey Mingxiang was a very calm woman. She knew that this group of fishermen was not simple, but she was not afraid. Although there were many fish eyes, finding fish eyes was still a skill. It did not matter how many people there were, but how good they were. If she had to find a group of professional fishermen, she could find them. She turned to look at Han Yunqi and teased, "Esteemed Wang Fei, are you hungry? I see that some people have lost their appetite. I'm not hungry. Let's begin." Han Yunqi smiled brilliantly. She was even calmer than Bailey Mingxiang. If the other side wanted to scare her with such a showy display, wasn't she looking down on her too much? General Bailey naturally had his reasons for only bringing Bailey Mingxiang with him. Yes, Bailey Mingxiang was delighted that esteemed Wang Fei trusted her so much. When she turned around, her gaze inadvertently drifted towards His Highness Duke of Qin. With just one glance, she saw his handsome face, his eyes that were as deep as the sea, and his heart that was frozen 3 feet deep. Your Highness Duke of Qin, Mingxiang will definitely win this battle for you, just for this one glance. Ignoring the other side's protests, Bailey Mingxiang crouched down to examine the surface of the ice. Her jade-like fingers tapped against the surface to listen for sounds, then stroked the ice with her fingers. Gradually, she immersed herself in the task and forgot about the cold. Unconsciously, she rolled up her sleeves and ran her bare arms across the surface of the ice. Even Jun Yixia and Ouyang Ningnua found it boring that their provocations were ignored, to say nothing of the fishermen. Start searching. We'll get a boat for each one we find. In all of Cloud Realm Continent, only Ouyang Ningnua could match His Highness Duke of Qin's generosity. His words were casual, but the fishermen were all over the place. Soon enough, all 10 of them began to search the ice with all their might. Everything seemed quiet, but a fierce contest had already begun. Jun Yixia rose to his feet and stood by the lake to study Bailey Mingxiang. Soon enough, Ouyang Ningnua came over as well and murmured, "This girl isn't simple." There had to be a reason why Long Fei Yi had sent out such a sickly girl. "What, are you scared?" Jun Yixia retorted. Ouyang Ningnua only smiled wordlessly. 2 of his 10 fishermen were top-level experts who held the record for finding the most fish eyes on Fishery Island. Why would he be scared? Why would he do something that would cost him money? Jun Yixia stared at Bailey Mingxiang for a long time. The more he looked at Bailey Mingxiang, the more he felt that something was off. This sickly beauty didn't seem to be sick, but poisoned. Unfortunately, they were still some distance away, so he couldn't be sure. He was puzzled. What kind of poison did this woman have? Was it something that Han Yunqi couldn't cure? And how did she get poisoned? While Jun Yixia was puzzling over the situation, there was a sudden bang. Looking towards the source of the sound, he saw one of the fishermen stabbing his spear into the ice, causing it to crack open. Could it be Jun Yixia was a layman, so he didn't understand what was going on? Ouyang Ningnua laughed heartily. "Old Yu, your skills have improved." The fisherman, Old Yu, laughed heartily. "Master, you flatter me." What this old man found was merely a small fisheye. As Old Yu spoke, he pulled out his spear. The accumulated ice immediately cracked open, revealing a hole. The sound of water splashing was extremely loud, so one could only imagine how many fishes were swimming underneath. As soon as the fisheye was found, the fishermen at the side immediately came over to cast a net. They took out a flexible bamboo pole and inserted it into the fisheye, then casually cut a hole in the distance. With this method, it didn't take long for them to catch a sizable number of fish. "So fast! You guys should take it easy. Don't catch all the fish." Jun Yixia laughed arrogantly as he walked over to take a look at the fisheye. "Your Highness Duke of Kong, it's impossible to catch all the fish, but it's still possible to find all the fisheyes in this area." Old Yu chuckled. "Then hurry up and find all the fisheyes. This prince will reward you handsomely if you can find all the fisheyes." Jun Yixia said loudly. Bailey Mingxiang naturally heard everything, but she didn't raise her head to look at the other party. She continued to search the surface of the ice. Behind her, Long Fei Yi, Han Yunqi, and General Bailey didn't say a word as they waited patiently. Not long after, there was a sudden thump. Another fisherman had found a fisheye, and it was a small one. "Men, cast the net." Jun Yixia waved his hand grandly, and a group of fishermen hurried over. After a while, there was another loud thump. A third fisheye appeared. Old Yu had found it again. Jun Yixia and Ouyang Ningnua sat on the shore. Jun Yixia was casually munching on a grilled fish with an arrogant expression on his face. He kept looking at Long Fei Yi, and the others with disdain. On the other hand, Ouyang Ningnua was smiling. He was very satisfied with the fishermen's performance. They had already begun to pull in the net for the first fisheye. It took a lot of effort for more than a dozen fishermen to pull in the net. The net broke through the ice and was filled to the brim with lively fish. Anyone who saw such a large number of fish would be envious. While the fishermen were busy harvesting, 2 other fishermen had found a fisheye at the same time. 2 loud thump sounds rang out one after the other. Everyone was very excited to hear this. Even though there were still small fisheyes, they had already found 5. On the other hand, Bailey Mingxiang didn't find a single fisheye. One had to know that in an area with so many fisheyes, 5 fisheyes was already a lot. It was very likely that there were no more fisheyes left in this part of the lake. Long Fei Yi watched as the fisherman furiously pulled in the net. His gaze was even colder than the surface of the lake. It was so cold that no one dared to look at him for too long. Han Yunqi quietly watched Bailey Mingxiang. At this moment, Bailey Mingxiang was lying flat on the ice. Her ears were pressed against the ice as if she was listening to something. Han Yunqi didn't understand, but she knew that if this continued, Bailey Mingxiang wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. The ice was very cold to begin with, and Bailey Mingxiang was working so hard. If they couldn't hold on, then no one would be looking for fisheyes anymore. It had to be said that General Bailey was getting a little anxious when he saw this. Even though he believed in his daughter's abilities, she was also very good at dealing with fishermen. He realized that he had underestimated the other party's strength. He hadn't expected to run into Jun Yixie either. He had thought that he could take his time looking for fisheyes with Mingxiang since they weren't in a rush anyway. He really wanted to ask Bailey Mingxiang to look for fisheyes in another part of the lake. But wouldn't that make them a laughingstock? What was the difference between that and losing? But if they didn't change locations and persisted, wouldn't his daughter be wasting her efforts and sacrificing her body for nothing if there really were no more fisheyes? Boom! There was a 6th explosion. It was that fisherman called Old You again, and it was still a small fisheyes. Finally, General Bailey couldn't remain calm. Your Highness, how about we change locations? I'm afraid Mingxiang's body won't be able to take it. She should know best whether or not we should change locations, Long Fei Yi said. Even though the other side was bustling with activity, he didn't bat an eyelid or panic. General Bailey was in a difficult position. His Highness didn't know Bailey Mingxiang's personality, but as her father, he did. His daughter had to put up a strong front and didn't want to lose any face for His Highness. With no other choice, General Bailey cast a pleading look towards Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi was worried that Bailey Mingxiang's efforts would be in vain if she kept wasting her time. She'd end up harming her body and spoiling the bigger picture instead. Just as she was about to open her mouth to persuade her, Bailey Mingxiang, who was lying on the ice, suddenly stood up. Her face, red from the cold, was filled with pleasant surprise. She was so excited that she forgot herself and boldly looked into Long Fei Ye's cold eyes. She loudly said, "Your Highness, I found it. I found a medium fisheye." A medium fisheye. In that moment, everyone looked over, including Jun Yixie's large group of people. For experts, small fisheyes were easy to find, but medium fisheyes were hard to find. A medium fisheye was worth 10 small fisheyes. Good. Long Fei Yi looked at Bailey Mingxiang and gave her a single word. However, Bailey Mingxiang had given her a positive look, a look of affirmation. Bailey Mingxiang stood in place, so excited that she didn't know what to do. She'd done it. She'd finally done it. Apart from the beauty's blood, she'd also made him look at her a little longer and remember her a little longer. Chisel the ice and cast the net. Han Yunqi shouted. She coldly glanced at Jun Yixie. Jun Yixie and the others had made such a big commotion and found so many, but Mingxiang had found just one. What were they being so arrogant for? Men, quickly. General Bailey was overjoyed and excited. His daughter hadn't lost face for him or for His Highness Duke of Qin. Fortunately, they hadn't changed locations, or they would have suffered a huge loss. Jun Isya fiercely tossed the grilled fish in his hand and stood up. "Oh, Yang Ningnua, don't tell this prince that you're changing locations." Generally speaking, there wouldn't be a second medium fisheye within 100 meters of the first. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, the fisherman, Old Yu, suddenly shouted, "Master! Master, hurry over here. I found it! I found it!" Yang Ningnua's eyes flashed, and he immediately rushed over. Jun Isya was a little confused, but he hurried after him. This Old Yu found what? Chapter 402. While the crowd was still reeling from Bailey Mingxiang's discovery of the medium fisheye, the fisherman, Old Yu, began to shout like a madman. "I found it! Ha ha ha! I finally found it! After so many years, I finally found it!" Yang Ningnua and Jun Isya hurried over to where Old Yu was. The other fishermen also stopped to watch. What was going on with Old Yu? Could it be that he found a medium fisheye as well? Han Yunqi asked suspiciously. Impossible. Bailey Mingxiang immediately denied the possibility. "Your Highness, there's no way a second medium fisheye would appear at such a close distance." 200 meters away, Old Yu was still shouting and waving his arms around. He was clearly very excited. Long Fei Yi asked seriously, "Are you sure?" Bailey Mingxiang met Long Fei Ye's cold and serious gaze. His heart was timid, but he was also determined. "Your Highness, don't worry. Mingxiang is very sure that it's not a medium fisheye. Your Highness, I've waited so many years for a chance to stand in front of him and speak. How could I, Bailey Mingxiang, lie? Your Highness, I'm sure that the other party is just bluffing. Let's quickly cast the net and catch more fish," General Bailey advised. Long Fei Yi nodded, but his gaze was still fixed on Old Yu. Han Yunqi was also looking in that direction. Bailey Mingxiang couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when Long Fei Yi didn't say anything. He wanted to explain himself, but Han Yunqi suddenly exclaimed, "That old thing couldn't have found a large fisheye, right?" "Your Highness, you're overthinking things." "Haha." General Bailey laughed disdainfully. He had a good understanding of fisheyes. To him, Old Yu's words were nothing more than a joke. According to the records of Fishery Island, no one had ever found a large fisheye. It was said that if one could find the big fisheye, they could catch all the fish in the illusory sea lake. As I see it, the other party isn't bluffing. If there's no medium fisheye, then it can only be a large fisheye. Han Yunqi felt that something was off the more she looked at Yang Ningnua and Jun Ishia's hasty movements. Bailey Mingxiang hurriedly explained, "Esteemed Wang Fei, you may not know this, but the large fisheye only exists in legends. No one has ever seen it before. Just because no one has seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist." Han Yunqi retorted seriously. Bailey Mingxiang was frightened by her cold aura and was speechless for a moment. General Bailey was a little displeased that his daughter was being questioned right after she had made a great contribution. He turned to Long Fei Yi and said, "Your Highness, you know about Yu Ye's situation." Han Yunqi was a little anxious, but she didn't want to argue about who was right or wrong. She was just worried that if the other party really did find a large fisheye, then everything would be over. Bailey Mingxiang wasn't in the mood to argue either. He had already told her the truth, but when she heard her father say this to His Highness Duke of Qin, she couldn't help but glance at Long Fei Yi. Esteemed Wang Fei didn't know much about fisheyes, but His Highness did. His Highness should know that she was right. The large fisheye was nothing more than a legend. She hadn't come here to look for a large fisheye just for the sake of finding one. She had thought it through thoroughly. She'd come to this area precisely because it was the most likely place to find a medium fisheye. In truth, she could have found a small fisheye faster than the other fishermen, but she'd given up on the small fisheye. She was determined to find a medium fisheye first. She was absolutely certain that there wouldn't be a second medium fisheye within a radius of 500 li in this area. Moreover, there would only be 7 or 8 small fisheyes at most, not 10. Not only did she want His Highness Duke of Qin to win, she also wanted him to win beautifully so that the other party wouldn't be able to surpass him. If esteemed Wang Fei brought up a large fisheye, wouldn't that mean that she'd lost? At this time, Ouyang Ningnua and Jun Yixia had already arrived at Old Yu's side. Ouyang Ningnua said something to Old Yu, but Old Yu stopped yelling and shouting. Jun Yixia also stopped being so arrogant. The three of them gathered together and said something. Before long, Ouyang Ningnua summoned all the workers and fishermen. Long Fei Yi stared at them for a long time, a complicated look flashing through his eyes. He said indifferently, "Perhaps there really is a large fisheye. Your Highness, you know that's impossible. They lost, so they must have put on an act on purpose. It might have been a trap." General Bailey wasn't convinced. Bailey Mingxiang silently lowered his head. Although he didn't want to fight for anything, he still felt wronged. His Highness was clearly siding with esteemed Wang Fei. Long Fei Yi ignored General Bailey and continued to pay attention to Jun Yixia and the others. The fishermen had already begun to cast their nets, and there was a large pile of fishing nets on the side. The situation isn't good. Han Yunqi began to worry. General Bailey wanted to explain, but at this time one of the fishermen who was casting his net suddenly shouted, "Your Highness, bad news! Bad news! What's going on?" Long Fei Yi immediately looked over. "Your Highness, the fish in the fisheye are retreating. There's no time to cast our nets." The fisherman was both shocked and anxious. How is that possible? General Bailey was stunned. Bailey Mingxiang, on the other hand, had already rushed over in a panic. Once a fisheye was cut open, the fish would gather and never disperse. They would only increase in number. There was no way they were retreating. Could it be Bailey Mingxiang was so anxious that she almost fell over by the middle fisheye? The middle fisheye was supposed to be full of fish, but now there were only a few left to flop about in the water. Bailey Mingxiang's pale face became even paler. She didn't care about the cold as she looked at the edge of the fisheye and actually reached her hand in. "Bailey Mingxiang!" Han Yunqi loudly shouted. She quickly rushed over and pulled Bailey Mingxiang's hand out. The water in the fisheye was already on the verge of freezing. Was this woman crazy? Did she not want her hand? Did she not want her life? After she pulled out Bailey Mingxiang's hand, she immediately helped her up from the ice. Bailey Mingxiang allowed Han Yunqi to pull her. Her face was filled with despair as she muttered to herself, "I was wrong. I was wrong. Esteemed Wang Fei, I was very wrong." General Bailey rushed over and shook his head in shock. "It's a large fisheye. They really did find one. The legends were true. Once a large fisheye appeared, all the fish in the illusory sea lake would be caught. Once a large fisheye was cut open, all the fish in the small and medium fisheyes would be attracted to it. Controlling a large fisheye was equivalent to robbing them of other fishing opportunities." As they spoke, the fisherman reported, "Your Highness, esteemed Wang Fei, the fish are almost all gone. What do we do?" Long Fei Yi glanced at them, his handsome brows furrowed. At that moment, Jun Yixia's hearty laughter came from afar. Why isn't that medium fisheye casting his net? His Highness Duke of Qin is rich and overbearing. He probably doesn't care for it and doesn't want it. "TSK, what a pity," Ouyang Ningnua chimed in. "Haha, if he doesn't want the medium fisheye, what does he want?" Jun Yixia laughed impudently. The two of them echoed each other loudly on the ice. Everyone present heard them loud and clear. This was clearly a provocation. They'd found a large fisheye and purposely kept their composure until they'd snatched all the fish in the medium fisheyes away. How despicable! Long Fei Yi narrowed his eyes and made a prompt decision. "Bailey Mingxiang, look for a large fisheye." Since large fisheyes existed, He refused to believe that there was only one. Bailey Mingxiang knew full well that her abilities were limited. Finding a large fisheye wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. The other party had more or less relied on luck to find one. It would be very, very difficult for her to find another one. Even if she didn't hold out much hope, she had to do her best since His Highness Duke of Qin had said so. Search. Even if she had to risk her life, she would do her best. Yes, Mingxiang obeys. Bailey Mingxiang did her best to ignore the cold and powerlessness in her body. She began to walk on the ice again and quickly locked onto a spot. Then, she crawled on the ice and did her best to search. But time gradually passed. Jun Yixia had already reeled in his nets twice and caught 2 large batches of fish, but Bailey Mingxiang still hadn't made a move. Long Fei Yi knitted his brows. General Bailey grew impatient as he watched, while Han Yunqi grew worried. If this continued, Bailey Mingxiang wouldn't be able to hold on. But right now, their only hope was Bailey Mingxiang. What a contradiction! Now that the other party had occupied the big fisheye, it didn't matter if they had the manpower or resources to catch all the fish in the illusory sea lake. Even if they didn't do anything, it was enough to delay Tianning's disaster relief efforts. Before, they'd only been fighting for a bit of pride, but now they couldn't catch any fish at all. Bailey Mingxiang was growing anxious as well. She had lost all of her previous calm as her hands fumbled around on the ice. In the end, she lost her rhythm. She viciously slapped the surface of the ice, self-blame, anger, and unwillingness filling her heart, making it impossible for her to calm down. Long Fei Yi saw all this and was about to speak when Han Yunqi said, "General Bailey, hurry and pull her up. It's not worth it to injure her body." General Bailey understood the words, "It's not worth it." Compared to disaster relief, Beauty's blood was more important. Long Fei Yi didn't speak, which meant he tacitly agreed. General Bailey quickly went to pull the girl up, but Bailey Mingxiang refused to get up. "Father, give me a bit more time. I can hold on. His Highness already told you to get up. Your body can't be forced, you know," General Bailey said helplessly. Bailey Mingxiang didn't dare to look at Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi. She tightly held General Bailey's hand. "Father, if I get up, His Highness will lose. He'll lose to Jun Yixia and the Emperor. I can't get up. You have to know the severity of the situation." General Bailey had the ruthlessness of a soldier. He fiercely pulled Bailey Mingxiang up and pushed her to an attendant. "Bring the young miss to warm up by the fire. Look after her." Bailey Mingxiang couldn't resist at all. She passed by Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi. She really wanted to say something, but she didn't have the strength to say anything. A sense of helplessness and desolation appeared in her heart. Bailey Mingxiang lowered her head and fell silent. Bailey Mingxiang wasn't the only one who felt helpless. Long Fei Yi and the others all felt the same way. Everyone looked at the bountiful harvest in the distance. They could be angry, but they couldn't do anything about it. Jun Yixia was extremely smug when he saw Bailey Mingxiang leave the lake. With the help of Ouyang Ningnua's fishermen, his plan was progressing very smoothly. He kicked a large fish that weighed more than 5 kilograms and sent it flying in front of Long Fei Yi. He laughed savagely and said, "Long Fei Yi, this prince will treat you to dinner." Long Fei Yi clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. If it weren't for the fact that martial arts were prohibited on Fishery Island, how could he tolerate Jun Yixia's provocation? Fishing for disaster relief was no longer feasible. He had to think of another way. Han Yunqi was even more unwilling than Long Fei Yi. She was even more unwilling to retreat. She looked at the fish with its mouth wide open and thought of something. Chapter 403. The big fish that fell on the ice was already dead, its mouth wide open. This scene made Han Yunqi think of something: fishing. She wasn't very clear on what kind of bait the ancients used to fish, but she knew that modern people mostly used artificial bait. Artificial bait was often made with silk powder, snowflake powder, embryo bait, and other basic bait. Then it was added with essence, Chinese medicine, fishy water, and dozens of other additives. For fish, this was definitely an irresistible delicacy. Before fishing, sprinkling some powder in the water would immediately attract a school of fish. It was a tried and tested 100 times. What if she used bait to attract a school of fish in the ice lake? She knew that the reason why the big fisheye could attract all the fish in the lake was because there was something other than oxygen inside to attract the fish. Otherwise, the big fisheye and the small fisheye could all break the ice and provide oxygen to the fish. Why would the fish all rush to the big fisheye? Han Yunqi didn't have time to think about the reasons behind this. She figured that with enough oxygen, these fish had to be hungry after being frozen in the lake for so long. Han Yunqi made a prompt decision. Your Highness, send someone to break the ice. This concubine has a way. When these words came out, everyone looked over, including Bailey Mingxiang. Break the ice. Long Fei Yi didn't understand. Just find a place to break the ice and make a large circular hole. Han Yunqi explained in detail. Esteemed Wang Fei, this is... General Bailey couldn't help but ask. Of course, it's to cast a net to catch fish. With so many fish, I don't believe that I can't catch them all. Han Yunqi said with a smile. Esteemed Wang Fei, this... General Bailey didn't know what to say. This woman was really capricious. She didn't know the magic of the illusory sea lake and just randomly came up with ideas. Not to mention her carelessly breaking the ice. Even if she found a few more medium-sized fisheyes, it would be useless. Once the big fisheye appeared, everything would be over. General Bailey wanted to explain things to Han Yunqi, but Long Fei Yi immediately ordered. Someone, do as Princess Consort says. Immediately break the ice. Long Fei Yi had never fought a battle he wasn't confident in, but he couldn't remember when he started to trust Han Yunqi unconditionally. He had agreed without even asking anything. Han Yunqi was not surprised that Long Fei Yi trusted her so much. She had long been used to his indulgence. Bailey Mingxiang and General Bailey both felt that Han Yunqi was fooling around. However, when she saw the confidence in Han Yunqi's eyes, she couldn't help but look forward to it. This woman had a kind of magical power that made people see hope in despair. Her confidence and calmness could illuminate the whole world. The fishermen went up together and used their professional chiseling axes. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, the ice surface became lively. Jun Yixia looked over in disbelief. They're actually chipping away at the ice. Whose idea was this? What are they trying to do? Ouyang Ningnua was dumbfounded. Long Fei Yi was a respectable person. How could he allow such a stupid thing to happen? A cornered dog will do anything in desperation. Haha, Jun Yixia sneered. After fighting with Long Fei Yi so many times, this was the most satisfying. General Bailey couldn't help but laugh when he heard their mocking laughter. Your Highness, it's futile. You're being ridiculed. Long Fei Yi didn't say anything. He returned to the fire and sat down, warming himself leisurely. His eyes were downcast, making it impossible to tell whether he was anxious or not. What was he thinking? Han Yunqi sat to the side with her chin propped up on her hands. Her eyes were closed, and she seemed to be resting. General Bailey was about to go crazy when he saw this. He couldn't help but recall what Aunt Ru of the Tang sect had said. His Highness was indulging this woman too much. One day she would make a mistake. The sky darkened, and the fire was enlarged to illuminate the surface of the lake. Jun Yixia had already frozen several batches of fish. At this moment, he and Ouyang Ningnua were sitting around the fire and eating roasted fish. From time to time, they would laugh heartily. It was clear that they were proud of their success. On Long Fei Ye's side, the fishermen had already chipped away at a large hole with a radius of more than 1/2 meter. There wasn't a single fish inside, and the water was as calm as the night sky. General Bailey had been holding back for the entire afternoon, but he couldn't take it any more. "Your Highness, the ice has been chipped away." Long Fei Yi glanced at Han Yunqi. When he saw that she was still dozing off, he didn't say anything else. General Bailey was so anxious that his brows were tightly furrowed. He wanted to ask Han Yunqi directly, but Bailey Mingxiang gave him a look, and he finally calmed down. Actually, while General Bailey and his daughter were waiting, Jun Yixia and Ouyang Ningnua were also waiting. They had been waiting for the entire afternoon, but all they saw was the fishermen chipping away at the ice. Could it be that they've finally given up because they can't see any fish? Jun Yixia was getting impatient. That's strange. Ouyang Ningnua felt that something was amiss, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Let's just wait and see. They'll have to leave once the sun rises. Jun Yixia was very confident. Unexpectedly, not long after, Han Yunqi stood up and walked towards the hole in the ice. Long Fei Yi followed closely behind her. In an instant, everyone's eyes were on her. Is this woman going to cast her net? Jun Yixia sneered. Ouyang Ningnua didn't say anything, but he felt a little uneasy. Could it be a trap? Having been tricked by this woman too many times, Jun Yixia couldn't help but feel nervous when he heard this. He subconsciously stood up. Han Yunqi crouched down next to the hole and took out a small porcelain bottle from her medical pouch. Jun Yixia immediately strode over when he saw this. Han Yunqi, are you trying to poison the fish? If he couldn't have it, he wouldn't let anyone else have it either. This was Jun Yixia's way of doing things, and he was all too familiar with it. Ouyang Ningnua also hurried over and reminded her, Qin Wangfei, Fishery Island isn't an ordinary place. You can't afford to mess around here. Although the taboos on Fishery Island weren't explicitly forbidden, most visitors would still abide by them. Too many people had died, mysteriously, because of violating the rules. This princess consort just wants to feed the fish. Why are you so anxious? Why is there a rule against feeding fish on Fishery Island? Han Yunqi sneered. Feed the fish? This prince thinks that you're trying to poison them. Jun Yixia rebuked angrily. He looked at Long Fei Yi with disdain. Long Fei Yi, a cornered dog will jump over a wall. Isn't this kind of method beneath your dignity? Long Fei Yi's cold eyes narrowed. He didn't waste any more words and took the porcelain bottle from Han Yunqi's hands. He opened it and poured the medicine into the water. Long Fei Yi, Jun Yixia was so angry that his nostrils flared. A cornered dog won't jump over a wall, it'll jump into the sea. Long Fei Yi finally spoke coldly. He was clearly mocking Jun Yixia's previous actions. Jun Yixia clenched his fists. Long Fei Yi's gaze was as cold as a blade. The two princes were less than 5 steps away from each other. Their swords were drawn, and a battle could break out at any moment. However, Han Yunqi didn't care at all. She squatted at the side and propped her chin up with both hands. She stared at the surface of the water as if she was waiting for something. Ouyang Ningnua became even more curious when he saw this. He looked at Han Yunqi with great interest, forgetting that they were on opposing sides. This woman is quite interesting. Did she really poison the fish? Han Yunqi looked at her own reflection in the water and also saw Ouyang Ningnua's reflection. She knew that Ouyang Ningnua was looking at her. At this moment, even if the whole world was looking at her, she was still able to keep her cool and wait. Time slowly passed. In the silence, Old Yu and the others were still fishing from the big fish eyes. Everything seemed to be normal. Could it be that this woman didn't poison the fish? Then what did she do? Jun Yixia had already glanced in Old Yu's direction several times. Suddenly, ripples appeared on the calm surface of the water. Fish were bubbling. How could this be? Soon, the entire surface of the water began to bubble. The ripples spread outwards and more fish appeared. Jun Yixie and Ouyang Ningnua were stunned. General Bailey and Bailey Mingxiang, who had rushed over, were also dumbfounded. How was this possible? This wasn't a fisheye. It was just a hole that was casually made. Moreover, the fisheye had already been made. Why would any fish be willing to come over? Were their eyes playing tricks on them? General Bailey rubbed his eyes and looked again. Not only did the number of fish not decrease, but there were more and more of them. Not long after, the entire surface of the water began to bubble. Not long after that, Olju shouted, "Your Highness, Majesty Kong, young Master Owen, quickly come over and take a look. Something's happened." Jun Yixie and Ouyang Ningnua didn't say a word. They turned around and ran over. To their surprise, they saw that the fish in the big fisheye were retreating. The fish that had been crowding on the surface of the water were gradually sinking and dispersing. This situation was the same as what happened in Bailey Mingxiang's middle fisheye. The legend of the big fisheye had been broken. What exactly had Han Yunqi done? In less than an hour, it was as if Han Yunqi had secretly swapped out the entire big fisheye. All of the fish had disappeared and gathered around Han Yunqi and the others. Long Fei Yi naturally knew that Han Yunqi had used some kind of medicine. That bottle of medicine wasn't poison, but it was definitely some kind of miraculous medicine. It was something that could attract fish over without harming their lives. This kind of revenge on Jun Yixie was truly satisfying. Long Fei Yi was in an extremely good mood. He shouted loudly, "Men, cast the net and catch the fish!" As he spoke, he didn't care that everyone else was looking at him. He pulled Han Yunqi up and pressed his lips firmly against hers. He aggressively invaded her lips and kissed her passionately. This woman did a beautiful job. Han Yunqi was still immersed in the joy of the experiment. She didn't expect Long Fei Yi to be so domineering. There were so many people present. Couldn't he restrain himself a little? Wasn't he always conservative when it came to certain things? All right. Han Yunqi didn't have any room to think or resist. The moist warmth, the contact of their lips and teeth, was filled with his domineering, manly scent. She easily surrendered. He hadn't even bullied her much, and her body had already softened. She was paralyzed in his arms and allowed him to ravage her. No matter how great her skills were, under his love, she was like a flower. She was a happy little woman. On one side was the boiling water, and on the other side was the couple passionately kissing. This scene was just too beautiful. General Bailey was overjoyed. He directed the fishermen to cast the net and couldn't help looking at His Highness and the Princess Consort a few more times. He thought that he was wrong and Aunt Rue was also wrong. If this woman wasn't worthy of His Highness, then no one else in this world was worthy of His Highness. Bailey Mingxiang's heart was filled with complex feelings. She didn't dare look away because she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to calm down and her heart would break. On the other hand, Jun Yixie almost spat out blood when he saw this. If it wasn't for Ouyang Ningnua holding him back, he would have forgotten the rules of Fishery Island and made a move on Han Yunqi. His eyes flashed with hatred. "Han Yunqi, this prince can't have you. But I definitely won't allow Long Fei Yi to have you. This prince will destroy you." Chapter 404. There was a saying, "Only the magistrate is allowed to set fire, but not the common people." This was the most appropriate way to describe Long Fei Yi's tyranny. His conservatism seemed to be only used to demand things from others, but not for himself. At this time, there were at least 100 people on the ice lake, and all of them were watching. However, he continued to bully Han Yunqi as if he was intoxicated. Han Yunqi was a little embarrassed at first, but gradually, with Long Fei Yi's provocation, she threw caution to the wind. It was such a joyous occasion, so it should be celebrated. Even Long Fei Yi, an ancient person, could let go, so why should she be embarrassed? No matter how many people were watching, let them watch. Anyway, the two of them were legally married, so what they did was reasonable and legal. Soon, Han Yunqi responded to Long Fei Yi generously. Their lips and tongues met, as if they were competing and teasing. which made Long Fei continue to attack fiercely, and the kiss became deeper and deeper. Bailey Mingxiang blushed and didn't dare to look anymore. Even the men present were embarrassed and looked away. These two people who did things their own way were really too much. While they were kissing, the fishermen were busy casting nets to catch fish. With such a big hole, it was much faster to catch fish than to catch fish through the hole. No one knew what was in Han Yunqi's bottle of medicine, but the fish were all alive and kicking, which proved that the bottle of medicine wasn't poison. In fact, Han Yunqi's bottle of medicine was really poison. It was a concentrated type of poison that smelled very similar to fish bait. A small bottle was enough to pollute the entire lake. This kind of poison took a long time to take effect, at least 1 or 2 days. Moreover, the amount that could be absorbed by the fish was very small. So after the fish were poisoned, they would only show mild symptoms of irritation. Even if they were eaten by humans, it wouldn't cause any poisoning. Even a poison expert like Jun Yixia couldn't discover it, because this poison was originally from modern times. In just 1 or 2 days, the fishes that had been caught had long been frozen. Who could see that the fishes were unusually irritable? As for the fish in the ice lake, all that could be seen were squeezing on the surface of the water to fight for oxygen. They were originally lively and did not show any signs of irritation. It was not an exaggeration to say that Han Yunqi had only used bait. At first, Jun Yixia was still staring at Long Fei and Han Yunqi, but seeing how passionate they were, he couldn't help but look away. He had spent so much effort trying to get a bargaining chip to exchange for the antidote with Han Yunqi. Who would have thought that just as he was about to succeed, all his efforts would be in vain? "I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Let me go," he said in a low voice. "Your Highness Duke of Kong, martial arts is forbidden on Fishery Island. You mustn't do anything rash," Ouyang Ningnua reminded him in a low voice. "This king will remember. Let go of me." A sinister glint flashed past Jun Yixia's eyes as he said coldly. After all, Ouyang Ningnua and Jun Yixia were in the same line of work. If Jun Yixia broke the rules of Fishery Island, he would be implicated as well. However, he still refused to let go. At this time, Long Fei had already let go of Han Yunqi. The moment Han Yunqi lowered her head bashfully, it was indescribably beautiful. Long Fei looked down at her, his gaze so deep that it looked like he wanted to devour her. He was very surprised that this woman actually responded to him. How bold! Han Yunqi knew that Long Fei was looking at her, and she was also very clear about what she had just done. She had been quite uncertain before, but after this period of time, she was almost certain of His Highness's feelings. It was normal for a man and a woman to love each other. What was there to be afraid of? Even though she was blushing, she still bravely raised her head to meet Long Fei's examining and doting gaze. She smiled proudly and said, "Your Highness, this concubine did a beautiful job, didn't she?" Long Fei was stunned at first, but then he laughed heartily and said, "You were all very beautiful." All. Han Yunqi had asked about the fishing incident, but Long Fei didn't only answer about the fishing incident, but also about how she had responded to him earlier. Han Yunqi didn't know what to say. This guy's really rotten to the core. The two of them were flirting with each other. In any case, that was how it looked to everyone around them. Just as they were flirting with each other, a disdainful sneer interrupted them. Han Yunqi's taste is just SOO. Who else could it be other than Jun Yixia? Han Yunqi's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately glared at him. What did this bastard mean? Long Fei's expression changed drastically. He spun around and shouted angrily, "Jun Yixia, what do you mean by that?" Jun Yixia's words were a little too complicated. Everyone present was shocked. Although it was unbelievable, they didn't dare to imagine it. However, they couldn't help but speculate. If Jun Yixia said that, could it be that he had also tasted Han Yunqi's taste? Other than this, what else could it mean? Other than this situation, What other situation could make him say such words? Everyone's expression was very complicated. The fishermen who were fishing nearby also stopped and looked over in shock. This matter was monumental. To a woman, this was the greatest humiliation. But to a man, it was the greatest humiliation. A complicated look flashed across Ouyang Nua's eyes. He finally understood what Jun Yixia meant when he said, "This prince will remember." Martial arts were prohibited on Fishery Island, so even if Jun Yixia really did something, Long Fei, you wouldn't be able to do anything to him. When he thought of this, Ouyang Nua hurriedly let go of Jun Yixia's hand as if he had been electrocuted. It was as if he wanted to distance himself from him. This guy couldn't have really done something, right? Wasn't he playing a little too big? Long Fei, you wasn't someone to be trifled with. Jun Yixia's sneer deepened after successfully attracting Long Fei's attention. What do you mean? Your first consort should be the clearest about this. Jun Yixia, you'd better watch your mouth. Han Yunqi flew into a rage. She rushed in front of Jun Yixia and raised her hand to slap him. She was just a hair's breadth away from slapping him, but she held herself back at the last moment. She clenched her fist and swung it fiercely. If this slap landed, all of her and Long Fei's efforts would be for naught. They had violated the taboo of Fishery Island. Not only would they be chased away, they wouldn't even be able to take a single fish with them. No matter how angry she was, she couldn't fall for Jun Yixia's trick. However, it was precisely her furious behavior that left everyone dumbfounded. Qin Wangfei's reaction. Could it be that there really was something between her and Jun Yixia? Esteemed Wang Fei, why are you so agitated? What happened back then? Haha. Jun Yixia started to speak, but stopped himself. Instead, he burst into laughter. Long Fei, he clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. Jun Yixia, what exactly do you mean by that? Jun Yixia raised his chin and looked at him provocatively. He said arrogantly, "What I mean is exactly what Qin Wangfei tastes like." It's not what he said. Han Yunqi hurriedly defended herself. She regretted it as soon as the words left her mouth. Jun Yixia hadn't actually said anything. Her defense would only make it more obvious. Haha. Qin Wangfei, what is this prince talking about? Jun Yixia roared with laughter. Although Jun Yixia didn't really do anything about that incident. As a woman, Han Yunqi still suffered a loss. She had lost Long Fei's face. If this matter was exposed in public, Long Fei would lose a lot of face. What a good Jun Yixia! Did he really have to expose this matter today? Now that things had gotten to this point, Han Yunqi couldn't hide anything anymore. She could only face it. Jun Yixia, you couldn't beat this Wang Fei's poison. You tried to force this Wang Fei to hand over the antidote, but failed. You even tried to threaten this Wang Fei. This Wang Fei was saved by a friend and was able to preserve her innocence. You couldn't beat the Duke of Qin today, yet you're bringing up this matter again. You're simply shameless. Han Yunqi angrily rebuked him, who knew that as soon as she finished speaking, Jun Yixia would burst into laughter. Preserve your innocence. Qin Wangfei, are you sure? The moment he said this, the entire crowd fell silent. It was so quiet that only the sound of fish jumping in the ice cave could be heard. Long Fei's expression was cold to the extreme. His entire person was also extremely quiet. Jun Yixia, shut up. Han Yunqi was flustered. What? Is Qin Wangfei afraid that this prince will say something that shouldn't be said? Jun Yixia began to laugh loudly. No matter how smart Han Yunqi was, what could she do to him in this kind of situation? This kind of thing required evidence. She was a married woman, so where could she find evidence to prove her innocence? Han Yunqi was so angry that her eyes turned red. She knew that Jun Yixia was sincerely framing her. She had no way to defend herself against this kind of thing. Those who believed her would believe her. Those who didn't believe her, she couldn't defend herself. Han Yunqi looked towards Long Fei Yi and saw that Long Fei Yi was also looking at her. His eyes were terrifyingly cold. Her heart tightened. She opened her mouth and wanted to explain, but she didn't know why she couldn't say anything. They were clearly the people who had just kissed passionately, so why were their gazes so distant now? Long Fei Yi, what kind of gaze is that? Are you questioning me? Are you blaming me? So you don't believe what I'm saying? If it wasn't for you being so anxious to save Duan Muyao, I wouldn't have been kidnapped by Jun Yixia. What kind of attitude is this? It looks like Duke of Qin doesn't know about this matter, he. Jun Yixia's frivolous tone seemed to have a deeper meaning. Long Fei's frigid eyes narrowed into slits. His entire body emanated a terrifying killing intent that caused the temperature around them to plummet. The crowd couldn't help but shiver. Han Yunqi was also cold. But it wasn't just her body that was cold, it was also her heart. Long Fei Yi, you're too disappointing. Han Yunqi steeled her heart and resolutely avoided Long Fei Yi's gaze. She coldly looked towards Jun Yixia. She took off her thick fox fur coat in front of everyone and fiercely rolled up her sleeves before raising her jade-like arm high into the air. This jade-like arm was well-proportioned and slender. Her skin was like congealed cream, and her chastity mark was as red as fire, clearly visible. Jun Yixia, this Wang Fei's innocence is right here. Look clearly. You attempted to commit adultery and then maliciously insulted me. What are your intentions? To treat a woman like this, what kind of man are you? Han Yunqi sternly questioned, each word resounding. Her clothes were thin and her figure was small and thin, but she was magnanimous and unyielding, standing with her arms raised. She gave people a feeling of indomitable spirit. The entire crowd was silent. Even Jun Yixia couldn't help being silent. Everyone looked at the red mark on Han Yunqi's arm. While they were shocked, they couldn't help but feel sorry for her. It was rumored that Qin Wangfei was greatly favored by the Duke of Qin and was in charge of the Duke of Qin's household. But who would have thought that this woman was still pure and clean as a woman? Chapter 405. Han Yunqi's thin and frail body stood on the frozen ground, shocking everyone's hearts. That smear of cinnabar red seemed to be the only red in the snow, dazzling and unforgettable. This smear of red fell into Long Fei Yi's deep black eyes and scattered into a bloody mess, dyeing his cold eyes red. Everyone was looking at Han Yunqi, and no one noticed that Long Fei Yi's hand was already on his sword. Jun Yixia also didn't notice. He was dumbstruck. He never thought that Han Yunqi could use this method to prove her innocence. Wasn't this woman married to Long Fei Yi for more than a year? What was the relationship between her and Long Fei Yi? Wasn't this woman Long Fei Yi's woman? Wasn't this Long Fei Yi's only weakness? Could it be that he had made a mistake in this bet? The surrounding gazes were filled with shock, ridicule, sympathy, and pity. However, no matter what others thought, Han Yunqi was indifferent. Under everyone's gaze, she unhurriedly rolled down her sleeves and put on her fur robe, her movements elegant and noble. Jun Yixia, there's only one bottle of antidote for the poison in your body, and I threw it away long ago. But there's another way to detoxify the poison. Do you want to know? Han Yunqi asked with a sneer. What? Wasn't everything Jun Yixia did to detoxify the poison? Cripple your own arm. Han Yunqi laughed impudently, carefree and uninhibited, as if the injury just now had never happened. Jun Yixia then realized that he had been fooled, and he cursed, "Slut!" Just at this moment, a clang sound was heard. The sound of a sword whistling suddenly sounded. It was Long Fei Yi's sword ringing angrily. It seemed to have sensed its master's monstrous anger as it trembled and was about to fly out of its scabbard. At this moment, the crowd realized that Long Fei Yi had already grasped a sword, and they couldn't help but gasp in shock. Long Fei Yi was going to use force. Before anyone could react, another clang sound was heard as Long Fei Yi raised his sword and pointed it at Jun Yixia. Reality proved that His Highness Duke of Qin's calmness had its limits. "Your Highness!" Bailey Mingxiang exclaimed. Who would have thought that such a cold man would one day become angry over a woman? "Your Highness, please reconsider." General Bailey rushed over. Martial arts were forbidden on Fishery Island. Once His Highness used force, all their efforts would be in vain. Now Jun Yixia would truly be the fisherman who reaped the benefits. Long Fei turned a deaf ear to his words and pointed his sword at Jun Yixia. His cold eyes flashed with ruthless rage as the blade clattered against each other, ready to start a massacre at any moment. Wasn't this exactly what Jun Yixia wanted? Although Han Yunqi had proven her innocence and Long Fei's lies, none of that was important anymore. Because he'd succeeded in igniting Long Fei's fury, his sword was out of its scabbard. One move was all it would take for Long Fei Yi to lose everything. He had made the right bet. Han Yunqi was Long Fei Yi's Achilles' heel. This man knew that it was a trap, but he still jumped in anyway. Long Fei Yi gripped his sword so tightly that the veins on the back of his hand popped out. He was pouring his internal energy into the sword. He couldn't imagine what would happen if he slashed it down. Everyone was so nervous that they stared at Long Fei Yi's sword without blinking, afraid that they would miss a single move. However, Han Yunqi was indifferent. She was obviously standing beside Long Fei Yi, but her whole body was exuding a coldness that kept people thousands of miles away. Jun Yixia licked his lips with a mischievous expression. Without a doubt, he was adding oil and vinegar to Long Fei's fury. "You're courting death." No matter how calm Long Fei Yi was, he couldn't control himself and thrust his sword forward. However, almost at the same time, General Bailey rushed over and hugged Long Fei Yi's sword. "Your Highness, this is a trap." General Bailey clamped the blade of the sword tightly with both hands, and blood soon flowed down. He almost used all his strength to barely stop Long Fei Yi. Bloody anger burned in Long Fei Yi's eyes. He knew better than anyone that this was a trap. When Jun Yixia jumped into the sea and swam to Yuzhou Island, he knew that Jun Yixia must have wanted to take advantage of the prohibition of martial arts on Yuzhou Island. However, he never thought that Jun Yixia would provoke him with such a thing. "Get out of my way." Long Fei Yi was furious, and his sword glowed brightly. Seeing this, Bailey Mingxiang was very anxious. She grabbed Long Fei Yi's sword with both hands and held it together with General Bailey. Her hands were much more delicate than General Bailey's, and as soon as they touched the sword, they bled. "Your Highness, Princess Consort is innocent. Jun Yixia did it on purpose. Please don't fall into his trap. Your lordship will say it one last time. Get out of my way." Long Fei Yi wasn't someone the Bailey father and daughter could persuade. Bailey Mingxiang was too scared to look at him, but quickly grabbed Han Yunqi's hand. "Esteemed Wang Fei, please persuade His Highness. You and His Highness's efforts over the past few months can't go to waste." Of course Han Yunqi knew this was a trap. She also knew that once Long Fei Yi made his move, their efforts would be for not only in this fishing competition, but in Tianing as well. Emperor Tianhui, all of the civil and military officials in court, and all of Tianing's citizens were waiting to see how His Highness Duke of Qin would lead the disaster victims through the winter and usher in the spring months. Of course, none of that mattered to Han Yunqi now. She just didn't want Jun Yixia to get his way. What would happen if he succeeded in making an issue out of something like this? Looking at Long Fei Yi's cold eyes, Han Yunqi didn't know how much weight her words carried. She walked over and said, "Your Highness, please reconsider." But Long Fei Yi didn't even spare her a glance. Han Yunqi's lips quirked into a self-mocking smile. Just like General Bailey, she reached out to grab the edge of her sword and stop him. Immediately, Long Fei Yi pulled his sword out of General Bailey's hand and avoided Han Yunqi's. He didn't say a word, but gave Han Yunqi a vicious glare. Just like before, his eyes were filled with anger and questioning. Unfortunately, Han Yunqi avoided his gaze and missed it. Sheathing his sword, Long Fei Yi had been persuaded to stop. But that didn't mean he'd let Jun Yixia go. General Bailey and the rest exhaled in relief. At least His Highness was still calm. Seeing this, Jun Yixia was about to provoke him again when Long Fei Yi issued a cold order. General Bailey, pass on my orders. Have the entire Navy surround Fishery Island. Anyone who dares to take Jun Yixia away will be killed, without mercy. Everyone present was stunned by his words. Who said Long Fei Yi was calm? He's gone mad. He wants to use the entire Tianning Navy to trap a single Jun Yixia? General Bailey stood rooted to the spot, almost losing his mind. He'd spent more than a decade raising the Tianning Navy, along with large sums of silver from Tianning's national coffers. He'd never used them before, but this was his first time mobilizing them, and he wanted them to surround an island? Why aren't you going yet? Long Fei Yi was very fierce. This general obeys. General Bailey didn't have time to think. He left immediately. They'd brought along a fleet of ships with them this time. Originally, they were supposed to escort the fish back to Tianning for disaster relief. General Bailey first used the ships to guard the island, then sent a messenger hawk back with orders to mobilize all of the Navy to guard the island. A small team was also assigned to transport the fish. Jun Yixia saw that things weren't going well, so he turned and headed for the beach. Fishery Island's martial arts rules didn't just restrict Long Fei Yi, but him as well. If Long Fei Yi was going to play like this, he only had one option left. Leave immediately. Long Fei Yi's lips curved into a cold smile as he watched Jun Yixia's retreating figure. He used his lightness techniques to shoot out like an arrow and quickly caught up to Jun Yixia. Their martial arts skills were on par with each other, and their speeds were about the same. Both of them flew towards the beach. Han Yunqi, Bailey Mingxiang, Ouyang Ningnua, and the rest were chasing after them. Long Fei Yi and Jun Yixia arrived at the beach at almost the same time. Jun Yixia didn't hesitate to run across the water and jump onto his ship. He couldn't use martial arts on Fishery Island, so he'd only be trapped to death. But he could use martial arts on the ship, so he still had hope. Jun Yixia readied himself for a duel with poison in hand. Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi didn't chase after the ship. Instead, he hovered above the sea and drew his sword, pointing it at the sky as it exploded with dazzling sword light. For a moment, wind and clouds gathered as the sword whistled through the air. Jun Yixia knew that things weren't looking good. He was about to raise his sword to block when Long Fei Yi's sword slashed down with a rainbow of sword chi. Boom! There was a loud crash as a large hole was blasted into the tall ship. Seawater immediately poured into the hole, causing the ship to tilt. Han Yunqi and the rest were just about to rush over when they saw the tilting ship. They were all dumbfounded. His Highness Duke of Qin was truly angry. The consequences would be dire. Jun Yixia stood on the tilted ship's bow, dumbfounded. How was he supposed to get back if the ship was destroyed? Jun Yixia was enraged when he saw Ouyang Ningnua approach. Ouyang Ningnua, is this the face Long Fei Yi gave your merchant guild? Before, when Long Fei was about to destroy the ship, Ouyang Ningnua had stepped forward to save face and stop him. Ouyang Ningnua had been engrossed in watching the battle. He jumped in fright when Jun Yixia shouted at him. He hurriedly replied, "Your Highness, Duke of Kong, that's your ship. It has nothing to do with me." They had been allies just a moment ago, but now he was saying such things. Han Yunqi hadn't misjudged him. This guy really was shameless, not only to them, but to Jun Yixia as well. Ouyang Ningnua was a businessman who prioritized profit above all else. He would never do a losing deal. Although the horse deal at the border of Northern Li was important, he couldn't afford to offend His Highness Duke of Qin. If he'd known that Jun Isia would resort to such underhanded means, he would never have cooperated with Jun Isia. Ouyang Ningnua. Jun Isia was about to explode. Long Fei Yi didn't waste his breath. He raised his sword a second time. A vicious glint flashed across Jun Isia's eyes. Sword in hand, he flew toward General Bailey's ship. Unexpectedly, General Bailey gave the order. All the archers on the ship fired their arrows at once, aiming at Jun Isia. No matter how strong and expert was, how could he withstand an army of archers? Jun Isia only had one path left, and that was to return to Fishery Island, where martial arts were prohibited. At this moment, Long Fei Ye's second strike landed squarely on the raised bow of the ship. With one strike, the bow of the ship was completely destroyed, and the entire ship was destroyed. A king's wrath rumbled, shaking everyone's hearts. He stood in the air, a vast fleet of warships behind him. Archers were ready to fire their arrows. His face was as cold as ice, and his voice was frighteningly cold. Jun Isia, swim back to Northernly if you have the guts. Chapter 406. Swim back to Northernly? After all, Fishery Island was located in the middle of Tianing country seas. Even the fastest ship would take 3 to 4 days to reach Tianing's ports, to say nothing of Northern Lee's ports. Even if it was a fish, it would take a few days to swim back. Long Fei Yi had clearly given Jun Isia a dead end. Jun Isia had no choice but to stay on Fishery Island. He couldn't believe his ears, but reality was right before his eyes. All of Fishery Island had been surrounded by warships with tens of thousands of arrows aimed at him. No matter how capable he was, there was nothing he could do. He'd planned everything so well. But who knew he'd end up playing himself like this? He'd basically dug a hole to bury himself in. He glared at Ouyang Ningnua, but the man immediately avoided his gaze to look at Long Fei Yi instead. As if nothing had happened, Ouyang Ningnua gracefully clasped his hands and smiled. Your Highness Duke of Qin, Cloud Realm Trade Consortium is willing to donate 300,000 dan of grain to help your Highness with the disaster relief efforts. Even Long Fei Yi was out of grain by now, but Cloud Realm Trade Consortium had to have some. Otherwise, they wouldn't be called a trade consortium anymore. Ouyang Ningnua was planning to save up the grain until next month when Tianing ran out of grain. Then he'd take it out to extort Long Fei Yi for a sky-high price. Unfortunately, man proposes but God disposes. Now he had no choice but to take it out to buy a ticket. With Northern Lee's warships destroyed, he'd have to go through Long Fei Yi to get back. Long Fei Yi ignored him and gave Han Yunqi a cold look before heading back to the warship. Ouyang Ningnua was about to follow when General Bailey stopped him. His Highness wouldn't care about anything at a time like this. After taking care of Jun Isia, His Highness and esteemed Wang Fei would have to settle scores. Although the cinnabar red mark on esteemed Wang Fei's arm had shocked General Bailey, he could still tell that His Highness truly doted on esteemed Wang Fei. No matter what, the Princess Consort had suffered such a big grievance, so she should at least tell His Highness about it. As a man who could stand being kept in the dark like this, Ouyang Ningnua was overjoyed and hurriedly walked over. He thought that it would be better to talk to General Bailey than to talk to that old fox Long Fei Yi, right? Long Fei Yi had walked far away, but Han Yunqi was still standing there. She looked at Long Fei Yi's cold back. She didn't know why, but even though her heart was cold and she didn't care about anything anymore, her heart still ached. She couldn't remember when it started, but whenever they walked together, this man would definitely hold her hand. Even if she didn't move, he would definitely turn around and ask her coldly, Han Yunqi, why aren't you leaving? But this time he walked far away without looking back, far more than 10 steps. So, Long Fei Yi, are you going to leave just like that? Han Yunqi couldn't control the sourness that welled up in her heart. She gritted her teeth and was about to turn around when Long Fei Yi suddenly turned around and strode over. He fiercely grabbed Han Yunqi's wrist and dragged her away. Long Fei Ye's monstrous fury danced in his eyes. Only the heavens knew how much he had been suppressing his anger to deal with Jun Yixia first. His grip was very tight as he walked very quickly. Han Yunqi didn't expect this and staggered, narrowly avoiding falling over. Long Fei, you didn't let go until Han Yunqi was dragged onto the warship. He roared, "Men, set sail!" The servants on the deck scattered in fright. They'd followed His Highness Duke of Qin for so many years, but they'd never seen him so angry. Han Yunqi stood there, panting. She didn't understand why this man was so angry at her. Was he blaming her for this? Han Yunqi lowered her head and lowered her eyes. Her entire person was abnormally quiet. He narrowed his eyes and stared at her. Just like before, his piercing gaze was still filled with questions and anger. It was so cold that it was frightening. The two of them were only 5 steps apart, but it felt like they were separated by an entire world. The large deck was empty and quiet. Only the sound of their breathing could be heard. Han Yunqi's breathing was steady, but Long Fei Ye's was very hurried. This man, even his breathing was filled with anger. Suddenly, Long Fei Ye sternly ordered, "Raise your head!" Han Yunqi was silent and didn't move. Long Fei Ye clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. "Raise your head!" Han Yunqi finally raised her head. Just as she was about to open her mouth to question him, he angrily said, "Han Yunqi, how dare you hide this kind of thing from this prince? Who gave you the guts to do so?" Every word seemed to burst out from his anger. The wrath of a king overflowed to the heavens. When Jun Yixia first said those words, he thought that Jun Yixia was deliberately making things up to provoke him and force him to make a move. But who knew that Han Yunqi really did suffer? He then remembered that after she was kidnapped in Sky Pit, she was wrapped in a white robe when she returned to Medical City. That was the robe of that young master from the Shadow Clan. Just as she said, it was that young master from the Shadow Clan who saved her. Why didn't she say anything at that time? This was such a big matter. If it wasn't for Jun Yixia's provocation today, was this woman planning to hide it from him for the rest of her life? Was she planning to quietly let it go like this? She was only willing to say it when others humiliated her in front of her. Did she think that her husband didn't exist? How could he not be angry? Han Yunqi, Han Yunqi, you were the one who took the initiative to provoke this prince. You were the one who kept talking about this prince, but in your heart, just who was this prince to you? You actually concealed such a monstrous matter until now. When she met Long Fei Ye's furious and cold gaze, Han Yunqi's heart trembled. Faced with this kind of question, she didn't know how to answer. Answer this prince's question. Long Fei Ye roared. Han Yunqi was startled. Only now did she realize why this man's eyes were so cold and angry. She subconsciously took a step back and instinctively lowered her head. She didn't deliberately hide it from him. It was just that back then, when he saved Duanmu Yao, her heart was filled with thoughts of him saving Duanmu Yao. Later on, she directly ran away and went missing. In that kind of situation, how could she tell him something like that? Later on, he found her at the Mu family and explained the matter with Duanmu Yao to her, so she didn't want to talk about it anymore. In the end, she didn't let Jun Yixia have his way. In the end, it wasn't a happy thing. It was not her style to let her cry to him about such things with snot and tears. She could come up with many explanations, but she knew that he wouldn't believe her. At this time, this man was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. When he saw Han Yunqi lowering her head and not saying anything, Long Fei Ye clenched his fists so tightly that they cracked. Han Yunqi's heart trembled with fear when she heard this. Her heart was originally as cold as ice, but now she was like a child who had made a mistake. Her head was almost buried in her chest. Long Fei Ye, I'm sorry. In the end, I wasn't confident enough in front of you, so I doubted your feelings. Answer me. Long Fei Ye was about to go crazy with anger. His anger only increased as he insisted on an answer. Han Yunqi finally raised her head and calmly said, "Because I was afraid. I was afraid that you wouldn't want me." There were too many reasons, but only she knew the real reason. Long Fei, it was so difficult for me to walk 100 steps. I was so afraid that you would retreat and retreat too far. Long Fei Ye's heart felt like it had been bitten by something. It suddenly hurt, and it was so painful that all of his anger dissipated in an instant. When he saw Han Yunqi's clear and bright gaze, his brows tightly knitted together, he suddenly felt a sense of helplessness as he didn't know what to do with this woman. Han Yunqi, you can also feel fear? Who was the one who was so audacious as to kick open the sedan door and walk into the Duke of Qin's residence? Who was the one who was so audacious as to leave home and leave without a word? Who didn't want him? And who was the one who was so audacious as to not let him go and insist on asking him if he was jealous of Gu Beiwa? Han Yunqi, you've challenged this prince's bottom line time and time again, and you're still afraid? Why wasn't Han Yunqi afraid? She had been trying her best to walk into his heart, but he had too many secrets. She couldn't guess at them, nor could she ask them. Many times, she didn't even know where he was going or what he was doing. How could she not be afraid? She lowered her head again, but Long Fei Yi immediately shouted angrily, "Raise your head!" She raised her head obediently. He lifted her chin and looked at her. His brows were furrowed so tightly that the word Chuan could be seen. "Your Highness, do you mind?" she asked in a low voice. "I mind." As he spoke, he pulled her into his arms and hugged her tightly. After a long time, he finally murmured, "In the end, it was this prince's carelessness." He had been careless when she was kidnapped at the Sky Pit that time. "Your Highness!" Han Yunqi wanted to speak, but Long Fei Yi pressed down on her lips. He didn't speak, but held her tightly as he stared at the boundless sea. His eyes were so deep that they seemed bottomless. "Han Yunqi, you must not know this, but this prince is even more afraid than you are, so there are many things that this prince must do as soon as possible. Before the 7 noble families come knocking on his door, he must do it as soon as possible." His embrace was very, very tight. This embrace should have been the safest, but Han Yunqi could faintly sense his uneasiness. His uneasiness. "I must be imagining things," she thought. She lightly planted a kiss on his chest. She didn't want to say or think too much. It was fine as long as he was still here. The warship slowly sailed towards Tianning's harbor. The matters of Fishery Island had been handed over to General Bailey. Batches of fish would be sent to the disaster areas. As for Jun Yixia, no matter how high his martial arts or poison skills were, there was nothing he could do on Fishery Island. As soon as he left the island, he would be met with a barrage of arrows. Only death awaited him. Being trapped on Fishery Island while watching Long Fei Ye's subordinates fish and transport the fish was a feeling worse than death. After General Bailey made all the arrangements for the fish, he began to discuss business with Ouyang Ningnua. Reality proved that even someone as shrewd as Ouyang Ningnua had his moments of miscalculation. General Bailey demanded an exorbitant price of 1,000,000 dan of grain. General Bailey, you know as well that Tianning is the only place where grain is produced. Last year's harvest wasn't good at all, so they didn't get much despite paying high prices. Ouyang Ningnua said helplessly, "Give me as much as you have. The rest can be sold at the market price of the 2nd month," General Bailey said directly. Naturally, General Bailey didn't know how to do business, but His Highness had long sent people to the Trade Consortium to buy grain. Back then, the consortium had said the same thing, sell it at the market price of the 2nd month of the next year. His Highness Duke of Qin might be rich, but he wasn't stupid. He didn't like being cheated, so he didn't buy the grain. Ouyang Ningnua naturally knew what the consortium had said. What else could he do now? He could only accept his loss. After signing the contract and stamping his fingerprint, General Bailey sent Ouyang Ningnua to Bailey Mingxiang's ship so that he could leave with Bailey Mingxiang. Jun Yixia stared at the departing ship. He was so angry that he wanted to kill Ouyang Ningnua. Of course, he should be more concerned about his own situation right now. What should he do? Note to the readers: read the second chapter first. The third chapter will be late. The Genius Poison Consort's public WeChat account is Tainkaksia. Everyone is welcome to add. Chapter 407. Jun Isya wouldn't be able to escape Fishery Island on his own, so he could only place his hopes on the Northern Li Imperial clan. After all, he'd used Northern Li's Imperial ship this time. He'd requested permission from the Northern Dynasty's emperors. If he didn't go back, the Northern Dynasty's emperors would naturally guess that something had happened to him once Long Fei Yi brought back a large batch of fish. Jun Isya sat by the lake and waited. Fortunately, he'd caught plenty of fish before, or else he would have starved to death. But even then, he could still fight it out with the disaster victims of Tianing. He'd have to eat fish for every meal for the next few days. After sitting for a long time, he grew bored and got up to walk towards the ice cave. Fishery Island had its own rules, so the fishermen and workers weren't afraid of him. No one paid him any attention, either. Jun Isya scooped up some ice water with his bare hands and sniffed it before taking a few sips. He wondered just what was in that bottle of medicine Han Yunqi had poured down. How could it break the legend of the big fish eye and attract all the fish here? But even after taking a big gulp, he still couldn't figure out what was going on. He had to admit that this woman's poison skills were far superior to his own. Jun Isya stared blankly at his reflection in the water. He couldn't help but recall Han Yunqi's figure standing alone on the ice with her arms raised high. That cinnabar mole seemed to be right in front of his eyes. He still couldn't believe that woman was still pure. In other words, Long Fei Yi hadn't completely taken her yet. Jun Isya actually rejoiced at the thought. Damn it, he should hate that woman for ruining his plans. But there was still a sliver of hope left in his heart. Jun Isya shook his head and forced himself to think rationally. He was about to leave the ice cave when he suddenly sensed the scent of poison. He was immediately on guard. Poison? Was he too careless? Had Han Yunqi really poisoned him? Jun Isya crouched down and scooped up some ice water to examine it carefully. Even if there was only a sliver of hope, he would not let it go. If he found evidence that Han Yunqi had poisoned him, history would be rewritten, and he would be able to turn the tables immediately. Helplessly, he patiently and seriously checked over and over again, but in the end he didn't find any signs of poison in the ice water. In the end, he had to give up. Just as he got up, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of the blood that had already solidified on the ice. Jun Isya was suspicious. He walked closer to take a look and suddenly realized why he couldn't find any trace of poison in the ice water, even though he had smelled the scent of poison. It turned out that the blood was poisonous. This blood was left behind by General Bailey and Bailey Mingxiang when they were trying to stop Chang Fei Yi from drawing his sword. Jun Isya glanced around and saw that no one was paying attention. He squatted down and took out a dagger to cut up the frozen blood. He held it in his hand and melted it with the warmth of his palm. Then he put it into a porcelain bottle. Everything was done silently and no one noticed. Although the blood here belonged to General Bailey and Bailey Mingxiang, he was almost certain that Bailey Mingxiang was the one who had been poisoned. He had noticed Bailey Mingxiang, the sickly beauty, from the very beginning. He could see that she might have been poisoned, but he couldn't figure out why Han Yunqi didn't help her detoxify. Judging from the blood, his guess was right. This woman was indeed poisoned, and the poison was very deep. It was just that he had been so absorbed in provoking Chang Fei that he didn't notice when Bailey Mingxiang was bleeding. Now that he had collected the blood sample, he had plenty of time to slowly figure out what kind of poison this sickly beauty had been poisoned with. Bailey Mingxiang's identity wasn't simple. Why was she poisoned? What kind of poison was it? Why didn't Han Yunqi help her detoxify? He was very curious. At this time, Bailey Mingxiang was already far away from Yuzhou Island. She sat in the cabin and stared blankly at her injured hand. She didn't know when she would see His Highness Duke of Qin again after today. In the end, She hadn't been able to help this time. She knew that it was useless to think too much, but she couldn't beat her own heart. She couldn't help but wonder what His Highness and esteemed Wang Fei were doing right now. His Highness was so angry. What would he do to esteemed Wang Fei? She couldn't help but laugh at the thought. Both her and her father's hands were bleeding, but His Highness didn't even spare them a glance. He only told them to scram. But esteemed Wang Fei's hand hadn't even touched the blade when His Highness immediately withdrew his sword. No matter how angry he was, what could he do to esteemed Wang Fei? She was already injured, so why was she worried about him? Ouyang Ningnua walked in with a smile. "Miss Bailey, is your hand all right?" "It's fine. Thank you for your concern, young Master Ouyang," Bailey Mingxiang replied politely. "Miss Bailey, you don't seem to be in good health. Are you ill?" Ouyang Ningnua was a shrewd man. He'd long noticed Bailey Mingxiang's health problems. He'd heard of this Miss Bailey before, but his impression of her was that she was perfectly fine when she attended Tianning's Empress Dowager's birthday banquet a few months ago. "I caught a cold, but it's nothing serious," Bailey Mingxiang replied mildly. "The winds are strong out at sea." "Then Miss Bailey will have to wear more clothes," Ouyang Ningnua said before changing the topic. "Your esteemed Wang Fei is quite interesting." Bailey Mingxiang only smiled faintly in response. She had no intention of talking to an unscrupulous businessman like Ouyang Ningnua. "Miss Bailey, I heard that Qin Wang Fei is Lady Tianqin's daughter?" Ouyang Ningnua asked next. Mingxiang isn't very clear. Esteemed Wang Fei's matters aren't something Mingxiang can discuss. Mingxiang is tired, so forgive me for not accompanying you any longer. Bailey Mingxiang was naturally on her guard, so she rose to leave. Ouyang Ningnua didn't linger either. He walked out of the cabin and watched Fishery Island disappear into the distance with a faint smile on his lips. "Han Yunqi, hee, how interesting." At this moment, one of his retainers came running over. "Master, we've lost big this time." The retainer was right. Ouyang Ningnua had wasted a lot of manpower and resources. After offending Long Fei, he defended Jun Yixia as well. In the end, he hadn't even been able to settle the horse trade at the northerly border. In the end, he'd lost a huge amount of grain and silver. This was Ouyang Ningnua's biggest loss since entering the business world. "Don't worry, we won't lose that much." Ouyang Ningnua didn't seem to mind at all. The ship sailed across the sea. It was spring, and the winds were calm, and there wasn't much danger. Long Fei Ye's ship was the first to reach the harbor. On the first day of the new year, a large group of officials knelt in front of the provincial governor's estate, begging for an audience with Long Fei Yi. They desperately wanted grain and disaster relief plans. Long Fei Yi had said that he wouldn't be back until the 15th day of the month. It was precisely the 15th day of the month that they'd arrived at the South Ning provincial governor's estate. Those officials definitely hadn't knelt for the full 15th day, but they were all gathered at the gates again. When they saw Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi disembark from the carriage, Ningbei County's county magistrate was the first to approach them. "Your Highness, Duke of Qin, esteemed Wang Fei, you've finally returned. Ningbei County's grain is about to shine. All the disaster victims have been waiting for your Highness and esteemed Wang Fei to return. Today, you've finally returned." This was clearly using the people to coerce the ruler. However, they'd learned their lesson this time. They'd used the hearts of the people, not their anger. Think about it. The people had placed all their hopes on the Duke of Qin. If he disappointed them, wouldn't he lose the hearts of the people? "Tianhui's improved this time," Long Fei Yi murmured. Han Yunqi almost laughed out loud. If Emperor Tianhui heard the Duke of Qin's words, he'd probably be hopping mad. "Tell them not to worry. In 5 days, your lordship will let you all eat meat." Long Fei Yi said. "Eat meat?" Everyone was stunned. Is the Duke of Qin joking? The famine had lasted for so long that even humans had no food to eat, much less livestock. Where would they find meat to eat? When Emperor Tianhui heard these words, he burst into laughter in his study. Eat meat? Hee hee. Zhen liked to see how capable Zhen's good little brother is. 5 days later, Ouyang Ningnua's trade consortium delivered 600,000 dan of grain and discounted silver. At the same time, the first 3 batches of fish arrived as well. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi didn't make an appearance, but left the distribution of grain and fish to a few reliable officials. Husband and wife went back to Jiangnan's Plum Blossom Sea for a vacation. The entire nation was shocked that grain could be found at a time like this. Who would have thought that His Highness Duke of Qin had caught so many fish? He'd really given the famine victims a chance to eat meat. Even the people living in the disaster areas couldn't finish all of the fish. Even the people living around the disaster areas received benefits and were given a few batches of fish. After all, Tianning's fishing industry was one of the most developed in Cloud Realm continent. But there was still a limit to how much fish could be caught. How could ordinary people eat such delicious fish so easily? The spring plowing season hadn't arrived yet, but the disaster relief efforts were already complete. Because they'd come in time, very few people died of illness. There were no large-scale epidemics either. This time, the most severe famine in Tianning's history had passed without a hitch. Long Fei Yi listened to Han Yunqi's suggestions and used the silver sent by Cloud Realm Trade Consortium to buy a large batch of high-quality seeds for the famine victims. Long Fei Yi not only won the hearts of the people, but was also recorded in the annals of history. His glory far surpassed Emperor Tianhui's. Emperor Tianhui was so angry that he fell ill and couldn't even attend court for a few days. As the weather warmed up, the ice and snow melted. Jiangnan's plum blossom garden was filled with plum blossoms that drifted to the ground, filling the air with petals. It was a veritable sea of plum blossoms, so beautiful that Han Yunqi wanted to live here forever. Long Fei Yi had already accompanied her for a few days, but Long Fei Yi never brought up the matter again, so she didn't say anything either. Perhaps it was her imagination, but she felt that Long Fei Yi had been spending time with her on purpose, as if he was trying to make up for something. In the past, no matter where they lived, he'd always go out at night and stay out for 2 or 3 days at a time. This time, he hadn't left once since they moved in. It really seemed like they were here on vacation. He spent most of his time in his study, flipping through ancient texts and occasionally dealing with urgent reports. Meanwhile, she spent most of her time basking in the sun and immersing herself in the detox system, seizing the time to help Bailey Mingxiang make antidotes. Occasionally, she'd read with him at night, but before she knew it, she'd fall asleep in his study. When she woke up, she wasn't sleeping in her own room, but in his arms. Occasionally, she'd wake up in the middle of the night to see him soaking in the hot springs. She'd pretend not to see and hurriedly pass by, but he knew. Occasionally, she'd see him drinking tea by himself and scoot over to lean on his shoulder to chat with him. He didn't talk much, but he'd always answer her questions. Han Yunqi felt so close to this man for the first time. Days like this were simple but very comfortable. However, such days were destined not to last for long. Spring plowing had yet to arrive when Emperor Tianhui sent someone to urge Long Fei Yi to return to the capital. Chapter 408. Emperor Tianhui had originally ordered the Duke of Qin to stay in the disaster areas until spring plowing began before returning to the capital. It was obvious that he wanted to keep His Highness Duke of Qin in the midst of his troubles and away from the center of Tianning's power. Unexpectedly, the disaster relief work in the disaster areas had already been completed before spring plowing began. All that was left was to wait for the right time to arrive. Under these circumstances, the longer the Duke of Qin stayed in South Ning Prefecture, the easier it would be for him to establish a foundation there and gain complete control over it and the other 2 prefectures. After all, the 3 prefectural governors of the 3 disaster regions could be said to be the 3 most important prefectures in Tianning's central region. Together, they were basically equal to half of Tianning's central region. They were the hub that connected the north and south of Tianning, as well as the most populous regions in Tianning. Once the Duke of Qin took control of these three prefectures, his power in Tianning would be like a tiger that had grown wings. How could Emperor Tianhui not be worried? Now that he was lying on his sickbed, he realized that sending the Duke of Qin south had been a mistake. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Emperor Tianhui's eunuch Lu had already been sitting in the guest hall of Jiangnan's plum blossom courtyard for half a day. Unfortunately, he still hadn't met with His Highness Duke of Qin or esteemed Wang Fei. It was Chu Shifeng who came out to meet him. Eunuch Lu, His Highness is ill and inconvenient to receive you. I ask for your forgiveness. Chu Shifeng was very polite. Eunuch Lu didn't dare to accept such courtesy, but quickly bowed with hands clasped in front. Guard Chu is overcompensating me. I wonder if His Highness has made any arrangements to return to the capital? Eunuch Lu, His Highness has been overworked recently, and it's inconvenient for him to travel long distances. The doctor said we'll have to observe him for a while. Thus, there's no telling when he'll return. Chu Shifeng replied helplessly. Eunuch Lu knew that this was a difficult task, but what else could he do besides tell Emperor Tianhui the truth? In his heart, dealing with Emperor Tianhui was much easier than dealing with His Highness Duke of Qin. Just like that, Eunuch Lu returned with an uncertain time. Emperor Tianhui nearly jumped out of his sickbed at these words. Even an idiot would know that the Duke of Qin was doing this on purpose. It was bad enough that he didn't return immediately, but he didn't even give him time. Someone come, issue an edict. Jin doesn't believe that I can't summon him back. Emperor Tianhui was about to faint from anger. Noble Consort Shui, who was waiting on the side, hurriedly stopped him. Your Majesty, please calm down. This must not happen. Emperor Tianhui glowered at her, causing Noble Consort Shui to quickly bow. Your Majesty, the Duke of Qin is currently in the limelight in the central regions. Now he's using exhaustion and illness as an excuse to refuse to return. If news of your Highness's decree spreads, what will the common people think? Emperor Tianhui grew even angrier at her words. What do you think? Could it be that they wanted to rebel? Or do they think Long Fei is in charge of Tianning? Your Majesty, please calm down. Qinxie definitely did not have such intentions. It's just that those lowly commoners have never been able to distinguish right from wrong. Whoever gives them benefits, they will side with that person. This was especially true for the southern and northern Ning counties, where the folk customs had always been valiant. I hope your Highness will reconsider and not fall into the Duke of Qin's trap. Finally, Emperor Tianhui listened to Noble Consort Shui's explanation. He wasn't so ignorant as to fail to see through the intricacies of the situation, but he was too angry to think straight. After a period of silence, Emperor Tianhui had no choice but to summon Eunuch Lu back. Write up an imperial edict. The Duke of Qin has rendered meritorious service in relieving the disaster areas. When he returns to the capital, he'll be richly rewarded. As for Gu Beiwei, Emperor Tianhui paused before changing his tune. Summon Imperial Physician Huang and have him bring the best medicine to treat the Duke of Qin's illness. If Emperor Tianhui wanted to win back the hearts of the people, treating the Duke of Qin well was his only choice. Your Majesty, the Imperial Physician Courtyard has 2 Imperial Physician Huangs. Which one are you referring to? Eunuch Luo asked in a low voice. Huang Yingchen. His medical skills are second only to Gu Beiwei's. Remember, tell him to treat the Duke of Qin as soon as possible. Emperor Tianhui emphasized. Without a doubt, he wanted to send Imperial Physician Huang to hurry the Duke of Qin. Would the Duke of Qin be able to keep up the pretense if the Imperial Physician was already there? Gu Beiwei had been waiting by the sickbed the entire time. He watched Eunuch Luo's retreating form with a silent smile. When the Empress Dowager had made things difficult for him and forced him to stay at the Duke of Qin's estate, It was Imperial physician Huang who had secretly treated him. Although Han Yunqi didn't know the relationship between him and Imperial physician Huang, Han Yunqi and Imperial physician Huang were still friends. Seeing that things had come to an end, noble consort Shui quickly offered up a decoction of medicine. "Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Your health is more important." Noble consort Shui was still young, barely in her early 20s. She ranked third among the 4 noble consorts and was the imperial uncle's concubine's daughter. She was also the Empress Dowager's niece. The imperial uncle's estate had fallen from power, but Empress Dowager Li was still alive, so noble consort Shui hadn't been affected much. Of the 4 noble consorts, the second imperial son's mother, noble consort Xiao, had fallen out of favor. Noble consort Ning stayed at home and didn't fight for her place, while noble consort Yin had been poisoned to death. Noble consort Shui had taken advantage of the situation to win the emperor's favor. Add to that the Empress Dowager's support, and she was now the most glorious person in the palace. Emperor Tian Hui drank his medicine as he flipped through memorials to the throne. Suddenly, he saw a memorial from the Ministry of Rights asking for a marriage alliance between West Chu and the Princess of West Chu. The Princess of West Chu was none other than Chu Qingge. Because she represented West Chu in this marriage alliance, the West Chu Emperor had conferred her the title of Princess of West Chu. Chu Qingge's status was noble to begin with. But now that she'd been conferred such a title, the struggle for the throne would become interesting once she married into Tianing. Whether it was the imperial court or the harem, plenty of people wanted to depose the insane empress. Noble consort Shui stole a glance at the memorial from the Ministry of Rights, her heart uneasy. She'd seen Chu Qingge before. Heaven knows what kind of chaos Tianing's harem would cause if that woman came. Noble consort Shui thought it over before deciding to find Crown Prince Consort Mu Luiwei to discuss the matter. After all, they were in the same boat. If Mu Luiwei wanted to become empress in the future, she'd have to support the crown prince to seize the throne. She'd have to nip any potential threats in the bud. Late that night, noble consort Shui personally went to the Eastern Palace to see Mu Luiwei. But Mu Luiwei simply ignored her warning. Even if Chu Qingge can give His Majesty an imperial son as soon as she arrives, what kind of waves can a baby in swaddling clothes cause? Noble consort Shui, you're underestimating His Highness Crown Prince too much. Mu Luiwei's sufferings in the Eastern Palace were only known to its members. In front of outsiders, she could only puff herself up at her own cost and pretend as if nothing had happened while wholeheartedly protecting His Highness Crown Prince. Luiwei, it's not that I'm underestimating the Crown Prince, but you're the one who's underestimating Western Zhou's Chu clan. Noble consort, Shui said sincerely. Forget it, forget it. Leave these matters for the Crown Prince's advisors to worry about. It's getting late, so noble consort Shui should go back, Mu Luiwei said impatiently. Noble consort Shui was currently favored by the emperor and was the perfect person to blow pillow talk to. Who wouldn't curry favor with her? But Mu Luiwei, the crown prince's consort, didn't put her in her eyes at all. In the end, noble consort Shui relied on the Empress Dowager, who placed all her hopes on the crown prince. No matter how angry noble consort Shui was, she couldn't do anything to Mu Luiwei. After sending noble consort Shui off, Mu Luiwei immediately issued orders. Someone come, prepare a generous gift for me. I'm going to give it to Chu Qingge. Actually, Mu Luiwei had been thinking about Chu Qingge's marriage even before noble consort Shui's arrival. Mu Luiwei's only thought was that Chu Qingge hated Han Yunqi to the core, just as she hated Han Yunqi. In other words, they were on the same boat. She couldn't count on the crown prince, so she only hoped that Chu Qingge would marry into her family so they could plot revenge together. Han Yunqi was still far away in Jiangnan's plum blossom garden. If she knew about Mu Luiwei's plans, what would she think? She didn't care much about Chu Qingge's marriage. Even the Empress Dowager couldn't do anything to her, much less a newbie in the imperial harem. Right now, She was more concerned about when Long Fei Yi would be willing to return to the capital. She thought that her leisurely days were numbered, but Long Fei Yi still hadn't returned. When Imperial Physician Huang showed up, she didn't need to show her face. Chu Shifeng sent him away with a few words. Was he really going to make Emperor Tianhui beg him for help like he said? That was worth looking forward to. Today, General Bailey sent a messenger pigeon with news of Fishery Island. Han Yunqi glanced at the letter and smiled. The effects of the medicine are about to wear off. The ice on Fishery Island's illusory lake had already begun to melt. Her medicine was about to wear off as well, so there was no need to keep fishing. Long Fei Yi had long stopped caring about the matter. Cold, he said. Chu Shifeng, send orders to guard Fishery Island to the death. Don't slack off a single bit. Jun Yixia was still trapped on Fishery Island. Long Fei Yi had given him two choices: die at sea or die of old age on Fishery Island. Han Yunqi knew that this man was still angry, so she quietly offered him a cup of tea. After some hesitation, she said, "Your Highness, I'm afraid news of what happened on Fishery Island will spread very quickly." Han Yunqi didn't finish, but the matter was very troublesome. For one thing, Long Fei Yi had mobilized an entire navy to deal with a single Jun Yixia. If Emperor Tianhui found out, he'd definitely pursue the matter. Although General Bailey was one of Long Fei Yi's men, the navy still belonged to the imperial court in name. Secondly, once news of Jun Yixia's grudge against her and her husband spread, heaven knows how many people would use her loss as an excuse to slap Long Fei Yi in the face. Thirdly, once news of the chastity mark spread, the Empress Dowager would never let it go. Fourthly, Jun Yixia was using Northern Li's boats. Someone in the imperial court would definitely know that he'd come to Fishery Island, so they'd make a fuss about it too. Han Yunqi's considerations were all necessary. Long Fei Yi naturally knew all of this, but he still replied to Han Yunqi, "Don't worry. Go make preparations. I'll take you out for a spring walk tomorrow." "A spring walk? Your Highness is in such a good mood." Han Yunqi laughed. If this fellow was in such a good mood, then she didn't need to worry about any of those troubles. Spring plowing had already begun, making it the perfect time for all living things to recover. The grass was long, and the orioles were flying. The weather was neither hot nor cold, and the scenery was perfect. Wouldn't it be romantic to go out for a walk at this time? His Highness, Duke of Qin, was a man of interests as well. Han Yunqi really didn't want to go back to the capital. As soon as Han Yunqi left, a guard arrived. "Your Highness, there's news from Gu Qisha. He wants to meet you on the 15th of next month." Long Fei Yi's cold eyes flickered with emotion. Did he find those two ingredients? He didn't say. He only asked for the 15th of next month. "Please set the location, Your Highness," the guard replied. "He's still in Medicine Ghost Valley. Tell him your lordship will definitely arrive on time." Long Fei Yi said. Chapter 409. The aftermath of the Fishery Island incident was going to be troublesome. Coupled with the matter of Mute Granny and the 7 noble families, Long Fei Yi was actually very, very busy. She didn't know where he got the mood to take the initiative to accompany Han Yunqi on a spring outing. Han Yunqi didn't know how many things Long Fei Yi had to deal with, but despite her happiness, she still felt that this spring outing was probably not as simple as it seemed. But reality proved that Long Fei Yi really was just accompanying her for a walk. The two of them sat in the large, open carriage. Long Fei Yi took Han Yunqi's hand and pressed it on his knee. His movements were so natural. Han Yunqi glanced at him and felt an indescribable feeling. The two of them were always indifferent. There was nothing vigorous, and there were no vows of undying love. It was as if they had only been together for a short time and were very unfamiliar with each other. However, there were always a few inadvertent small movements that gave Han Yunqi the illusion that she had been with him for most of her life. Han Yunqi gently placed her other hand on Long Fei Yi's hand and leaned on his shoulder. Your Highness, Long Fei, Yi said indifferently. It's nothing. I just wanted to call you a little. Han Yunqi smiled. She didn't know what Long Fei's expression was, but in short he fell silent. Not long after, Han Yunqi called out again. Your Highness! This time, Long Fei Yi didn't answer her. Han Yunqi pouted and didn't say much, but after a while, she suddenly said, Long Fei Yi! Long Fei Yi still didn't say anything, but Han Yunqi clearly felt his hand stiffen. Han Yunqi couldn't help but laugh as she leaned on his shoulder. At this moment, Long Fei Yi said coldly, You've got guts! Although his voice was cold, Han Yunqi was no longer afraid of him. In the past, she was often timid, but this time she was no longer afraid of him because he was so fierce. This woman must have forgotten the consequences of playing a prank on Long Fei Yi in the black market. She was still laughing foolishly. How was this a prank? She was clearly teasing the Duke of Qin. Long Fei Yi turns to look at him. Seeing his cold expression, Han Yunqi immediately holds back her laughter, but the smile still comes out from her eyes. In a good mood, Long Fei Yi raised his eyebrows and asked. Han Yunqi nodded honestly. This was their first time going on a trip. In modern terms, it could be considered a date. Do you want something better? Long Fei Yi asked again. Something better? Han Yunqi was a little bewildered. Before she could figure it out, Long Fei had already cupped the back of her head and leaned in to seal her lips with a kiss. This kiss had a hint of punishment and was especially forceful. She really did have guts. He used so much force, but she didn't show any weakness and counterattacked. Unknowingly, the two of them were lost in their passion. Even though his large hand was holding the back of her head, she still couldn't bear it and fell backwards. She fell backwards, but he didn't help her. Instead, he leaned down and covered her full body with his large hand. Han Yunqi was shocked and unconsciously pushed him away. Long Fei Yi! Long Fei Yi was also awake. His deep eyes were bottomless, and she didn't know what he was thinking. He looked at her for a while before pulling her up. The two of them sat down and fell into silence. The driver sitting in front of them straightened his body. Not to mention looking back, he didn't even dare to move. He was at a loss. His Highness Duke of Qin had always been conservative and didn't like women. When did he develop such a bad habit? It looked like he had to prepare a curtain for this open carriage, just in case. Leaving Jiangnan's plum blossom courtyard, the carriage drove into the mountains. The entire journey was full of spring. Everywhere was lush green, the streams gurgling, and the green lawns on both sides were full of unknown wildflowers. Butterflies fluttered in the air, and shepherd boy played his flute. Han Yunqi didn't like tall buildings, pavilions, or famous mountains and rivers. What she loved the most was this kind of simple scenery and fresh air. Unfortunately, she didn't have time to care. She lowered her head and sat upright. Her heart was still beating wildly. Just now it was so dangerous. It turned out that such a cold and indifferent man also had a time when he turned into a wolf. Even though it was very abnormal for her to still have the chastity mark after marriage, it was a kind of shame. However, that was only in the eyes of outsiders. She was very clear that she and Long Fei Yi were only husband and wife in name. Ever since she cured him of the poison on their wedding night, they had always been in a business relationship. Now that they were together, it could be called fate or an accident. Han Yunqi was in a daze, her thoughts running wild. However, not long after, Long Fei Yi pulled her into his embrace. He acted as if nothing had happened and said indifferently to the coachman, There's a tea garden up ahead. Let's rest there. The coachman was an outsider, but he was even more nervous than Han Yunqi. He quickly replied, Yes, yes. The tea garden that Long Fei Yi mentioned was called Drunken Tea House. It was a leisure tea garden similar to the Heavenly Fragrance Tea House. Generally speaking, the first batch of spring tea would be released around the Qingming festival. However, this Drunken Tea House had a type of tea called drunken tea. It was released around this time. It was obvious that Long Fei Yi was an honored guest of this tea house. He had deliberately brought Han Yunqi here to taste tea. In their exclusive courtyard, the two sat cross-legged across from each other. There was only a tea boy to serve them. Han Yunqi liked to drink tea, but she wasn't a tea fanatic. However, after following Long Fei Yi for a long time, she was also influenced by him. Gradually, she had the habit of drinking tea every day. Drunken tea, this is the first time I've heard of it. Han Yunqi took the teacup and secretly activated the detoxification system to analyze the tea's composition. Who knew that it really did have alcohol composition, and it wasn't low. This cup of tea was probably equivalent to a cup of wine. They had just sat down, but Long Fei Yi had already drunk 2 cups. Han Yunqi couldn't help but have a little idea in her heart. She really wanted to know how this guy looked like when he was drunk. Her alcohol tolerance wasn't good. She only took a sip and then started to order pastries. He drank tea, she ate tea. It was already a rule. He said that in the future she would order tea. Without exception, she ordered a table of sweets. Your Highness, try it. It tastes good. Han Yunqi definitely didn't know that Long Fei Yi basically didn't eat sweet things. Long Fei Yi only took a small sip and then put it down. It's just so. Then try this. When it came to delicious food, it must be shared to have fun. Helpless, Long Fei Yi only smelled it and didn't even touch it. It's too greasy. Han Yunqi gave up. She tasted it happily. She always felt that the tea and pastries were different from other places, but she couldn't tell why. In the end, Long Fei Yi drank a pot of drunken tea. His mind was still sober, but Han Yunqi was drunk. No one told her that the tea and pastries here were all added with drunken tea powder. Like tea, there was no alcohol taste, but the alcohol content was much higher than tea. Looking at the drunk Han Yunqi lying on the table, Long Fei Yi's mouth curved into a helpless smile. Sir Long, these tea and pastries are easy to get drunk. Why didn't you remind her? The servant couldn't help asking. If she likes it, let her be. She'll wake up after a nap, Long Fei Yi said mildly. After helping Han Yunqi put on a cloak, he drank his tea as if he was drinking wine, forming a world of his own. He really didn't have any ulterior motives, but simply wanted to take Han Yunqi out to relieve her boredom. Whatever she liked, he was happy to do as she wished, as long as she was happy. The servant didn't ask any more questions, but quietly waited on them. The garden was filled with spring colors, and the tea smoke rose in spirals. It was extremely cozy. Unexpectedly, the sleeping Han Yunqi suddenly started to mumble in her sleep. Your Highness! Your Highness! Long Fei Yi quickly set down his teacup, as if wanting to hear what she was saying. Without a choice, Han Yunqi only kept saying Your Highness. Her voice was as soft as water, enough to soften one's heart. Your Highness! Your Highness! Yunqi really likes you. Long Fei Yi gave a start before he recovered his senses. He quietly looked at Han Yunqi, his eyes filled with a never-before-seen tenderness. He sat down by her side and stroked back a few strands of her hair. Her cheeks were pink, her drunken beauty beautiful, and her eyebrows filled with the air of a young girl. As Long Fei stared and stared, he suddenly felt heartache for some reason. Han Yunqi, you meeting your lordship, was it right? Was it wrong? After settling Han Yunqi into a guest room in the courtyard, Long Fei Yi sat alone by the door to keep watch. He was only going out on a trip, but many things still came knocking on his door. Soon enough, a guard came to report. Your Highness, Northern Li's imperial clan has sent a letter to His Majesty, reprimanding General Bailey for sending troops to besiege Jun Yixia for no reason. They're threatening His Majesty to either release him or prepare for war. His Majesty is urgently summoning General Bailey back to the capital. Emperor Tianhui was smart enough to only summon General Bailey instead of making a move against Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi had long predicted this, but he didn't understand what part of Jun Yixia had caught the emperor's eye. Even his collusion with Duanmu Yao, hadn't shaken Jun Yixie's position in the emperor's heart at all. "Your Highness, General Bailey is waiting for your news." The guard was still anxious. "Long Fei," Yi only replied. "When a general is in a foreign land, he won't obey military orders." "Your Highness, this—" Actually, many of Long Fei's subordinates disapproved of Long Fei's decision to send troops to besiege Fishery Island. After all, it affected the relationship between the two nations on a personal level. Tianing country's strength was waning and its court was unstable. If they started a war with Northern Li now, it'd be disadvantageous to either side. "When did you learn to waste words?" Long Fei Yi said coldly. "This subordinate obeys." The guard didn't dare say more, but left immediately. By the time Han Yunqi woke up, they'd already returned to Jiangnan's plum blossom garden. She was speechless when she realized how she'd gotten drunk. Long Fei Yi was a very bad man. She'd hardly left the room when the little guard Su Donglin told her about the Northern Dynasty's emperors, warning Emperor Tianhui. Although Han Yunqi felt that Emperor Tianhui was weak, she was very clear on the difference in power between Tianing and Northern Li. She pushed open the door to the study and said, "Your Highness, Tianhui can accuse you of mutiny. Moreover, you'll be a criminal as soon as war breaks out." Long Fei Yi casually hid away the annals of the 7 noble families and asked, "How about we make a bet?" "Bet on what?" Han Yunqi didn't understand. "Bet that Northern Li won't dare to start a war," Long Fei said before adding, "Never." Han Yunqi was alarmed. Long Fei Yi might have spoken casually, but she knew he wasn't the type to speak empty words. Northern Li was the strongest country in Cloud Realm Continent. Where did Long Fei Yi get his confidence from? And forever at that. Just what kind of trap was this guy planning? Chapter 410. A bet? What's at stake? Last time at the black market, Han Yunqi successfully haggled and Long Fei said he would reward her handsomely. She said she wanted all of him. He asked her if she really wanted it. She thought about it carefully before replying. It sounded like a joke, but she still remembered it. "You'll have to pay back what you owe one day." "Your Highness, what's at stake?" Han Yunqi was very interested. Han Yunqi thought about it for a long time. She didn't want to say she wanted all of him. The concept was too vague. Wasn't what he had also hers? Han Yunqi felt that she should ask for something more practical. She bit her thumb and fell into deep thought. Long Fei Yi glanced at her. He didn't know where this woman got the confidence to make a bet with him. Han Yunqi thought for a while before saying, "Your Highness, if I win, can you bring me to Tianshan Kenzo to broaden my horizons?" Long Fei Yi and Duanmu Yao were both martial arts prodigies. They were both closed-door disciples of the Tianshan Kenzo sect master. He didn't know what kind of person the sect master was to dote on Duanmu Yao so much that he wanted Long Fei Yi to protect Duanmu Yao until she turned 18. As the sect master, how could he not see through Duanmu Yao's nature? "And if you lose?" Long Fei retorted, "Your Highness can set the conditions." Han Yunqi was very generous. "You're so sure you'll win." Long Fei Yi didn't understand. This woman was so smart. Was she still dreaming? Unexpectedly, Han Yunqi laughed. "This concubine will definitely win. This concubine is betting that Northern Li will never start a war first." Long Fei Yi's expression froze. Han Yunqi laughed heartily. "Han Yunqi, oh Han Yunqi, how could you play people like this? You're practically a scoundrel." Afraid that Long Fei Yi would go back on his word, Han Yunqi said anxiously, "Your Highness, we've already agreed. You can't go back on your word. Only vile people and women are hard to deal with." What else could Long Fei Yi do? A look of helpless affection flashed across his eyes as he promised her, "Let's wait for a chance. I won't go to Tianshan Mountain in the near future." Han Yunqi was overjoyed. "All right, Qinxia will remember it." Until now, this guy owed her everything and a trip to Mount Tianshan. She didn't owe him anything. Your Highness, how can you be so sure that Northernly won't start the war? You have a brilliant plan? Is it really okay for Han Yunqi to ask this question after winning a round? Long Fei Yi glanced at her and answered, I'm not telling you. This could be considered a small punishment for this woman's audacity. Han Yunqi felt guilty and didn't dare to ask again. She was going to wait and see what would happen. Soon enough, Chu Shifeng found out about their bet. Head guard Chu warned everyone in front of the guards, Don't ever bet with our mistress. She has no record of losing. Han Yunqi had been pondering over the antidote for Bailey Mingxiang over the past few days. In her spare time, she studied Northern Li's situation as well. But no matter how much she understood, she couldn't figure out where Long Fei Yi got his confidence from. He was so sure that the powerful Northern Li would never start the war. After all, Northern Li revered martial arts and had always used its military might to intimidate the surrounding powers. Over the past few years, it had been Northern Li that had started all the wars on its borders. Could it be that Long Fei Yi had some sort of secret that could be used against Northern Li? Han Yunqi was ashamed of her inferiority to Long Fei Yi when it came to strategizing. In the end, she decided not to think about anything else. Over the past few days, Emperor Tianhui had urged her repeatedly. If he wasn't sending people, then he was sending letters. But Long Fei Yi had already claimed that he was ill. He didn't even bother to read the letters, but simply handed them to Chu Shifeng. Under Gu Beiyue's care, Emperor Tianhui's health had almost recovered. Unfortunately, Long Fei Yi had angered him into falling ill again. Just what does he want? Does he want to rebel? A general doesn't obey military orders in a foreign land. How could he say something like that? Rebel, rebel, rebel. Zhen shouldn't have pitted mother and son in the first place. I should have exterminated them. Emperor Tianhui was furious to the extreme. He huffed and puffed as he paced back and forth in his sleeping quarters. All of the servants, noble Consort Shui and Gu Beiyue, were kneeling, but none of them dared to persuade him otherwise. Emperor Tianhui dearly wished he could issue an imperial edict ordering Long Fei Yi to return immediately, but he still remembered noble Consort Shui's warning. A few days ago, he'd summoned a few of his trusted officials to the imperial study. They all agreed that it wasn't a good idea to issue an imperial edict. Although an imperial edict represented the highest authority, the emperor couldn't issue it as he wished. Once he did, it would be made public. Everyone would know, and Emperor Tianhui didn't want to be labeled as an incapable ruler or a tyrant. Moreover, the Bailey Navy had surrounded Fishery Island and trapped Jun Yixia. Even if Emperor Tianhui issued an imperial edict, he wouldn't be able to do anything to Long Fei Yi. General Bailey had taken responsibility for the entire affair. Although Long Fei Yi had said, a general doesn't obey military orders in a foreign land, it was General Bailey who'd told Emperor Tianhui about it. Long Fei Yi had only briefly explained that he'd sent the navy to transport the fish, but didn't know anything else. Emperor Tianhui didn't know what to do with him. Aside from that, this was a good chance to strip General Bailey of his military power. Unfortunately, he couldn't do that at this critical juncture. First of all, Northernly was pressing them too hard. Once war broke out, Tianning would suffer from a severe famine last year. Their national coffers would be in dire straits, and it'd be impossible to prepare for a major war in the short term. Secondly, Long Fei Yi and General Bailey would be forced into a corner. Judging from their current attitudes, it'd only take a single thought for them to rebel and usurp the throne. As Emperor Tianhui mused and mused, his anger gradually turned into melancholy. He didn't know why he'd been so foolish over the past few years. Unknowingly, he'd allowed the Duke of Qin's power to grow so much. He'd been on guard against him for so many years, but in the end he couldn't stop him. Although he and the Empress Dowager both claimed that they were merciful enough to spare Grand Concubine Yi and her son, They knew the truth better than anyone else. The late emperors doting on Grand Concubine Yi and Long Fei Ye's death exemption medallion were the key to saving their lives. There was no way to urge the Duke of Qin to return, nor could he issue an imperial edict. In the end, Emperor Tianhui went to find Empress Dowager Li. Muhu, there's news from Northern Li's side. They say that the incident at Fishery Island had something to do with Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi still has the gecko cinnabar mark on her arm, Emperor Tianhui said in a low voice. The news hadn't been publicized yet. Jun Yixie and Northern Li's imperial clan wouldn't be stupid enough to ruin Jun Yixie's character just to ruin Han Yunqi's reputation. Once the news spread to both countries, Jun Yixie would be condemned by the masses. Still, Empress Dowager Li could still find out through the grapevine. She'd long heard of the news. What does His Majesty mean? Empress Dowager Li asked. Aken would like to ask Muhu to show her face. As Emperor Tianhui spoke, he drew close to Empress Dowager Li's ear and whispered for a long time. The Empress Dowager nodded again and again in agreement. A few days later, Jiangnan's plum blossom garden received a secret missive from the Empress Dowager. It wasn't for Long Fei Yi but Han Yunqi. Some men's struggles were caused by women, while some men's struggles were caused by women against each other. That was because women's pillow talk was the best way to influence a man's decisions. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi had just woken up and were drinking afternoon tea when Chu Shifeng handed over the missive. For me? Han Yunqi was surprised. She glanced at Long Fei Yi before quickly opening the letter. The contents were lengthy and voluminous. Han Yunqi skimmed through the contents before breaking into a cold smile. Empress Dowager Li used all sorts of persuasive words and analyzed the pros and cons, but all she said was, if Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi returned to the capital and had the Bailey Navy withdraw, then she wouldn't pursue the matter of the chastity mark. She was also willing to intercede for General Bailey's unauthorized deployment of troops and guarantee that the emperor wouldn't pursue the matter, using both grace and severity to give the emperor enough face. Han Yunqi handed the missive to Long Fei Yi, who didn't even read it before handing it to Chu Shifeng. Your Highness, how should we reply? Chu Shifeng asked modestly. This is a secret missive for Wang Fei. Wang Fei, do as you see fit, Long Fei Yi intoned. Han Yunqi didn't think much of it, but simply told Chu Shifeng, just reply the same way you did before. Empress Dowager Li's missive seemed like a show of grace, but it was actually a threat. Leaving aside Long Fei Yi, even Han Yunqi herself wasn't someone anyone could threaten. In the end, Chu Shifeng still shot the Duke of Qin a questioning look, but His Highness Duke of Qin didn't reply. His mistress is getting more and more capable of making decisions, Chu Shifeng mused. Just like that, Emperor Tianhui's coercion failed again. Northern Li's imperial clan was pressing him hard. There were even rumors that the Northern Dynasty's emperors were already preparing to send troops to the three-way battlefield. Emperor Tianhui feared Northern Li's armored cavalry more than anything else in his life. He kept sending letters to Western Zhou's emperor to ask for reinforcements, while sending the crown prince to invite Long Fei Yi back to the capital to discuss military matters. Yes, it was an invitation. He couldn't rush or force him, so he could only invite him back. The Duke of Qin really put on airs. Empress Dowager Li's missive even demanded that the Bailey Navy withdraw its troops. A few days later, Emperor Tianhui relented and said he wanted to discuss matters instead of asking them to withdraw. It was clear to see how anxious he was. Long Tianma invited Mu Qinggu along as well, and the two of them whipped their horses into a gallop. 6 steeds were left paralyzed as they reached Jiangnan's plum blossom gardens in the shortest time possible. One was the heir apparent, the other the young general. Naturally, the Duke of Qin would receive them, but he received them in bed. March in Jiangnan was a scene of white apricots, red peach blossoms, and green willow trees. The plum blossoms in Jiangnan's plum blossom gardens had yet to fall, but were still dancing in the air. Compared to the cherry blossoms, this place lacked the romantic sweetness and had more of a desolate pride. Within the tea-house, Long Fei was lying on a tatami mat, his face cold and indifferent as always. It was as if nothing in the world could attract his attention or warm his heart. Long Tianma and Mu Qinggu were kneeling in front of him. They'd already asked about his condition and given him some nourishing medicines. Currently they were lost in thought. Although the Duke of Qin was only a few years older than them, Long Tianma and Mu Qinggu still held him in awe and reverence. If possible, neither of them wanted to make an enemy out of the Duke of Qin. Mu Qinggu secretly tugged at Long Tianma's sleeve. Long Tianma was about to get down to business when Han Yunqi suddenly appeared. Note to the readers. Update a chapter first, then continue writing. Group 1 and 2 are full. Group 3 is 399751923. Chapter 411. As soon as Han Yunqi arrived, Long Tianma and Mu Qinggu both rose to their feet. It had been a long time since they'd seen this woman, so they naturally missed her. Long Tianma could tell at a glance that she'd gained some weight. Disaster relief was a laborious task, but Imperial Uncle Qin was the one who brought her here. How could he allow her to suffer? Even though Long Tianma was 1,000 times unwilling, he still called out, "Imperial Aunt." Han Yunqi didn't speak, but nodded and gestured for Long Tianma to sit down. "Good luck to esteemed Wang Fei." Mu Qinggu bowed his head in greeting. "Young general, you may rise." Han Yunqi's polite tone was distant. "Thanks to esteemed Wang Fei." Mu Qinggu's attitude was the same as before. He rose to his knees and returned to Long Tianma's right. Han Yunqi sat next to Long Fei without asking any questions. She was very quiet. Long Tianma was about to speak about Northern Li, but Han Yunqi's presence stopped him from speaking. Although he didn't like war, he still felt a bellyful of anger whenever he thought of that bastard Jun Yixia harboring designs on Han Yunqi. If he had a chance to express his opinion, he'd definitely support the Duke of Qin's actions. Even if he didn't kill Jun Yixia, he'd trap him on Fishery Island until he died. Unfortunately, the Emperor had entrusted him with this task. As the heir apparent of a nation, he had a responsibility to the people of Tianing country as well. Once war broke out, the people would suffer the most. Compared to Long Tianma, the military man Mu Qinggu was much more decisive. After hiding all the emotions in his heart, Mu Qinggu rose to his feet and got down on one knee. He cupped his fists and bowed. "Your Highness, Duke of Qin, Your Highness and this general have been entrusted by the Emperor and the millions of civilians in the 3 cities bordering the 3-way battlefield. We have come to invite you and General Bailey back to the imperial capital to discuss military and political matters." As soon as Mu Qinggu said this, Long Tianma came back to his senses. He felt guilty for letting Mu Qinggu speak first. He hurriedly said, "Imperial Uncle Qin, Imperial Father had me prepare an 8-horse carriage to specially invite you and Imperial Aunt back. Jun Yixia has gone too far. Everyone is still waiting for you and Imperial Aunt to discuss the war in Northern Li. What is there to discuss?" Long Fei asked. "To discuss battle strategy." Long Tianma quickly replied. However, Long Fei said, "This prince has never been involved in the affairs of the imperial court, much less the military. Leave it to His Majesty to make the decision." Han Yunqi sat on one side without a word, but her heart was secretly laughing. Even she was often left speechless by Long Fei's words, to say nothing of the 2 men before her. Emperor Tian Hui should have invited a professional lobbyist instead. Long Tianma hesitated for a long time before he spoke again. Imperial Uncle Qin, then General Bailey. Before he could finish, Long Fei retorted cold. "Crown Prince means to say that it was your lordship who ordered the Bailey Navy to surround Fishery Island?" Long Tianma wasn't at a loss for words, but his heart was stifled. That was the truth. How would General Bailey dare to move without the Duke of Qin's orders? Still, he had to deny it. No, that's not what Tianma meant. I just wanted to ask Imperial Uncle Qin for advice on how to deal with General Bailey. Your lordship has already said that I don't involve myself in military affairs. You should go back and ask your imperial father. Long Fei, Yi said simply as he waved a hand to send him off. Long Tianma had run into an extraordinarily large wall. Fortunately, he had a good temper and patience. If he was like his father, he'd probably flip out on the spot. Mu Qingguo, who was still kneeling on one side, had an impatient temper. Your Highness, the people at the border are innocent. Tianing soldiers are innocent as well. We're running out of supplies and provisions. Moreover, the weather at the three-way battlefield is still cold. If we start fighting now, the casualties will be incalculable. Your Highness, please reconsider. Despite Mu Qingwu's agitation, Long Fei Yi only shot him a cold glance. Young General, you should say those words to General Bailey instead. Your Highness. Mu Qingwu was starting to get angry. Your Highness, this soldier doesn't advocate sparing Juni Xia. Killing a beast like Juni Xia with a single blow would be letting him off too easily. This soldier only hopes that your Highness can go back and discuss a countermeasure. They should be able to come up with a countermeasure that wouldn't release Jun Xia without starting a war. That was his true goal in traveling with the Crown Prince. As Mu Qinggu spoke, he snuck a peek at Han Yunqi. Unfortunately, Han Yunqi remained silent. Mu Qinggu was both agitated and furious, his chest heaving up and down. Unfortunately, Long Fei retorted, Your lordship doesn't involve himself in military affairs. Don't you understand? Han Yunqi counted silently on the side. Long Fei Yi had already said the same thing 3 times. He was already quite patient with these 2 men. Mu Qinggu stared blankly for a while before finally giving up. This soldier understands. It wasn't until the 2 men left that Han Yunqi spoke up. Your Highness, the young general did remind Qinxia of something just then. The 3-way battlefield is still freezing cold, so we'll be at a disadvantage if we start fighting. But Northern Li might not be able to gain the upper hand. In this season, there was still a lot of snow in the north that hadn't melted yet. The weather was still cold, and it would occasionally snow in some places. Northern Li mainly relied on animal husbandry and hunting. In the winter, the warhorses and other livestock could only eat the grass that was stored last year. In fact, Northern Li's war supplies might not be abundant in this season. Moreover, if they started fighting at this time, it would affect a major event in Northern Li, the spring hunt. Long Fei Yi looked at Han Yunqi with interest. Continue. Qinxia was just guessing. Han Yunqi wasn't being modest, but she really didn't know much about Northern Li. Perhaps they had ample reserves. Then just say it casually. Long Fei Yi was very interested. Since he said so, Han Yunqi really said whatever came to mind. Your Highness, the young general has fought with Northern Li several times, so he should be very familiar with Northern Li's situation. The young general didn't consider that Northern Li would have a shortage of provisions, so I'm sure Northern Li has always been prepared. Han Yunqi hesitated for a moment before continuing, but your Highness is certain that Northern Li won't go to war. So Qinxia boldly guessed that your Highness might have a way to tamper with Northern Li's provisions. Tampering with a country's war supplies was easier said than done. Not to mention getting close to these things. Even knowing the whereabouts of these things was difficult. Han Yunqi felt that she was thinking too much. She looked at Long Fei Yi, waiting for his answer. However, Long Fei Yi only patted her shoulder and said indifferently, It's getting late, go rest. So she guessed wrong? Han Yunqi shrugged and didn't ask any more questions. In any case, she knew that he wouldn't say anything and was deliberately whetting her appetite. Who told her to win the bet? Just wait. She'd have an answer soon enough. In any case, she knew that Long Fei Yi would go back eventually. Emperor Tianhui had urged him repeatedly, but he still hadn't moved. It was probably time for him to beg for help. When begging for help, one had to show their sincerity. Although Han Yunqi wasn't the person who understood Long Fei Yi best in the world, her guesses were always spot on. A few days later, northern Li's southern borders really did show signs of reinforcements. Emperor Tianhui grew anxious. Thus, he gave Long Fei Yi a list of memorials from the Ministry of Appointments, as well as a few recommendations from other officials. These memorials were all about filling the vacant position of South Ning Prefecture's provincial governor. Some of these memorials recommended Long Fei's side, while others recommended Emperor Tianhui's. 2 or 3 of them were from the neutral faction. Emperor Tianhui had said that the Duke of Qin had personally visited the disaster regions and understood South Ning Prefecture's situation the best. It was up to the Duke of Qin to decide who was qualified for the position. This seemed perfectly justified and proper, but anyone who understood the situation would know that Emperor Tianhui was yielding. To put it bluntly, this was already a sincere plea for the Duke of Qin to return. All of the memorials were spread out on the desk. Han Yunqi walked around in a circle and looked through them all. She recognized some of them, but didn't recognize others. She asked them one by one and familiarized herself with them before politely dividing the memorials into 3 piles. Those from the Duke of Qin's faction, those from the Royalist faction, and those from the neutral faction. Your Highness, please pick one that's pleasing to the eye. Han Yunqi copied the servant's words and spoke respectfully. Even she felt like she was asking Long Fei Yi to choose a consort. Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi casually picked one from the Royalist faction. Seeing this, Han Yunqi and Chu Shifeng both grew alarmed. Master, you made a mistake. Chu Shifeng blurted out, but Long Fei Yi only glanced at the name on the memorial before tossing it over. He's the one, report it up. What did His Highness Duke of Qin mean by this? He didn't want a free advantage? Chu Shifeng stood rooted to the spot, a habit of his that made him shoot a questioning glance at Han Yunqi whenever he was at a loss. Han Yunqi burst into laughter. Your Highness, I heard His Majesty is ill and can't be provoked. Is it really all right for you to do this? The intelligent Han Yunqi immediately understood that no matter what Long Fei's original stance was, the person he chose would definitely surrender to him as soon as he picked them. The Duke of Qin had stayed in South Ning Prefecture for a few months and had also stayed in the prefectural governor's mansion for a long time. He had already set up quite a number of forces. Who wouldn't be afraid of the Duke of Qin's remaining power after being sent here to be the prefectural governor? Thus, even if Emperor Tianhui's men came, they'd have to surrender to the Duke of Qin. Han Yunqi finally understood as well. She looked at Long Fei and couldn't help but rejoice at the fact that she hadn't made an enemy out of him. Otherwise, it was very possible that she'd be killed without even realizing it. But there was one thing that Han Yunqi couldn't figure out. If not for the position of senior provincial official, what else was Long Fei Yi doing all this for? After delaying for so long, it was time to go back. Chu Shifeng, send the memorial back. Just say esteemed Wang Fei isn't in a good mood, so your lordship wants to keep her company for a few more days, Long Fei Yi instructed. Chu Shifeng didn't understand, so he could only do as he was told. Han Yunqi's heart was filled with warmth. She understood. A few days later, the Empress Dowager sent a letter to comfort Han Yunqi instead of using the carrot and stick. She also made it clear that the matter of the chastity mark was their own business and wouldn't look into it. With this proof, there was no need to worry about the Empress Dowager digging up old debts in the future. Han Yunqi knew she was completely safe. For the first time, she realized that this man could be so meticulous and perfect with his work. Finally, His Highness Duke of Qin and esteemed Wang Fei set out for the capital. The war in northern Li, the battle on Fishery Island, and the impending marriage alliance. All of these events had been squeezed together to make Tianning's capital city lively again. Chapter 412. As soon as Long Fei-yi and Han Yunqi returned to Tianning's capital city, Emperor Tianhui sent someone to summon Long Fei-yi to the palace for a meeting before they'd even reached the Duke of Qin's estate. "Are you going?" Long Fei-yi asked. Han Yunqi gave a start. She never expected Long Fei-yi to ask such a question. She wasn't a shadow follower, and he'd never let her tag along when he went out on business. Long Fei-yi knitted his brows at her and asked again, "Are you going?" "I'm going," Han Yunqi replied loudly. Of course, she wouldn't miss out on a good show. By now it was already dark, but there was still a group of people standing in Emperor Tianhui's imperial study. Crown Prince Long Tianma, General Mu and his son, Right Prime Minister Su Shaoquan, the Minister of War, and the Minister of Revenue were all present. All of them were on Emperor Tianhui's side. "His Highness Duke of Qin has arrived. Esteemed Wang Fei has arrived," a eunuch announced loudly. Hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances and began to whisper amongst themselves. Why had Qin Wang Fei Han Yunqi come? The emperor had summoned the Duke of Qin to discuss military affairs. So what was a woman like her doing here? After all, there were no other women in the imperial study besides court ladies. Long Tianma and Mu Qingguo both wore complicated looks on their faces, but they didn't say a word. Emperor Tianhui saw the crowd exchanging glances and whispering into each other's ears. He didn't say a word, but he had an idea of what was going on. Soon enough, Long Fei-yi and Han Yunqi entered the study. The two of them bowed to Emperor Tianhui, followed by the rest of the crowd. Han Yunqi glanced at Emperor Tianhui and discovered that he'd aged quite a bit in the past few months. There were even a few strands of white hair by his temples. First, he was sick. Second, he was worried about national affairs. Third, he was worried about war. As expected, it wasn't easy being an emperor. Qin Wang Fei hasn't entered the palace in ages. You should pay your respects to the Empress Dowager. Emperor Tianhui clearly wanted Han Yunqi to leave. Before Han Yunqi could speak, Long Fei-yi said, "Qindi hasn't seen the Empress Dowager for a long time. I will go with Wang Fei later." His attitude silenced the crowd. Emperor Tianhui's hands slowly clenched into fists. He'd already been waiting for a Long Fei-yi, but now his anger was unbearable. He slapped the table and rose to his feet in anger. "Duke of Qin, Zhan summoned you here today to discuss important military and political matters. What right does a woman like Han Yunqi have to stand here?" Everyone was frightened by Emperor Tianhui's rage, but Han Yunqi remained calm and collected. If not for Long Fei-yi's invitation, she wouldn't have come at all. "Your Majesty, this subject brother thought that you summoned this subject brother into the palace for a reward. It seems that this subject brother misunderstood." Long Fei-yi's tone was light and casual, but it set off a storm in everyone's hearts. What did he mean by those words? He clearly knew that Northern Li had already made preparations for war. He clearly knew why His Majesty had yielded so much and begged him to come back. How could he stand here and say such things so indifferently? Even Long Tianma and Mu Qingguo felt a chill run down their spines. It seemed like they'd finally witnessed the Duke of Qin's coldness and heartlessness today. In the silence of the room, Emperor Tianhui was so angry that he was panting for breath. It took him a long time to calm himself down. "Duke of Qin, you and your wife have rendered meritorious service in disaster relief. Tomorrow morning court will award you with rewards. Zhan summoned you here overnight precisely for the sake of Northern Li's war affairs. Imperial brother, after the late emperor passed away, this subject brother didn't involve himself in military or political matters. Didn't you know that all along?" Long Fei-yi's eyes flashed with disdain. This time, the room became even more silent. Even General Mu had a complicated expression on his face. Han Yunqi was puzzled as well. She assumed that Long Feiyi had yielded after returning to the capital, but he was still insisting. Did he bring her to the imperial study today just to use her as an excuse to infuriate Emperor Tianhui? Emperor Tianhui stared fixedly at Long Feiyi, his heart filled with rage and a sense of helplessness. He'd ascended the throne at the age of 25 and ruled over Tianing. He'd held great power at a young age without the coercion of distant relatives or the pressure of meritorious ministers or generals. He didn't even need the grand tutor to assist him. In other words, he'd seized all power as soon as he ascended the throne. But who would have thought that the Duke of Qin would keep him in check at his age? After the late emperor passed away, the first person he'd been on guard against was the Duke of Qin. He'd used all sorts of methods to force the Duke of Qin away from the center of government affairs, but never expected the Duke of Qin's retort today. He'd never believed that he'd already lost half of Tianning's imperial power, but now he had no choice but to face the facts. The Empress Dowager's banquet was the Duke of Qin's reminder to everyone that the struggle for the throne had long begun. He, Emperor Tianhui, suddenly laughed. Zhen really is muddle-headed from illness. There's something Zhen doesn't understand. Since the Duke of Qin has come today, why don't you give Zhen an explanation? Your Majesty, please speak. Long Feiyi was very calm. You mobilized the Bailey Navy to transport the fish. How did the Bailey Navy end up at odds with Jun Yixia? Emperor Tianhui asked seriously. Jun Yixia intended to seize the fish and sell them to Tianning's disaster areas. He not only fought with your lordship over the fish eyes, but also insulted Tianning. For the sake of protecting Tianning's face, General Bailey sent out troops to surround them and display the might of the Navy to intimidate Northern Li. Long Fei, you rarely spoke such high-sounding words. When he finished, he added, as your lordship sees it, General Bailey's merits outweigh his faults. It's only right that he be rewarded. Han Yunqi listened from the sidelines. She felt like something was off, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Besides Long Tianma and Mu Qingguo, everyone else found the situation strange as well. They couldn't figure out His Highness Duke of Qin's intentions. Still, Emperor Tianhui stroked his beard and laughed coldly in his heart. He'd finally used the last bargaining chip in his hand. Jun Yixia's bullying of Han Yunqi hadn't been made public, so very few people knew about it. Emperor Tianhui himself had only gotten the news from Northern Li's secret agents. Long Fei, he clearly didn't want the matter to be publicized, so he'd given General Bailey a perfectly justifiable reason. Just a moment ago, he'd said he didn't want to involve himself in politics, but now he was evaluating General Bailey's actions. Thus, hiding the fact that Han Yunqi had been bullied was Long Fei's real condition. Emperor Tianhui's gloomy mood suddenly brightened. There was finally a breakthrough. The Duke of Qin's words are reasonable, but how long does General Bailey plan to keep up his show of force? There's already movement at the three-way battlefield. Does General Bailey have a battle plan? Emperor Tianhui's greatest fear was that the Bailey Navy wouldn't settle down at Fishery Island while Northern Li fought at the three-way battlefield. If the Bailey Navy could head north to attack Northern Li from the coastline and become the main force, then it would be Long Fei's forces fighting against Northern Li instead of his own. Long Fei had finally exposed his weakness today. If he wanted to protect Han Yunqi and his own reputation, then he'd have to pay the price. Long Fei replied, Chindi can't guess General Bailey's thoughts either. Your Majesty might as well ask him directly. Emperor Tianhui's eyes turned shrewd. Duke of Qin, Duke of Qin, you're clearly in control of everything, but you still want to stay out of it. Now that you've exposed your weakness, Zhen won't let you off so easily. Fine, Zhen will ask him properly, Emperor Tianhui said coldly. What was supposed to be a tense military meeting ended just like that. All of the officials were left confused, but Long Tianma stayed behind to ask, Imperial Father, do you really want to fight this war? Emperor Tianhui waved a hand to dismiss him without a word. The next day, Emperor Tianhui issued an imperial edict to reward the Bailey Navy for their efforts in protecting Tianning's honor. General Bailey also said that if Northernly dared to start a war at the three-way battlefield, the Bailey Navy would head north to attack Northernly's coastal defenses and force them to withdraw their troops. Emperor Tianhui rejoiced and approved the Bailey Navy's plan. Now Long Tianma and Mu Qinggu understood everything. Qinggu, who do you think won this time? Imperial father or Imperial Uncle Qin? Long Tianma asked. Northernly's coastal defenses were weak, which was where the value of Tianning's navy lay. As soon as Tianning's navy moved north, Northernly would have to declare a ceasefire or transfer their troops to the east. They wouldn't lose too badly, but they wouldn't gain any advantages either. Did His Majesty win? Mu Qinggu said mildly. The Duke of Qin could have left Emperor Tianhui to clean up after the incident at Fishery Island, but for the sake of Han Yunqi's reputation, he'd yielded in the end. As Mu Qinggu spoke, he couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. Even when His Highness Duke of Qin gave in, no one could tell, unless they knew the truth. How could any of the court officials see through him? But once war breaks out, won't Jun Yixia benefit for nothing? Mu Qinggu couldn't accept it when he thought of this. Judging from Northernly's actions, they'll definitely go to war. Imperial Uncle Qin can only let Jun Yixia benefit like this? Long Tianma muttered to himself. Although he'd seen through the situation, he still felt regret. As soon as Han Yunqi heard the news, she rushed to Long Fei Ye's study in his quarters and stood in front of him, staring at him. Long Fei Ye calmly rolled up the annals of the 7 noble families in his hands and hid the title of the book before putting it aside. Is something the matter? He asked. Han Yunqi stared at him for a long time before she spoke. Long Fei Yi, you're too black-hearted. Long Fei Yi immediately knitted his brows. No one in the world had ever dared to stand in front of him and curse him. This woman was the first. Han Yunqi didn't care about Long Fei Ye's unhappy expression. She said, You were certain that Northernly wouldn't go to war, so you had General Bailey make that promise to Tianhui. It looked like you were giving in for me, but you were playing with Tianhui again. After returning home that night, Han Yunqi had been trying to figure out Long Fei Ye's motives. Now she finally understood. This fellow was an expert among experts. If he hadn't been so young, he would have played Emperor Tianhui to death long ago during the struggle for the throne. How could he ever sit on the dragon throne? As long as Northernly didn't go to war, the Bailey Navy would have a legitimate reason to surround Fishery Island. Seeing Han Yunqi's agitated expression, Long Fei Yi mistook her for anger and sighed softly. Isn't your lordship doing all this for you?